Well, I mean,
enough.
he's got a great reputation as an NFL coach.
Mm-hmm.
He's talked about putting out NFL talent and making, streamlining the process.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he'll be able to, attract some high-level talent.
We know at least one 20-year-old likes him. So,
yeah. And admissions is guaranteed.
Right. We'll get to that in a second. We all made it in one piece today.
Yes, we did. It was way more difficult than I thought it was going to be. You look at the weather. I always look at the weather before I go to bed. And maybe that's my old man thing. But it said like flurries. And it said accumulation less than an inch. So I go to bed thinking, less than an inch, right? And then all of a sudden I wake up and I don't know if there was much more than an inch, but it was the wind blowing things around. And when I left my house in Plymouth, it felt like a whiteout. And it was really hard to see. As I had an opposite experience of Heather. As I was coming, it's not like I'm far south, north.
The roads got worse.
The roads for me got better.
Oh.
And because I know you're north, and as you came south, they got worse.
I couldn't believe it. Like as soon as I got on Telegraph, I was like, dude, where's anybody? Like you can almost tell where certain like townships start and end based on like if they're plowed, if they're salted. And I got on Telegraph and I was like, okay, no one's been here. And it was slow.
Yeah. But the whiteout and the intersection or the interchange of 14 and 96 and 275 there was not great. Going north, like I said, north on 275, it started to get a little bit better. 696 felt like it was well maintained and a little bit better. So closer I got to Southfield here, it was better. So the key is, please be careful.
Yes.
We experienced this a couple of weeks ago. This is not our first snow of the year, so we should be used to it by now. Take your time. Give yourself a little extra time. If you're late, it's better to be late than not arrive at all. That's what I tell my kids. That's what I tell my kids. I'm like, hey, if you're going to be late for school today, and if you sleep in, I won't tell them if you sleep in, but they could use that as an excuse and then show up late to school. And I would be fine with it because I just want them to arrive safely. Ruby will be driving and put some sand in the back of her truck this morning just to make sure that she had enough.
There's no
there's no fishtail coming out of that truck. Betty White is what she calls it. Little white truck.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
For me, I was on 696, and Falar just told us off air that they had shut down 696 some overnight. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
I don't know if it's true or not. Yeah. But when I got on 696, it was whose lane is it anyway? The classic, maybe the right lane. You kind of had an idea where that lane was, and then it was kind of a guessing game as you made your way. And there weren't a ton of cars at 4 or 5 in the morning.
If you don't know the lane, please stay to the right.
Yes.
If you're comfortable with the lane, head to the left.
And be aware of the people around you, too.
Yeah.
I mean, because everybody's kind of guessing, and you can get close to somebody. Just be safe out there when you're driving into work today or wherever you have to go.
Yeah.
And the road should be better, the next hour or so. Once more, that's
and I think the snow's supposed to let up around sometime in the next hour, 6 to 7, and not be quite as much when people are on the road.
This is the first morning I had to get out and brush off the car.
Oh
yeah. Because a couple weeks ago it wasn't that much.
You didn't ask Kelsey to do that for you?
No, John, I didn't wake my wife up.
Stoney would have done
that. Yeah. No, Stoney would have parked in the garage and made Cindy park outside.
So true.
Yeah. That's how that would have gone. So and Cindy would have been okay with that, so that she didn't have to get up and brush off his car.
Exactly.
It's called trade-offs in a marriage.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yes, be safe out there on the roads. We have a lot to do today on a Thursday. We will get to the Thursday touchdown at 6:35. Some football questions looking ahead to the weekend. The state of Ohio embarrassing themselves. We'll get to that at 6:50. We take great pleasure in making fun of them, but they did it to themselves. Something we'll talk about before the hour ends. This Bill Belichick thing, John.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my theory. He didn't think he was going to get offered an NFL job. He didn't get one last cycle, which I thought was noteworthy. His NFL career ended with 3 of the final 4 seasons a losing record.
Yeah.
I don't think the NFL was going to hire him at 72 anymore and give him full roster control. And I think he had realized, if I want to coach, the only way I'm coaching, I'm not chasing Shula anymore. I'm not going to be given the chance. The only way I can coach is to go the college route.
Right. So obviously he'll have full control of his roster.
Yes. Do you agree with me that no NFL team was going to hand him the keys to their franchise at 73 years old in the spring? After he kind of struggled at the end.
I don't necessarily know that. I think any job that he actually wanted wasn't going to offer it to him, because there's a couple of undesirables out there that maybe just looking to find anybody that wants their first job. Let's just see if we can find a diamond in the rough, because they're very unattractive jobs. But I also think the reason we were talking about this for the past, it's been about 4 days, maybe it started to leak out around Sunday.
Yeah, Monday maybe.
He and Saban are tight, right? They grew up in the coaching ranks together. They're best friends. And I think Saban was guiding him in regards to, these are the things that you want to make sure you have access to. And whether it's, hey, the new world of NIL, but in regards to just, hey, being able to recruit, being able to do things on a football's perspective of making it attractive to NFL talent, like Bill Belichick has said he's going to run it. I think there were probably things that he was negotiating with North Carolina that we may never hear about behind the scenes that Saban was helping him with. They finally got to, agree on either all or most of those. And now all of a sudden he's the head coach at North Carolina. This is going to be so entertaining.
It's going to be fascinating. And if you read into what's going on here, he's going to have a pool of money, NIL, to try to lure players. He's going to have a
free
support
agency.
Staff. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And he's going to try to make it, like you said, as close to the NFL as he can. But it's funny you bring up Saban. Saban was like, I don't want to deal with this.
Right.
Like his good friend, Nick Saban, said, this sport is an S show. I'm paraphrasing, but I just need to get out of this. This isn't about coaching football anymore. This is about NIL. It's about portal. It's about your roster turnover year to year to year. Enough's enough. I don't want to deal with. And some of it may have been dealing with some of the college athletes. And I just have a hard time believing Bill Belichick at 73 years old is going to be relating to 18-year-olds on Snapface or whatever he was calling it when he was the coach. I mean, he is so disconnected from an 18-year-old's experience that I do wonder if this is going to work. Like, people have brought up Bill Walsh as maybe the only comparable here. Walsh won 3 Super Bowls and then coached at Stanford afterwards.
Yeah.
Before and afterwards. And afterwards, Bill Walsh had a winning season in year 1 and then flamed out in the first 3. I just don't know that this is going to work for Belichick.
Well, I'm not going to say it works or it doesn't work. I would probably lean more towards it doesn't, but it's a much different era than when Bill Walsh was doing it. And if you're looking at Bill Belichick and his ability to relate to, it's not just 18-year-olds, right? He's going to be recruiting 15-year-olds. Like, that's when guys are getting their first offers. How does he even identify? He's been looking at the draft, right? And so it's 20 and 21-year-olds, some 19-year-olds every once in a while, that are entering the draft. It's very different than it is recruiting and evaluating what a 15-year-old will be. Like, that's where I'm curious. And so it's going to be about hiring a staff that is more in tune, has been doing this. But like he said, college sports, college football is more like the NFL now than ever, which is probably why Saban didn't like it. Saban wasn't good in the NFL, and he liked the old school college way of doing things. So hats off to Saban for understanding the game, the business. It's all passed me by. It's not something I want to adapt to. He didn't have to, so he moves on. Belichick says, you know what? This looks more like the NFL, so I'm going to give it a shot because my best buddy couldn't do both.
Sure.
Now, all of a sudden, he's going to help me set up North Carolina and my program, and I want to show him I can do both.
Listen, for nothing else, it will be fascinating to watch, but as I evaluate this, he was not a great drafter at the end in the NFL, right? A lot of those Patriots drafts were bad. His evaluation of college talent, now we have to even go pre-college talent. I just don't know if he's going to be identifying these guys
Again,
at
it's
a high
about
level.
Hiring a staff around you. That's really what makes, I think, the best college programs is not just the head coach. The head coach isn't the one that's going to always see the talent, evaluate the talent, and say, this is the talent I want.
Yeah, I don't doubt his ability to game plan. Like, at the core of it, I don't doubt Belichick's ability to design a game plan for a given week. But there's so much more that goes into being a college CEO than putting in a game plan for the opponent that week. And how much are these guys going to digest at the college level? I have no doubt that he can make smarter football players.
That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the game day staff. I'm not talking about coaching staff. I'm talking about he's going to hire a general manager. That's a thing in college sports. Michigan's done it. All these. You're going to have a general manager. You're going to have a recruiting coordinator. You're going to have loads and loads of assistants and minions running around doing all of this stuff. So for him, it's a matter of how do I hire the best staff around that knows what a good 15-year-old looks like and is going to develop into an 18-year-old, eventually NFL talent.
Do we think Belichick will hire a good staff? Because that was also a knock on his NFL resume. None of his coaches ever were any good anywhere else. It's not like
but they were good with him.
Or maybe he was just good.
Well,
I mean, that's kind of the takeaway from Belichick, isn't it? That all these other guys.
No shot, aren't you? I'm not going to sit here and say he's a great football mind.
Agreed.
And he was a CEO of an organization that had unbelievable success for 20 years.
And then it got so bad at the end that even they said, you can't chase Shula's record here. You had losing seasons in 3 of your last 4, and the rest of the NFL, the best sport in the world, said, we don't want you either, so much so that now he has to go interact with 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds at a college campus.
All right, I'm not going to say a guy that had that much success can't do it. Like, you just lose the ability to hire good people around you. They may not have been good elsewhere, but they were good with him. And now all of a sudden he's in a position at North Carolina where he's hiring people, and maybe he does flame out. I'm not sitting here saying I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to be entertained either way.
I said I'm fascinated, but I don't know that this is.
It's going to come down to leadership.
Yeah,
and can he provide the leadership for his staff? Hire the right people that can do all of the work that he's going to be out of touch with.
Phone calls, ticket text. This Belichick thing is happening. It's official. He is coaching in college for the first time in his career. At 73, he's going to North Carolina to build an NFL light program.
Have you seen the memes?
Yeah, I think you sent us one of them.
I sent you some. So
with him with binoculars?
Oh, yeah. He was obviously at the Combine, but it was, this will be him, on sorority row.
Oh, no, John.
No.
First day on campus, John. I showed Heather one yesterday, Rodney Dangerfield sitting in the hot tub. This is, him on day one. And they're unbelievable. So my roommate at Washington was a UNC grad. He was my roommate for 9 years. I had a chance to see him again because his son plays for Northwestern.
Yeah.
I was beating him up yesterday with every single meme I could find with Belichick going back to college.
He just wants his girlfriend to have more friends her age. It's 97.1.
Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you simply win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and any other information that you need right on the same page where you're going to place your bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today, and you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Never waste a hunch and make every single moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ticket, text, phone calls. Bill Belichick. It's officially happening. He's going the college route for the first time in his career. He's 73, and he'll coach North Carolina.
Should we not have seen this coming? I mean, really? Yeah.
Is that Bill? On Fraternity Row? Relating to the kids? Hit me up on Snapface.
Oh, we're going full old school. I mean, he might be Frank the Tank. This would be amazing.
Let's get some of your feedback. Kyle and Troy, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
How you doing, Kyle?
Oh, I can't complain. I'm out here delivering Amazon packages in the cold. But
be careful, man.
Be careful, yeah. Stay safe.
For sure. Just to the Bill Belichick point. I was listening to Rieger last night, and he was saying how he felt sad about Bill Belichick coming back to coach. And to my point, retirement is for people who feel like they've given all they have to give and they don't have any more. So if Bill Belichick got some more to give, blessings to be it unto him.
I 100% agree with you. And, I mean, he's a great football mind, right? And why not see if it works in college? You know, teach some of those young players the X's and O's of football.
For sure. Now, what I was really wondering about was why has nobody mentioned the the $1 billion alumni that North Carolina happens to have and what his influence may have been on this decision for North Carolina to go after Bill Belichick?
Who are you talking about?
Yeah.
Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, also a champion, very competitive guy, may want to see his school compete at football.
Has he been linked, or are you just kind of going, hey, one thing
you're connecting the dots?
Yeah.
It just with it being North Carolina and Michael Jordan being the competitive person that he is.
We'd be naive to believe he wasn't involved in some way, especially when you have to raise the kind of money to support what Belichick wants to do. Okay.
With NIL being what it is today, and who better to, you know, whose pockets better to tap than Michael Jordan's?
They absolutely do and should.
I would think, I mean, it would be more, I mean, wouldn't they have more NIL for basketball? I mean, that would be I think the number one thing. I'm not sure how much he even cares about football.
I think if this is going to work, it has to work immediately.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's any wiggle room because I just think all the noise comes in quick.
Well,
I don't doubt
ACC.
that it might work. I mean,
yeah.
Right. You know, I give North Carolina credit here. They're trying to alter their football program forever, maybe.
Outside the box.
You know, they have an opportunity to do it now, maybe because of money. It's just Exactly, Michael. Amen. Amen, brother.
No limitations. Okay. Again, I said I think I'm interested. I'm fascinated to see how it works. But this idea of like...
you're all in on it being a train wreck.
Well, because I think it will be.
100%. But that's what you want it to be.
I mean, is it really that ridiculous to suggest? I mean, again,
no,
the mystique of Belichick is not the reality of Belichick, and that's been a thing post-Brady for years. They didn't draft well. They didn't build a roster. The league doesn't want him. Like, I'm supposed to just suspend all disbelief because, like, it'd be fun? Be kind of cool and different if he was successful? Like, it does feel like he's got an uphill climb here.
Oh, there's no question. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but you're making it sound like he has no chance. I think there is a chance as long as he hires the right people around him, and you don't win. Okay, you win Super Bowls and you have a 20-year success because you have the best quarterback at the time. Mm-hmm. And now that's not going to be a run that he's going to be able to have. And I mean, he's not going to be around for 20 years anyway. What's the goal of his? 5 years? Let's see what I can do in 5 years. I mean, I think that's real, that he could be around for 5 years.
Texter says he's doing this for his son. Wants to get his son on staff, set his son up to be a head coach. That's what a lot of people have speculated.
Yeah.
This one says, curious, does his girlfriend get a full ride at North Carolina in the deal? That's Roscoe and Goodrich.
Well, I mean, I don't know. She could be one of the cheerleaders, right?
Oh, God.
I mean.
This one says he's going to have to keep an eye out. His players may be eyeing his girlfriend.
Oh, boy.
Those jokes
write
themselves.
Don't have the recruiting class over to the house.
Alrighty then.
How you doing?
Get to the Thursday touchdown. First, Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
It's just so disturbing. Like, it just like, I just like kind of twitch when
it's
you
very
say these
uncomfortable.
things. It's awkward and uncomfortable.
It makes me laugh even more.
Oh, gross. The Lions fan, you guys, that got into it on the field with Matt LaFleur before the Packers game last Thursday.
Yeah.
He's had his season tickets revoked.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So Fahad Yusuf and his wife, they were down on the field. They were going to carry the flag for the anthem.
Wife is mad.
I mean, I would imagine he's mad too. Of course, he was observed exchanging some words and some hand gestures there with LaFleur. And we know he was told to leave the game at halftime. He was no longer able to carry the flag, had to go back to his seats, then at halftime had to leave the game, right? Well, he has said, yes, he maybe took his actions a little too far. He was very amped up, but it was all in supposedly good fun, right? Well, This week he did receive a message from the Lions informing him that his season tickets were revoked. And it basically said that at this time, this is in his email, your season tickets have been revoked and your eligibility to become a Lions loyal member, which is a season ticket holder, has been suspended indefinitely.
Oh, ouch.
Do you like that they did this? Because I don't.
Well,
I understand he knows he screwed up. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Revoke his season tickets over this?
Well, I mean, if he had come out and said, whether he had thought it or not, instead of, I probably took it too far, instead of, maybe if he said, hey, this is something that I shouldn't have done, I'm sorry. If he maybe had said those two words, maybe it wouldn't have got to this point. I don't know.
I don't know if an apology would have changed their decision or not, because there was also in the letter about how violated their policies and things like that. So poor guy, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call him a poor guy, but yeah,
it does suck.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it does.
All right. Well, I know we're going to get into this a little further later, but I'm going to bring it up right now. After Michigan won its fourth straight game against Ohio State, there is now an Ohio lawmaker that wants to make it a felony, you guys, to plant a flag on a football field. So on
Not
Tuesday,
just any football field, it's only that one.
It is. So on Tuesday, there was this Ohio lawmaker introduced a bill called the Ohio Sportsmanship Act that would prohibit planting a flagpole and flag in the center of Ohio Stadium football field on the day of a college football game, okay? And violating this bill would be a 5th-degree felony, punishable by 6 to 12 months behind bars and
that's
pepper spray to the face.
Yes, and a $2,500 fine.
So obviously the workaround is you just don't do it in the middle of the field. Do it in the end zone.
It's true. It does say center.
Right.
The bills does say center of the field.
Which this is just a PR stunt for this dude. I'm trying to be very careful.
Diplomatic.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's projected that a record number of travelers will be driving 50 miles or more during the holiday season. People are getting out there this year. AAA predicts 119.3 million people will be traveling more than 50 miles starting from December 21st through January 1st. And that's 3 million more than last year. Lots more.
Wow.
And 64,000 more than 2019. So more than pre-pandemic levels. People are getting back out there. Nearly 90% of those travelers will be driving. But the air travel passengers are still setting a record as well. So this is crazy. So they've created a whole list of like the best and worst times to travel if you're hitting the road, especially if you're maybe leaving the state or not, because it doesn't go into specifics in Michigan. But basically between Monday, the 23rd, and then New Year's Day, whatever. Go online and look at the busiest days because you can avoid them. You can also avoid them if you travel on like Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day.
Oh, the actual days are better.
Those days are better, but they're also more expensive to fly on those days. So you're going to pay more, but you're not going to have as much traffic, even on the roads, I believe. So check it out. There's a whole list so you can avoid the madness.
Best you can. Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Thursday Touchdown. It's 97.1. Dive into the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. Sounds good right about now. You're driving around in this. Wouldn't it be much better to have your feet kicked up, to be lounging by the pool, Circa Resort and Casino, where you can watch all the big games at a viewing experience that's built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels, a perfect view of a massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Stadium Swim, where it's currently not snowing. America's favorite place to watch all the big games, swim up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls. You got a nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot with the cozy day beds. They've got private cabanas. Lounge at the center of the action, but reserve your place today. Start making plans. Get out of the cold. Maybe make a plan for hoops coming up in March. Whatever the case is, you want to make sure you get your plans set. 365 days of sports poolside, Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. That's Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. Let's do it. Thursday touchdown.
All right, boys. Michigan will play Alabama in the ReliaQuest Bowl on New Year's Eve in Tampa. From the logo perspective, this is one of the better non-playoff bowl games. What non-playoff bowl game are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I think this is hard to pick one because I'm not going to pick Michigan, Alabama. I'm going to go with one that's kind of off the reservation, and I don't know, Jim, where you're going to go with this. Independence Bowl, Army versus Marshall. And everybody would say, well, why Army versus Marshall? Nobody really cares about either of those teams other than Marshall being the Thundering Herd. But Charlie Huff has been a quote machine this year when they played Ohio State, right? It was, hey, lifetime supply of biscuits from this, whatever the name of the restaurant
Tudor's
was.
Biscuits.
Yeah, Tudor's Biscuits, yeah. Which
the fact that I remember that.
Right, yeah. Again, quote machine. But when he left to go to, I think it was Southern Miss?
Yes.
There is some reports that his entire team is going to enter the transfer portal. And so I'm not even sure. I mean, is this game even going to happen if they all enter the transfer portal? And if it does happen, I mean, are the top 30 guys have they already entered the portal? Like, I don't know.
So the spectacle of it.
The spectacle of it, yeah. So if you were looking for a spectacle, Independence Bowl, Army, Marshall.
I'll give what I think is a more traditional answer of what you're looking for, Tom. Alamo Bowl. Deion Sanders has said Shedeur and Travis Hunter are going to play in that game. I could see the Heisman Trophy winner against a 10-win BYU team, ranked on ranked. Give me the Alamo Bowl.
And the uniqueness of this, it's a Big 12 matchup. Same conference, yet they didn't play in the regular season.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that one too. The thing is, if either one of them gets hurt, the criticism will be ridiculous. It'd be a great topic during the holidays. All right, college football playoff begins with one game on December 20th. That's just over a week away, and then a triple header on December 21st. Which road team has the best chance to win their first-round playoff game?
I'm going to go with Tennessee. There are some, including Kirk Herbstreit, who have speculated that it is not a home field advantage for Ohio State to be playing in front of their fans right now. They are unhappy. Mm-hmm. And then you get to the football of it all. Tennessee can run the football. They can follow the Michigan blueprint and bludgeon Ohio State.
I agree. Tennessee over Ohio State. And it's not going to be about what Tennessee does. This is what Ryan Day's got to figure out. Like, Ohio State doesn't have to run the ball. They don't have to match or try to be tough. Their toughness can be in throwing 80-yard bombs and watching guys dance in the end zone. If they get back to that, then Ohio State can win this game. If not, Tennessee, I think Tennessee can beat Ohio State.
All right, the Georgia Tech 8-overtime game on Black Friday foreshadowed college football sitting on a ticking time bomb. I can live with the college OT rules, a 2-point conversion thing in the regular season, but I can't in the playoff. Does college football need to institute NFL playoff OT rules for their playoff?
If we ever get a national champion that is decided by a 2-point conversion, a dueling one-play drives, it's going to be an abomination. And I think that they should go to the NFL model for the playoffs. I think they should go to the NFL model for all regular season games, but don't stop with, hey, if you after 10 minutes it's tied. First of all, in the playoffs, why is it 10 minutes and not 15? Like, does it really matter what the time limit is? Because you're going to go till you have a winner, but it needs to be actually playing the game of football.
You would never end a Stanley Cup with a shootout. You should never end a college football playoff game or national title with alternating 2-point conversions. I like what they used to do, possessions from the 25, but I'd move it back to the 35, and I just have them go alternating possessions until someone wins. It's the national title. Make it a battle of attrition.
Like, it's hard to believe that this is in place.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it happens, because it will until they change it, it's going to be unbelievable.
It's college football, and you just kind of throw your hands up and say, I have no idea what they're doing.
It's like politics. Let's move on to the Lions. Fun question to start. Nobody cares about the game, but how many Lions will make the Pro Bowl?
Okay, this is important phrasing. None of them will play in the Pro Bowl because they'll be in the Super Bowl. But I'll give you the guys who will be named but won't be able to play. Goff, Gibbs, St. Brown, Ragnow, Zeitler, Sewell, Joseph, Branch, Campbell, and McNeil. Miss anybody? And now, by the way, I don't think you could. There's no argument on those guys.
Campbell,
top 10 linebacker, PFF. He stepped up in the middle linebacker spot.
Top 10 linebacker, but I'm not sure that there's two guys. I got everybody on your list.
Okay.
And there's two guys that I think could be Pro Bowlers, but might not because of performances by other guys around the NFC. And it's Jack Campbell and Carlton Davis. Carlton Davis is kind of the same thing, where he is great. And over no matter where you look, what site you use over the past 6 weeks, he is the highest graded corner.
All right. I love this one. John had something pop up in his Twitter feed yesterday. And, I'm not on social media for quite a few reasons, but this is the reason I need to be, because I love where people went with this. And this thing that popped up in his feed had to do with the Lions on draft night drafting Jahmyr Gibbs. Brad Holmes was crucified on this feed for drafting a running back at 12. Is Sonic the single biggest receipt that Holmes can cash, or is it something else?
Well, if you go back and look at some of these posts, it is that's a rabbit hole you could go down forever and ever, because it is what is Lions are going to Lions, Brad Holmes, what is he doing has no idea. Like, that is the tenor of that.
They could have got him at 34. That was my favorite one.
They could have got him at, yeah. I know. It's and we were not big fans of it on the station. I know, Jim, you were on at the time.
I was on that night taking those phone calls, and I was puzzled because running backs have the shortest shelf life of any position.
Yeah.
But hell if it hasn't worked out, right?
Right. That's not his biggest receipt to hold on to. His biggest receipt to hold on to is Jared Goff. And I think it will always be Jared Goff, because there were a lot of people, some of them sitting in this room, that thought he was at best a bridge. And now he's in the MVP conversation. And he is a guy that is going to take him to the Super Bowl, is going to win a Super Bowl, and nobody thought Jared Goff could ever do that, even though he's been to the Super Bowl before.
Before you answer, Jim, I just want to say about Goff, does he have to win a Super Bowl for that receipt to be cashed? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes. And I think for Gibbs, truly cash that receipt, he probably has to get a second contract, right? Otherwise, cool, you drafted a firework, he burned bright, and then he's gone in 4 or 5 years. For it to truly be a franchise pick that you made in the first round.
I'm okay with a franchise pick, especially with the contracts that have been handed out. And at some point, you're going to have to let a good player go. A running back is, and I love Gibbs, and I don't want to ever see him wear another jersey, but there is an expiration date for running backs, and if that's when you got to let go, I don't think he has to get a second contract to cash that receipt.
All right, the Super Bowl odds for the Lions are now at plus 270. And I'm going to tell you what, guys, when you drop below plus 300, that's some serious odds in your favor. I'm convinced I might never see a better chance for the Lions to get to the Super Bowl. We'll never see better odds again. We may never see them go 12-1 again, at least in my lifetime. Don't the Lions have to close the deal and win it all this year?
Yes, you could lose both coordinators. NFL stands for not for long. Roster turnover every 3 or 4 years. It's not a 1-year window, but this is going to be the best chance they have.
Yes, they need to win it all this year because they're the best team. You might lose coordinators, but really good head coaches find ways to hire other coordinators and still be good. The roster is young enough. I don't think this is the only time that we see Super Bowl odds at this time of the year in the favor of the Lions. I think this is going to be a run. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs have won their division 9 years in a row. We saw what the New England Patriots did for 2 decades. Now, I don't expect a 2-decade run, but I do expect that we will be here again. There's a lot of variables into the 12-1. Maybe we don't see 12-1, but I do see Super Bowl odds being here again. We're talking about this with the injuries we had. If we get a season where they have Aiden Hutchinson, those odds are going to be even better.
Wow, John, I get what you're saying from the whole they can win multiples potentially, because next year they're going to be able to run this back almost with the same roster. Coordinators will be huge in that. We'll get to them in a second. But I'm telling you what, I know plus 270 is extremely low. I would argue that the Chiefs never reached that in the regular season during the Mahomes era.
But there's a lot of other factors that play into this as well. The Chiefs aren't what we normally know of the Chiefs. The Bills, and we'll get into them a little bit later.
But they're terrified in Vegas that the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl, and that's why it's this low.
Sure.
All right, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn will be hot coaching candidates in the offseason. What jobs would you advise Johnson and Glenn to turn down because of the situation?
Number one would be the Jets. That is an absolute dumpster fire, and you have no idea what you're going to do with the quarterback position. The other one would be right across the town, the Giants. Like, I think both of those. Part of it is you have no prospects for a starting quarterback, and there's not one in this year's. Even if the Giants have the number 1 overall pick, I don't know that Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward or anybody else is going to be at a level where you can build around.
Is Shedeur Sanders a better prospect than J.J. McCarthy?
He's a better athlete. I don't know I don't know. But
I think the Giants is an interesting job. Because you have so much flexibility.
But I would tell both those guys I wouldn't want to take that job because of the environment that you're in.
2 jobs: Jets and Browns. Browns isn't open, but I mean, there's speculation it may be, and that's a spot I don't think you can turn it around really quickly because of the Deshaun Watson contract. You don't have really the ability to make a difference at quarterback.
Yeah, plus you have to live in Ohio.
You know what I think appealing job is potentially is the Raiders. Because of the Brady ownership.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't answer who my Holmes receipt was.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
St. Brown. That's a day 3 pick, all-pro, long-term franchise player. As of right now. Now, Goff could win the Super Bowl. Gibbs could go on to have the greatest rushing career of all time. But right now, I would say it's St. Brown.
Yeah, but that one, I mean, okay, yeah, he's overperformed his draft status.
Significantly.
But nobody was sitting there going, oh, you took Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round? This is a terrible pick.
Like, if they actually win the Super Bowl, I want our station to have a promotional event and invite Brad Holmes out to cash the receipts. It's like a private thing where, like, certain Lions fans are invited, an exclusive event. You can just get up there and talk and brag for, like, an hour.
It's the spin-off.
It'd be a great event.
The spin-off podcast from Cash the Ticket. Cash the receipt.
Yeah. So it's like a reverse roast.
Yeah. Yes.
He roasts everybody else.
He roasts all the Valenti's there, and he's sitting in the hot seat getting roasted. Actually, Mike's been pretty... complimentary.
No, I'd be in the hot seat. You didn't think Goff was the franchise guy? You didn't like Gibbs on draft night?
Yeah. How you like me now?
And that is the Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1.
Hey, are you searching for the perfect holiday gift for friends and family? Give the gift of unforgettable experiences with the YMCA. Y gift certificates are available at all 7 Metro Detroit locations and can be used for individual and family memberships, personal training sessions, swim lessons, access to wellness centers, youth sports, and even overnight and day summer camps. This holiday season, choose the timeless gift of fun, fitness, and community at the Y. Visit ymcadetroit.org or stop by any Metro Detroit YMCA location to share the joy of health and connection.
the feeling of Christmas.
There we go.
Children laughing, people happen. Smile after smile, every street corner.
This suits you.
Silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city.
And there we go. We are into Christmas karaoke season here on 97.1 The
Love
Ticket.
Christmas music, especially the old ones.
Great time of year. There are some drawbacks this time of year, and we'll get to that at 8:02. But let's make fun of Ohio right now.
Oh, please.
This is on a tee. I sent this to you and Tom after the show. My only regret is we didn't get to talk about this yesterday. John, Ohio lawmaker wants to make flag planting a felony.
Of course. He must be up for re-election.
Ohio State Rep. Josh Williams introduced the OHIO Sportsmanship Act on Tuesday. The act would make it a felony offense to plant a flag at the center of Ohio Stadium. And Heather mentioned this in her news. But John, you start and we'll open up the phone lines. The jokes write themselves.
It certainly does. Does he have a coaching background at all? Because maybe he would like to be the next head coach of the Ohio State. Because this is he's pandering to all of his petulant constituents.
Good use of the word petulant.
Yes, I know. I put that in my prep yesterday. He's a pandering politician, and it knows that this is going to go nowhere. Especially when you look at the details. It's only in the stadium that's shaped like a toilet bowl, and it has to be right in the middle of it. Like you could plant it in the end zones, you just can't do it in the middle. And it's a felony. Are you kidding me? I mean, what's next? Are we supposed to respond here in the state of Michigan that every time a Buckeye player walks out of the stadium, up the tunnel, and flips off the crowd, that's going to be a felony now as well? Like, come on.
Yeah, the OHIO should have been the SOFT policy.
Yes.
There's nothing softer than this. You lost. It sucks. Losing sucks. We all understand that. You have to own it. You have to accept it. Like, the other team wins, they plant the flag. I said it at the time. I have no issue with flag planting. Is it a little disrespectful? Yes, it's also part of a rivalry. And if you don't want to be disrespected on your field, play better. That's the answer. If Ohio State never wants the flag planted at their field, they can simply beat the opponent, defend their field, and then no losing team is going to plant the flag. Only a winning team is going to plant the flag. So stop them from winning.
I'm curious, and what was the response from his constituents? Like, this is embarrassing. Like, are you really? This is now going to be a national story that you're doing this, and I think it kind of had, like, I don't even remember the guys. Actually, I do remember his name because I had a teammate that was named, had the same name, Josh Williams. Josh Williams was defensive lineman. Now lives back here. His daughter's a hell of a basketball player. Not the same Josh Williams that this is down in Ohio.
Some of the comments following this announcement. Make it a felony to lose to Michigan, and it's a picture of Ryan Day.
Yeah.
That was quick, and it's a mugshot of Baker Mayfield. Just a ton of response mocking Ohio State for this. This one says, this is a violation of the 5th and 14th Amendment since Michigan owns the horseshoe. It's our property. We'll do with it what we wish.
Trespassing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, we're not allowing you in our stadium anymore.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous, and they're getting dunked on, and this guy's getting dunked on, and rightfully so. But like this exists because of the mentality of the people of Ohio. This is one of their own. This is one of their elected members of representation that feels this way, and it is the attitude that has caused them to slide.
You know, we happen to just have a guy walk in the studio that is
a native Ohioan?
Native of Ohio, and I know you made the choice to move north of the border. And
wise.
Yeah.
So that's points for Chris Villar.
Your thoughts when you saw a politician south of the border say that he was presenting a bill that it would be a felony to plant a flag, not anywhere, but just simply at the 50-yard line in the center of Ohio Stadium.
One dumb politician who wants some time in the spotlight. Cool. There's nobody I know who's an Ohio State fan who is in support of the idiocy. I mean, what he puts.
They didn't look at this and go, "This is stupid. This makes us look even worse."
This is like the dumb cousin in your family that does something like, "Man, he's looking at all of us look bad. Like, what are you doing, kid?"
It's cousin Eddie.
It's one stupid guy. Like, why does everyone think that this is like Ohio State wanting to do that? Well,
the entire team.
It's an entire state of them.
The entire team got butthurt by it, allegedly. We lost. But look what they're doing. They show more energy in that than they did in the game.
Yeah, I blame Ryan Day more than the players,
first one to sign the petition was Jack Sawyer.
So, yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to say that the Ohio State players didn't put a lot of energy into that game. I think Ryan Day took the energy out of them. Yeah. I don't blame the players. They had heart.
Well, they were the ones on the field.
I've got the win to this.
Yeah?
I think we should save it for after the update.
Okay. Oh, a little payoff. Okay. Let's get to Falar. It's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Speaking of flags, apparently the Lions flag bearer who got into a confrontation with Packers players and coaches ahead of the last Thursday's game has reportedly had his season tickets taken away for the incident. MLive states that the team contacted the Lions loyal member, revoked his seats, and suspended his ability to buy them again indefinitely. Matt LaFleur said the fan was on the field talking trash to his players and gave a throat-slashing sign before confronting him. Pistons and Red Wings back in action tonight after days away. Detroit hockey hoping to build on their Monday win in Buffalo, although head coach Derek Lalonde is trying to put their entire game together. Sebastian Cossa is back in Grand Rapids after his debut win. Cam Talbot appears good to go for tonight in Philly. The Tigers hoping to focus on their young core of players again, more than anything for 2025. Their president and GM spoke to beat reporters in Dallas, say they're continuing to explore upgrade options, but growth from within is definitely a major priority. MLB's Mark Feinsand says that the Tigers are definitely in the mix for Houston Slugger Alex Bregman, as are the Astros, Red Sox, and Yankees, although reports out of Boston is that they are divided on the 30-year-old third baseman. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Falar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Be safe this morning out there on the roads. Get into work in one piece. Get the kids where they need to be in one piece. Not great for us on the way in, but we made it here.
No, it was, when I left Plymouth, it was basically a whiteout. Some of it was just the wind blowing around. So just be careful out there. Take your time. Get where you're going safely. And if you're late, you're late.
7:35 this morning, you have a statement about the Lions, and you want to know if it's crazy or not.
Yeah.
Feels like really nothing's crazy at this point with this football team, but we will put that to the test at 7:35. We've been talking about this Ohio politician who wants to make it a felony to plant a flag at Ohio State because God forbid someone rubs it in their face when they lose.
I mean, if I was a player at Ohio State, I would be even more embarrassed that they keep bringing this story up. Like, this happened. Can we please let it go away? It'll come back up next year, and it's going to be a conversation that we talk about for 4 in a row. We were heavily favored. We didn't win, and now you keep bringing it up.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody's going to pull this, you do it the day after the game. Like, why is this coming up now?
Right.
They're so butthurt.
So amazing. I'm enjoying every minute
the level
of it.
I'm not quite
obviously.
sure I've seen this level of butthurtness in like major college or professional sports in quite a while.
I think it reemphasizes the fact that this was in the rivalry of that game. This was the biggest upset in the history of that rivalry because it keeps going and going, and it is. I'm here for all of it.
You said you had a solution to this, Tom?
Yes, there's a loophole.
Oh,
when Michigan wins down there in 2 years, they should plant the banner that they run out under.
Well, now, okay. It's not a flag. Flag material.
It's a banner. It has 2 poles.
You get get lawyers involved, and I'm sure. But I think the easy way around it is just not do it at the 50-yard. Don't do it in the center. You can do it. There's 100 yards that you get to pick from. 99 yards. You just can't pick that one.
See, I would plan it like in that one of the end zones where the most like Michigan fans are sitting. I'd plan it like in the corner, and that would be awesome. How awesome would that be?
Oh yeah, no. You pick the end zone where the student section is, and you go right down there. Yeah. Oh, come on, students. Yeah. You go right down there and you plant it in the end zone. That's what you do. And I wouldn't do it myself. And I keep looking at the video and the still images, and it doesn't sit well with me. But to take it this far and say we're gonna vote on this bill, with all of the stuff that is going on in every single state or around this country, this is what you have spent your time. Your staff has typed this up. They've gone through all the legalities of it, and we're going to debate this on the floor. I mean, they're only there for, I think I read another week. I think there are more pressing issues than coming up and trying to solve this problem.
John, you were right when you said this. This is pandering. This is PR. But it's also bad PR. That's what I don't get about it. Is it just makes them look so weak and fragile. As a ticket texter puts it, I'm a criminal defense attorney. This is worse than watching my son's tantrum when he loses a game of Go Fish. It's embarrassing for Ohio. This is effectively a tantrum that has gone on for weeks.
I know.
Guys, we are familiar with sports. There's winners and losers. And when you lose, you pick yourself up, right? The Lions lost the NFC Championship game. You got to pick yourself back up. You have to learn from it. Ohio State has lost 4 in a row to Michigan. They are not learning from it. They are only getting more fragile and weak, which, if you're a Wolverine fan, eat it up. I mean, this is beautiful. But, remember, go all the way back. The passing of the baton in the NBA. Right, the Pistons had to lose before they could win, right? And then the Bulls would pick up the baton. You have to lose and then learn how to win. Ohio State isn't interested in learning how to win. They just want to whine and complain because Michigan rubbed it in.
I'm not sure what is better, the meme of Ryan Day on the field standing there with a blank stare on his face, mouthing the words "What happened," or a politician extending the state of Michigan's enjoyment, and beating Ohio State is something that has unified fan bases. I've had Spartans come up and talk about how much they enjoyed that game and watching Ryan Day squirm and watching him panic and watching him with that lifeless face, whisper the words, "What just happened?" And everyone around the country, hey, nice job. That was so much fun. And they keep extending it. They keep making us celebrate that day after day, week after week.
You're right. It's the opposite effect of what they're trying to do.
Yes.
The Buckeye fan on Ticket Text says, I find this embarrassing. Lose and move on. Gary in Roseville.
Yes.
Another person says, I have no problem with the flag planting. It goes to the pageantry and the entertainment of sports. Football, it's our last bastion of modern-day gladiators going into battle, planting the flag at the end when you're victorious. Texture says, nobody in Ohio agrees or cares about this bill. Doesn't mean flag planting isn't disrespectful or Bush League. Michigan fans and players should show the class that they love to self-proclaim they have. Every time there's an after-game issue, it's always them. Penn State, MSU, Ohio State, the common denominator is Michigan.
Well, I mean, they're not the only ones that planted the flag on, rivalry weekend. So it's not just Michigan. And I don't disagree. It's not something that I would do, not necessarily something I would support, but it happened and they can't let it go.
By the way, reviews are in on your singing. Christmas karaoke.
Well, did it make them change the channel?
Can John sing at my wedding? So soothing.
All right.
Chris in Alaska.
Yeah. If you want Christmas music, sure.
John, you need to put out a Christmas album. Jesse in Detroit.
Yeah, you want to talk about auto-tune. That's going to be working overtime.
Then one says, John, please don't quit your day job.
Yes. Nope. No plans on that anytime in the near future. But thank you.
Little side hustle Christmas album. You never know, guys.
We'll see. Maybe we'll put out a 97 one and See if we get.
Oh, that would be great.
Heather.
Oh no,
with a little bit of a solo in there.
I'll just be like the little background. Like just you sing, and I'll just do the little
playing the tambourine.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yes. Yeah.
We should do this. Seriously, you should. Jansen's greatest holiday hits, and we all can make little cameos.
Okay. Yeah, well,
like when me and Jim sing "Free." Remember that?
Yes. We would have to only be in there in spurts. We could not carry this album.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're a little bit close for that this year, but maybe we'll think about it for next year.
2025. The 25 Days of Christmas in 2025. Mm-hmm. A song a day from John Jansen. Maybe. That might be too much. Well, let's not get carried away. Okay. And you would stick to the classics. No Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You on the Jansen album.
No. I mean, I could do it better, but no.
You could do it better than Mariah.
Could. Yeah. Anybody could. Nails on a chalkboard.
On Ohio State. I heard Sharman is trying to make it a felony to be softer than they are. Jake and Howell. Yeah, we could send in ridiculous things that you want to be felonies, because that's what this is.
Oh my goodness! Yes, yeah. What else could be a felony? It just are they going to say, hey, wearing maize and blue?
Sure.
Once you go south of the border,
winged helmets.
I sent you guys that meme. I think I was on my way down on Friday. It's that you are now entering Ohio, and what if you need to take a look at the life choices that have led you to get to this point. Yeah.
John, what if they make running the ball too hard a felony? Like, you're not allowed to push people around in the run game. That's a felony. That would really impact Michigan.
Yes.
Tackling too hard.
Mm-hmm. Anytime an offensive lineman drives you more than 2 yards off the ball, that's assault and battery.
Yeah.
Calling a timeout to then punt the ball. Waste of a timeout. I see coaches do it too often. Think they've been scaled back on a little bit on this, though.
Oh, you have like a real one?
Yeah.
That you don't want to see anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that could be a felony. Yeah. Or, under 2 minutes, you have 12 men on the field. I guess that's counterproductive for them.
Oh, they literally just did that. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah. Coach, sorry, you can't coach the rest of the game.
They actually welcome that.
Yeah, is judge and jury going to be? Is it going to be the old vet where you have a judge on call in the stadium to handle all situations at the time? I mean, is this going to be one that on Saturday at 3:45 they're going to try and find 12 individual peers?
John, we have a couple immediate ticket texts calling you out on something you just said recently. John is such a liar. No Spartan fan enjoyed watching Michigan win. Give me a break. That's Brendan and Fenton. And another one said, no true Spartan would root for Michigan over the Buckeyes.
No. I'm not saying they were rooting for Michigan. I'm saying that they enjoyed watching the demise of Ohio State.
I experienced this too. Now, I agree most Spartan fans were not
No. They were not cheering for Michigan.
But there was a healthy respect from a few Spartans I know that kind of like, you know what? Nice job down there.
Yeah.
I still hate you, but nice job.
No, yeah, that's always, we hate you. But, God, it was fun to watch Ryan Day.
It's just amazing to me how, why this reaction? Was it because of the, I know that they were the biggest favorite in the long time in the rivalry.
Yeah.
And it was a big upset. Don't get me wrong. Is it the cheating thing? Because it took it away.
What do you mean? Oh, because this one, there's not even a
You were beating us because you were cheating.
And now they can't say that.
And then you beat them with your worst team and you weren't cheating, allegedly.
Yeah, I think they had a coronation planned. Like, John, you were there. They had that one. They had it zeroed in. They were going to have this moment, this party. They were going to have it at your expense. And instead, it was a continuation of their soft on-field and off-field persona that got exposed for all to see.
And I think I may have, I don't know if I asked the question here, maybe it was off air. I was wondering if, they were, the number 2 team in the country at the time, and Michigan's unranked. They're 19.5-point favorites.
With a 1-point loss to Oregon.
Right, and having lost 3 years in a row, if they had won that game, was the crowd going to rush the field when they were 19-point favorites?
Oh, I think that's fair game once, it's a rivalry. let it out. Michigan had owned it. Who cares that the team is down? I mean, I just felt like this game was 96 all over again, the one you played in. I truly believe it was deja vu in some ways. A game is not going to be duplicated. I enjoyed 96 as a fan when I was younger better than 95. And 95 was a Bianca Batuka win.
Right.
But 96.
It was down there, and it was literally ugly. Almost the same score, right? 13-9 versus 13-10.
Right.
Yeah.
Rapid fire ticket text here. Should be a felony. Too much beard dye. Automatically, Matt in Dundee.
I'm just curious, should it be a felony to be inbred? All right, sorry.
Yeah.
Losing at home as a 20-point favorite is felonious on Ohio State.
Felonious, erroneous.
It's a felony to impersonate a football team. Ouch. All right, John has a question about this game with the Lions. Is it crazy, the statement he's going to make at 7:35? 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. Moran Chevrolet is closing out 2024 with awesome pricing all month long. It's their Red Tag sales event. So get off the sidelines and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Equinox EV for $119 a month. 24 months, $999 down. Who's getting a car payment for $119 a month? Moran Chevrolet, where you can get the best price, period. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com. That's MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. It definitely looks like Christmas outside.
Yep.
We're going to talk about the holiday at 8:02.
'Tis the season.
7:35. John with a statement about the Lions, and we want to know if it's crazy or not. Tonight, we have Thursday Night Football. And I want you to answer this question from the perspective of a Lions fan, John. Who would you rather see in the playoffs? The Niners or the Rams? Because this is a big game for both of them. It's kind of now or never. Are you going to make a push for a wild card of the division?
So this is tough because we're going to see both teams in the regular season. We've already dispatched of the Rams. And the Niners we'll see in a couple of weeks out there, and we'll get a chance to right a wrong from last season. Now, ultimately, the results of that game, if the Lions go out there and win, it's not going to feel anywhere close to where it should feel in terms of righting a wrong, but that'll come in the playoffs. So if you want to see the Niners and knock them out because they did it to you last year, I get it. And if you want to see the Rams because you just want to beat Stafford again, or you want to the Goff Stafford dynamic, McVay, and you couldn't have two more opposite personalities between McVay and Dan Campbell. I mean, like that could be it as well. I think it would be more worrisome this year to be playing the Rams in the playoffs than it would be the Niners. Niners, they're not going to get Ayuk back. They're not going to get Christian McCaffrey back. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if you even see Trent Williams again this year. He's been out, and what happened to him and his family is horrific. And I think about him and his family almost on a daily basis because of what they have gone through, losing, twins. It's just unbelievable. So I don't know that he's back. If you say which team would you rather play, I'd rather play San Francisco because they are depleted. They're a team with little confidence. And I'm not sure with all of the injuries and the drama going into the season and everything that they've faced, mentally, do they even want to extend their season? Like, I'm not going to question the want to on a game day. Like, they're going to show up and every guy is going to play their hearts out and try and win. But when the season's over, there's going to be a kind of a sigh of relief, like, okay, let's put this year behind us. Let's regroup and go to next year. And so, I mean, if I had to face a team in the playoffs, I'd rather face San Francisco.
The path for them to get in is their division or the final wild card spot. And both of them have work to do as of right now. Neither of them are in the playoffs today. And I think you're right. The answer is obviously you'd rather face the Niners. The Rams, I think that offense, it's dangerous. They played Detroit to overtime in the opener this year. I would expect Detroit to beat either team, but I think the least threatening would be the Niners. Plus, for this team to have a chance to face the Niners in the playoffs, they would eat that up. So I guess go Niners tonight, right?
Yeah, I mean because if the Niners win, it may effectively knock out both teams because it makes it a long road for the Rams to be able to make it. And it doesn't do a whole lot for the Niners because they are right now 6-7. They're down the list.
They wouldn't be eliminated, but I mean, come on, at that point,
right? But even if they get to 7-7, I mean, they're basically in a position where they're going to have to almost win out. Yeah. And we all know that we're going to play they have to play the Lions.
Exactly. We'll get to your question about the Lions and whether it's crazy or not. First, Heather with the news.
Well, the gun allegedly found on Luigi Mangioni's possession when he was arrested on Monday has been forensically tested, and police have confirmed that the gun matched shell casings found at the scene of the shooting. Police also revealed on Wednesday that his fingerprints matched prints that were found on a water bottle and also on a snack wrapper, like a wrapper found at the scene. So there's some evidence there mounting. Yes. Of course, he has been charged with murder in the shooting death of Brian Thompson. A judge on Tuesday ordered him to remain behind bars, not allowing him to post bail. It's so crazy. Reading comments on social media and watching everything unfold because he has a big following of supporters.
Well, there's always weirdos that fall in love with people that are in prison or have been mass murderers, and I mean they get married. Like
that's true.
There's weirdos out there, and we all know this is, and it's been highlighted over the past 4.5 years. There are just people that you just can't understand why they would support something like this.
Well, I think there is some of that. They think he's hot, so they romanticize him. But
there's people who are very attracted to him.
But there's the other layer of this.
There's another
where people support it.
Well, people look at it, and I'm not saying that I agree with this, but I've seen a lot of this groundswell on the internet where they say, well, this guy was at a company that essentially murdered people by denying them coverage at their most vulnerable. So people who have been in that spot, lost a family member, have had a hard time with the healthcare system, they look at this guy like almost like a vigilante hero to them.
They do.
There's a lot of mental gymnastics that you got to jump through to that. And for anybody that's lost a family member, and this is, and you point to this, I get your emotion, and I get the fact that you can go through those mental gymnastics to get there, but the amount of people that are trying to support this individual is mind-blowing, and it's disturbing.
I agree with you. Let's talk about Fahad Yusuf. You've heard his name. He is the Lions fan that got into it down on the field before the Packers game last Thursday with Matt LaFleur, right? Exchanged some words, exchanged some hand signals. And, of course, Matt LaFleur was not happy about this, right? He's voiced out how he did not like this. And during the game, he lost his privilege to, carry the flag during the anthem, had to go back to his seat. Then he was told, you know what? You got to leave the game. Halftime's here. You're out of here. And at the time, he had kind of said, I think there's been no other word from the Lions organization about any other type of repercussions, right? Well, unfortunately now time has come and he has heard from the Lions, and they have informed him that his season tickets have been revoked. And he will never be able to become a Lions season ticket holder again.
Is he able to buy tickets to go to games separate from being a season ticket holder? I don't know. I mean, I understand. I understand the NFL's policies. He crossed the line. He knew he crossed the line. I think I understood him being kicked out of the game. I think it was weird that he got to go back to his seat for the first half. It seemed like maybe they weren't all on the same page when this happened. But for him, big Lions fan, to never be able to go back, that feels extreme. Well, that doesn't feel like the punishment fits the crime, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the halftime, maybe it took him that long to figure out where he was.
Sure.
Yeah,
a lot going on a game day.
Yeah, that's for sure. A Detroit police officer was injured after being dragged by a fleeing vehicle. So there was a really chaotic scene that unfolded on Detroit's west side. This happened on Tuesday night. Shots were fired, and this officer was dragged by a car. So an officer went to see what some young men were up to, obviously in a vehicle, and the people in the car fled the scene, right? That officer then got pulled along, injured, had to be taken to the hospital, and the other officers that were also on the scene, that's when they opened fire. And here's the assistant police chief, Charles Fitzgerald, kind of discussing the situation. And they also did find the passengers in that vehicle. One of them, an 18-year-old believed to be the driver, was shot multiple times, was taken to the hospital as well in critical condition. The other passenger in the car, 17 years old, has turned themselves into police as well. Of course, now the parents are speaking out, and they say this should never have happened in the first place. The father of the passenger says that he believes the shots were fired prior to the teens even leaving or driving away. So obviously there's a lot to unpack, and an investigation is ongoing.
Mm-hmm. It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
So, Heather, is that you in the back frown?
Yes, that's me. Yes. And I'll kind of sway side to side.
So we got to have a video component of this album as well.
That is exactly what I would do.
Actually, for this song, it's Strahan in the background.
Yes. Yeah. All I want for Christmas is get that gap in my teeth closed. Yeah.
The gap that you gave him.
Yeah. You're welcome.
John, we're looking ahead to the Lions and the Bills, and you said something off air. And I want you to say it on air, and I want to know if people think this is crazy or not.
Well, I much like I did last week when we were talking about that game against the Packers, and it was, do you hope to win or do you expect to win? I went back and watched some film, and I came back later in the week and I said I 100% expect them to win. I did the same thing over the last couple of days in watching the Bills. And yeah, Josh Allen, he's a problem. He's a problem across the league. But they're a team that's lost 3 games. I watched their defense. And I especially went back and watched their game against the Rams where they gave up 44 points. And looking at the routes that the Rams were running, looking at the rushing attack that the Rams were running. And I just asked myself this question, like, am I crazy to think that this game might not be close?
What does might not be close mean?
Like
double digits?
Double digits. Like the Lions going into this game, why does it have to be close? Why are we building up Buffalo? Because it's the way that the season is played out, it's the best team on their schedule. But this one is at home. It's at Ford Field. And the crowd will be in full effect. It's going to be very difficult for the Buffalo offense. Defensively, they have struggled all season long. And why does this game have to end in a 3-point win for the Lions?
One that they have to eke out at the end.
Right. Or, yeah, I mean, is Jake going to have to come in and save the day? Is this his 4th game-winning kick? No. Why does this game even have to be close? We could get to the 3rd quarter and be like, hey, when are they going to put in Hendon Hooker? I don't know if that car. That's a little bit,
extreme,
exaggerated. But this is a Lions team. The offense is 100% due to have a breakout game. And there is no better defense to have it against. Well, maybe there's some better defenses, but
a vulnerable Buffalo defense that just gave up 44 points.
Yeah, it's at home. They could operate, and it could be one of those games where they have 8 possessions. They score on 6 of them, maybe 7 of them.
Let's see, how often did the Rams even punt? I think maybe 1 time in the second half.
And I think that the Lions have a better offense than the Rams. And Buffalo really struggled against that Rams offense. A lot of the same concepts that the Rams run, Ben Johnson utilizes in the passing attack. The rushing attack is something that Buffalo has yet to witness at all.
Yeah, the Rams punted twice in the entire game.
So am I crazy to think that this game might not be close? It could be a 10-point win for the Lions. It could be a 2-touchdown win for the Lions. And it's not just a late touchdown that puts it away. Like, this game could be decided going into the 4th quarter. Now, you got to finish it out, which is why Dan Campbell always plays his guys into the 4th quarter. But does it have to be close?
The expectation is that it will be. The spread's 2.5. I saw it teeter-totter back to 1.5 to 2.5, and everybody looks at these 2 teams and says, best in the NFC, best in the AFC. Therefore, it's going to be a really good competitive football game. But maybe, just maybe, John's right. And there is no equal for the Detroit Lions. They are peerless in the NFL. There is not a team that can go mano-a-mano with this football team when they're healthy, and Detroit's getting healthy, right? That's the other part of this.
Tom, I don't know if you have these numbers because you put it in the Thursday touchdown. The Lions are plus 275 to win. I know there's a lot of factors that play into what Vegas sets, the lines for Super Bowl, but they're the plus 275 favorites to win the Super Bowl. Where's Buffalo?
They're under plus 1,000 or right around plus 1,000. There's 5 teams that are plus 1,000 or better. It's the Lions, Chiefs, Bills, Eagles, Ravens, and Ravens. Yeah. So I think they're floating in maybe that like plus 700 territory, but don't quote me on that.
So again, when I think about what Jared Goff and this offense can be, you're talking about an offensive line that is playing and I do think is the best in the NFL. You get Decker back, and all of a sudden, protection is going to be a little bit better. And I think that they did a fine job the last couple of weeks. The offensive line will be at full strength. And you have the two-headed monster, Sonic and Knuckles, coming out of the backfield. You've got a couple of tight ends, not just Laporta, that have been very productive, but they've also been really good at the point of attack in the rushing attack, and any number of weapons that you can use in the pass game.
Is it crazy to say the Lions will win this game by double digits? 248, 539, 97, 97. Lions are winning every game, and they're winning by an average of 14 points per game this season.
Yeah.
Now, number 2 in the NFL in margin are the Bills. They also win every game, nearly, right? And they're winning by 9.9 points per game, the second best in the NFL.
I think this extra couple days really helps the Lions, too, in this situation. And with Decker and Reeder likely back for sure, I think that's huge.
Willie McNeil.
And McNeil. I was never worried about him. Usually, I mean, again, the 10 days with the concussion protocol, that's a huge help. I'm with you on this. And, you know, we've always said, do you trust him? Are you nervous? And me and you have been about as bullish as anybody from the get-go. I know we had 15-2 train over here coming.
Yeah, it came on late. Yeah. It took them a long time to get there.
Had to build up some steam.
As this has progressed, and they're 12-1. I like, it just hits me in the face. This is unbelievable. And they're fulfilling what I thought they could reach potentially. And I thought the end game was the potential was to be a legacy franchise team, a single season team in this league that will be remembered. And statistically, they're doing it. So why wouldn't we believe it here? The other team's good, but we're better.
Do you realize?
And legacy teams have certain games in season where they just clock people.
Well, that's what this would be.
I think this is setting up to be that. And for the people, I know the texts are already coming in, jinxing them. Well, we got the same ones in April when we said 14-3. So I'm not afraid.
No, I mean, and again, I've always said this. Don't be afraid to be great. Don't be afraid to be great. And this is developing into, you've got to win in the playoffs. You got to ultimately get it done. But this is developing into a great Lions team. And it's obviously already a historically great team for the franchise.
So a text we got said the Bills don't lose by double digits. Well, they did one time this season. Do you remember?
That?
It was against one of the other teams in this Super Bowl pod that Tom referenced. It was a road game in Baltimore where they lost 35-10. It has happened. The Lions are the best team in football. It's on their turf. They're healthy. They win by 14 points per game. John, are you crazy? No. I don't think you're crazy to say this. We want to hear from Lions fans, though. Winning this game and winning by double digits. Is that a crazy thing to say? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to get to know you as best they can. And they're going to build a financial plan that fits your situation. And they're also going to stick with you and continue to ask those questions so that they can evolve that plan along with as your life changes. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's the double-digit disco, baby.
Yeah. Are you willing to get on?
Dance with us. Double-digit Lions win this week. John said, is it crazy? I think they're winning this game by double digits. Tom said, I can boogie. And I'm there too. Give me like a 35-24 statement win for the Lions against Buffalo.
Yeah, I'm so bullish. This is not going to be, we're splitting hairs here. You're talking about 11 points. I'm talking 14. I think it's going to be more 35-21. Because I like the 2 touchdown separation. And this is, how many times have we seen the Lions go into a game, a statement game? Now, Dallas has proven to be garbage, but that was a statement game. Going to Dallas. On top of it, it was Jerry Jones' birthday, which, that does not play a factor, but it just makes it so much sweeter.
But how about the week before that, Seattle? Everybody made that a big deal. Yeah. Primetime game, revenge game, won by double digits.
They've shown up when they've needed to show up.
How about on the road against Green Bay? Yep. In the elements. Oh, this team, I don't know about that. Double digits.
Dallas, 425. Green Bay, 425. Buffalo, 425. First 2 double-digit wins. Why not?
Lining up.
And it's at home.
Yeah.
I'm feeling real frisky and
they're getting
chesty.
Healthy. Yeah.
Chesty. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds like you need to go to another holiday party.
Oh, no.
Oh, come on.
Let's get to the phones. Are you dancing with us at the double-digit disco? Is it crazy to say the Lions are not only winning this game, but they will handle their business and win by 10 or more? Jeremy and Troy, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I think the Lions are absolutely going to dominate this game. We're looking at especially the last team that the Bills played with the Rams. I mean, that was a team that was, 6-6, if I remember correctly, before they beat the Bills. I think that the only reason why people are hyping up this game to be bigger than it is because the Bills are the only team that has beat the Chiefs so far in the regular season, and we're looking at the Chiefs as being obviously a shoo-in for the Super Bowl, right? I think that with the fact that their defensive line, the Bills speaking, their defensive line is incredibly weak, especially against a good Rams team, the Lions are absolutely going to dominate this game, without question.
What's your prediction, final score?
If I had to take a guess, I would say 14 for the Bills, maybe 35 for the Lions.
Oh, wow.
There you go. Laying it on them.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Like where you're
Let's
headed.
go, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Go Lions. Deshaun in Detroit. Good morning. What's up?
What's going on, guys? Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Hey, man, you guys are completely stealing my thunder this morning. Yesterday, I tried to give you guys a call. So, real quick story. I was in Novi yesterday. I'm a truck driver. I made a stop over at 12 Oaks Mall. And as I'm walking through the mall, I see a Buffalo Bills hat on a gentleman, well-dressed gentleman, beautiful family. They're walking straight towards me. I got a trucker outfit on. I look at him. I say, hey, you guys really made the trip, man. Bills Mafia. The guy looked at me like I said something offensive. I actually wouldn't put my hand out to dap him and wish his team good luck. He looked at me like I was cringing and walked away, man. And at that moment, I thought to myself, Detroit is going to put a massacre on these guys. 47-23, Detroit, just because Bills Mafia doesn't know how to be cordial.
Put the beat down on them.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
I love it.
So I'm not crazy.
Early returns are, John, not crazy, at least today.
Yeah, at least not this morning.
Brian in Sterling Heights, what do you think? You're on 97.1.
Well, here's what I think. I think it's going to be another prop bet buffet, which another game where we can make a lot of money, guys. You know, the Tennessee game with Khalif Raymond, 2 touchdowns, or Laporta, 2 touchdowns on Thanksgiving. It's going to be like that, except I think a little bit different. I think Josh Allen will actually be the X factor to keep this game close, and I really believe there's going to be 2 Lions players with 2 touchdowns each. You might want to put 2 touchdown prop on St. Brown and maybe 2 on Montgomery. Now, careful, John. You don't want to say Knuckles or Sonic because you might offend Lenny's little sidekick over there.
Wait,
David. Don't call them that. Their names are Montgomery and Gibbs.
Wait, did I miss something, Brian? Hatchet doesn't like the nickname?
He hates it. He gets offended by it. And I get it,
He hates fun? What's wrong with fun? It fits their style. They've embraced it. Everybody likes it. Why does he hate that?
They do. So I'm saying, guys, 41-40 Lions. I really have a strong premonition about this. It's going to be close. I think they're even going to go for it more on fourth downs than they did in the Green Bay game. And you're going to see some wild things happen. But also, as what the previous caller alluded to, the D-line, the weakness there, we outmatched them on our O-line. So definitely high-scoring game. And just attack them in the way the Rams did. But you're going to see some featured guys in this game. And just a matter of which ones to bet on.
Mm-hmm. I see that's where your head's at as we count down the days.
So I can confirm they're not fans of Sonic and Knuckles. I've heard that. I don't know about hate. That's a pretty strong word. I don't think David hates anything. He's a man of God. I will say this, though. His favorite team has something called a terrible towel.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, that's a nickname.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong
with that.
It's
just a towel. It's just a yellow towel. Looks like a flag.
Just don't plant it in Ohio.
248-539-9797. We are getting pushback on the texts. The phone calls are all in the double-digit disco.
Those motivated to actually dial.
One more thing I want to address about Brian saying that Josh Allen is the X factor in this game. Josh Allen is the factor in this game.
Right. Yes, yeah. There's no X factor about it. Yes, I agree. Like, he is a problem. He will be a problem.
Ticket Texture says, y'all are insane. The Bills aren't good. They're great. It's going to be a barn burner. Whoever gets the ball last will win a nail-biter on Sunday.
Yeah, they're a great 10-3 team.
These Lions fans are drinking already, saying the Bills didn't dominate the Rams. Newsflash, neither did the Lions. The Lions are clearly beatable at home.
That was week 1. And I think we all looked at that one and said, yeah, you know what, the offense is not operating at as high of a level as they are now. And it just look at common opponents, the Texans. They lost to the Texans. We didn't play our best game, and both of them played down in Texas. We didn't play our best game and still came away with a win.
The Lions beat Purdue by 66, and the Bills beat Purdue by 70.
That's right.
Come on, guys. Got to shake yourselves up a bit. Reality, we squeaked out our last couple wins. To think we're going to blow out the Bills is a stretch, Jeff in Petoskey.
All right, Jeff, those are 2 division games, right? And we all know division games are going to be a little bit tighter.
Also, the Lions were on fumes, right? They were up double digits against the Bears, and the whole team was dropping like flies. And then they didn't have everybody ready on the following game against the Packers. Still found a way to win shorthanded, playing without 15 players on this football team, most of them on defense, and they went for it a ton to possess the ball. They will always find a way to win. They've shown us that this season. But as they get healthy, as they get 10 days to prepare, as they welcome in the Bills for a statement game the way they have in statement games this season.
Healthy and fresh.
There you go. There's your formula. And I know this is no disrespect to Josh Allen. This is all the love for the Lions, who do not have an equal in the NFL today. I know everybody wants this to be the best of the NFC, the best of the AFC, these 2 titans. It's the Lions, a gap, and then the rest.
Are you willing to dance the double-digit disco?
Staying alive. Come on, 248-539-9797.
Yeah, you're not going to have a solo in the album.
I think I already knew that. Your phone calls and more next, 97.1.
The defensive line of the Lions trending in the right direction health-wise. Aleem McNeil, Josh Paschal, Levi Onwuzurike all practicing yesterday as they prep for Week 15's game against Buffalo, and head coach Dan Campbell ready for another big test for his team that will help them in the long run. To college, Big Ten football schedules have been unveiled for 2025. The backyard brawl between Michigan and Michigan State will take place on October 25th of next year in East Lansing. The Wolverines will open the season on August 30th versus New Mexico, and the Spartans will host Western Michigan on the same day. The goalie room of the Red Wings is getting healthier, so top prospect Sebastian Cossa returning to Grand Rapids after making his NHL debut in a win this week. Veterans Cam Talbot and Alex Lyon were back on the ice in practice, with Talbot expected to be in net tonight in Philadelphia. And they're calling him Chapel Bill. Future NFL Hall of Famer Bill Belichick will test his coaching skills in college for the first time, announced as the new head coach at North Carolina at age 72 after taking a year off following his departure from the New England Patriots, where he won 6 Super Bowls. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We're seeing who wants to dance this morning at the Double Digit Disco. John said this off air. We brought it to the air. He said, I think the Lions are winning this game
by double digits. And it's not even going to be close. That's what I said. Am I crazy to think it's not going to be close?
And we said, well, what does that mean? Double digits. And Tom agreed. I agreed. And we're all dancing at the Double Digit Disco. And I know the Bills are great. We all know the Bills are really good. But Detroit's at home. They're healthy. They win by 14 points per game. This feels like a statement game for Detroit. Are we getting ahead of ourselves? Are we a little crazy? Or are you dancing with us? 248-539-9797. We got the Thursday touchdown coming up later this hour. 902 Dear John. Do you want your prompts for this week's Dear John?
What's happening in the world today?
No phones at Christmas. Holiday party / cheating.
Oh.
Jealous or justified, and sold my tickets.
A lot of current topics.
Timely. A timely version of Dear John.
Does this matter or not, John? You played. I didn't. I think you can answer this. Does it matter what Taylor Decker said after the Buffalo game 2 years ago?
Well, I think that plays a part. So there are a lot of different guys on this team. You know, Gibbs, Montgomery weren't here. J-Mo wasn't here. Zeitler wasn't here. Was Glasgow? I don't think he was even here that year.
That might have been the year he was in Denver.
Yeah. And defensively, I mean, it's completely new defense. So
he showed leadership that day when he said, after a loss, we're not the same old Lions. And does that come up this week as fuel?
I don't think so. I wanted to tie it back to that moment as well, because that was the one of 2 losses that they had that kept them out of the playoffs. That was obviously the Carolina debacle. I think that you can look back to some moments of that season as to the launching point for where we are now. But I don't know. There's been such a turnover that I don't know how much that plays a factor of, what happened on Thanksgiving 2 years ago.
So they were still under 500 at that point.
Correct.
And I think what Decker said that day was huge in what has happened here. I think it's humongous because he was telling his team, don't buy in to the narrative. Keep the noise out.
We are going in the right direction.
Right.
Yeah, I think that matters more for, like I said, the different things that happened in that stretch at the end of the 22 season to get this franchise to where it is now, more than a motivating factor for this game. Now, we all know, they lost that game. Josh Allen had a late minute heroics to win the game. But it's 2 years ago, and there's been such a turnover on the roster.
And they've already proved that point. Like at the time, Decker had to sell it. Hey, we aren't the same old Lions, right? That's a message to his guys in the locker room and to the fan base. And it was, at the time, controversial because they still had a losing record. They hadn't done anything under Dan Campbell yet. They've done so much since then. There's no needing to prove that you're not the same old Lions anymore. Like that's why I don't know how much weight that really has 2 years later.
Well, and like I said, I mean, the guys that are going to be going against Josh Allen, like Hutch is hurt, and how many of the guys on the defense? Anzalone is hurt. Dirk Barnes is hurt. Lee McNeil will be there.
Yeah, getting the whole D-line in there, though. And McNeil having played in that game is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Zadarius Smith wasn't there. DJ Reader wasn't there. Jack Campbell wasn't there. I mean, so much. Nobody in the secondary. Kirby Joseph. He was
rookie would have been, right?
Yeah, that was when he was loving playing against Aaron Rodgers that year. But there's just not that many. Brian Branch wasn't there,
right?
So I don't know how much of a motivating factor it could be brought up. I just don't know the context of, like, if Decker brings it up, what would be the context of it?
It doesn't feel relevant.
No, to me, it's just, again, where the Lions are now versus where they were 2 years ago when they played the Bills is completely different. And so many launching points from that season, that being one of them, and the leadership that Decker had, I would really struggle to figure out the motivating factor of that.
Let's get to the phones. Noah and Dexter. Noah, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey there, how's it going? Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, I was calling. I completely am with you there on the Bills. I was thinking about that, too. I was like 2 years ago. That was a tough game to watch. Ruined my Thanksgiving. But I think this team just puts, it stacks wins on top of each other. I don't think they worry about the past. They look at the future. One thing I think we're not talking about enough, which I'm sure you guys obviously are aware of, is our injury reports. So do you guys have any news on that? I'm worried about how many guys we have out. I don't want another game like at Green Bay. So I'm not sure if I'm sure we're even going to cover. I think we'll win. But 2.5 is like, it could be a 1-point game in my opinion. I don't know if we're going to blow them out just because of how we're struggling on the defensive end.
So Decker was on the field yesterday. So it looks like he'll be back. And if I remember reading it right,
I'm seeing
Reader was back, but didn't necessarily participate fully in practice.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right in front of me is Aleem McNeil did practice in full. Taylor Decker practiced in full. Limited was Pascal and Onwuzurike, but those guys are trending towards playing. You get your whole D-line. And DJ Reader, I'm seeing no practice, but that doesn't mean that he won't play.
He did dress, and he went through warm-ups. Just didn't practice is the report that I heard. So I think we're going to get, I think, 4 guys back defensively, and then Decker back offensively.
4 guys back is huge. Huge. And McNeil, I mean, we can't talk enough about what the presidency adds. I mean, and at the end of the day, what was cool about last week was it showed that our team's resilient no matter who we got. And we're throwing in 3rd-string guys, 4th-string guys and saying, just go do your job. And I loved it. So I think we'll get the win, but it's going to be a crazy game. It'll be a tough one.
So you're not dancing at the double-digit disco?
I'm not. I think that I'll bet Lions money line. I'll definitely throw some money on some offensive props. But, overall, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling like it'll be a good statement win just because whenever you play a QB like Josh Allen and Jared Goff gets all the hate saying he's a game manager, he's not that guy. But I think Jared's going to show that he can ball with the best of them. I'm excited to see it.
Okay.
Good stuff, Noah. Let's get to Mark in Rochester. Mark, good morning. What's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
I think that the key here is if the Bills are going to beat us, it's going to take Josh Allen being Superman, because if we do get these reinforcements on the D-line, this team has shown that they will stop the run. You're not going to run on this team. So if they do that, I think what a key to this game that a lot of people aren't recognizing are safeties. I don't know if Josh Allen has played a pair of safeties like Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. I mean, when you have safeties like that, they can more easily take away the tight ends in Kincaid and Knox. They can more easily take away Khalil Shakir in the slot. You can disguise coverages. They can be ball hawks. I mean, I think that is more of a matchup. Is Josh Allen playing hero ball, looking for the big play, and can he overcome the deep coverage, things that we can do.
So the only other comparable, as I go down their games, would have been Kyle Hamilton, who led the team in tackles when they played against the Bills, and that was a 25-point win.
You're saying the Ravens?
Yeah, the Ravens. Yeah,
35 to 10.
Kyle Hamilton plays for the Ravens.
Yeah. That's the one we point to. If you go, well, the Bills are too good to get blown out. Well, they lost by 25 in Baltimore. This is not like we're making something up out of thin air.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to Mo in Southfield. Mo, can we get the go-go boots out for you?
Yeah, I'm ready to join double-digit disco. I think a lot of the people are talking about it being a close game. Like, they're looking at comparing record to record, and it's going to be close. But the Bills are not particularly good at stopping the run, and that's their bread and butter. And, the coach has shown his ability to use long, sustained drives to keep the ball out of the opponent's hands. And no matter how good Josh Allen is, you can't do Josh Allen things if you don't get the ball. So I think it'll be Lions 42-24.
Oh, like that one. Yeah, 42-24. And I agree with you. I mean, it's going to be very similar to last week where you just keep the ball away from the opponent. You run the ball, you eat up clock, you take your shots downfield when they present themselves, and it just, you don't allow Josh Allen to be on the field.
I agree 100%. I mean, also, Green Bay is, I think, much better at defending the run than Buffalo is.
Yes.
So I think we won't have those turnovers, with interceptions on because we can't run the ball properly or, not making it. I mean, hopefully we don't go for it on their own 30.
You're right. And to your point, that Baltimore game that we keep referencing where Buffalo really got their ass handed to them. You know how many yards Baltimore ran for on that day, John?
Well, I do because I'm.
Oh, you got the box score in front of you. 271 for everybody who's driving and doesn't have the box score in front of them. Derrick Henry ran for 199 yards. They had 34 attempts for almost 300 on the ground. That is the formula here. That is where you can get them, and that's right into Detroit's hands. Decker back, both running backs healthy, 10 days. Those 10 days, John, might feel like 3 weeks for this football team because they went, 4 games in 18 days? 10 days off. I mean, they're going to feel as good as they've felt in a long time. So it does set up for them to have a big day, a banner day.
And when you heard Jared Goff talk to Doug earlier in the week, he referenced that it was kind of felt like a full bye week where they had the weekend off, where he was doing normal human being things like Christmas shopping and watching TV. And when you get a chance, not only for those guys that physically need to heal up, but when you get a chance to mentally rest, take your thought off of 12-1. We've got the Vikings chasing us. We've got the Eagles chasing us. Key word is they are chasing us, but they're also pushing this team, continuing to have to bring their A game every single time. And this week is no different.
Got your flare jeans. You got your go-go boots.
Oh, yeah.
You got your disco ready for the double-digit disco on Sunday. Are you dancing with us? It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere. Whether it's those fake missed delivery text or an urgent bank alert, these scams, they really look more convincing than ever. But I've got good news. You can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. Because that's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. And worry-free means you don't need to wonder whether that text message is a scam, if new threats are going to pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. It means that you can go about your daily life. You can go ahead and manage your finances and shop online without fear because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to help keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Lions got the Bills this week. It's the big game. And it's not going to be much of a game. If you listen to us today, John started the party saying, I don't think it's going to be close. Well, what's close mean? Double digits. Sure, I could see it. And the double-digit disco was born.
Lions fans back to being bored.
I think they get up in a big spot. This is 10 days to prepare. They're healthy. They can run the ball on Buffalo. And we have seen Buffalo get blown out this year when they went to Baltimore. Detroit's a cut above. They are peerless in the NFL. And I don't think you're crazy to say it, John. And I gave you a score prediction, 35-24. We've asked people if they want to dance at the double-digit disco, and the response has been overwhelming. Yeah. We're going to have to get bouncers. We're going to have to try to keep people from overcrowding this place.
Everybody wants to dance. And, I mean, we have that ability right now to go dancing because of, one, it's the reinforcements that are on the way defensively. And I think that's going to be the big king. And the wild card is always going to be Josh Allen. When you have a talented player like him that can do it on the ground, extend plays, that can, and he's going to pick up some first downs where you're like, damn it. What's the defense doing? But you've got to look at it, the game as a whole in what he is. He's going to get some first downs on third down. He just is. He's going to score some touchdowns. He just is. But I just don't see them being able to match what the Lions can do offensively, especially knowing that the defense, you've got two, in my opinion, Pro Bowl safeties. You've got Carlton Davis, who is playing at a very high level right now. And I like the way that Terry Arnold is coming along.
Did you see? I saw he has played the most man coverage snaps of any, not rookie, corner, period, in football. They've really thrown him into the fire. And we can point out a couple PI calls, but I think what people don't realize is he's turning the corner. Those are mostly in the rearview mirror.
I agree.
I do think the Lions would be motivated, too, to kind of pour it on in a game like this. They did show that in Dallas. I don't think it'll be like that.
No.
I mean, that got absurd.
No.
But at the same time, they've had some struggles offensively the last couple games. Had to go to fourth down several times. Red zone offense against the Bears. They should have put that game away. That should have been 34-0 at halftime. And I think they will apply if they have the opportunity. Get the offense feeling good again. There's something to be said about that. How about this motivation? It's out of the Amon-Ra St. Brown playbook, but it's for Sam Laporta. Dalton Kincaid selected ahead of him.
Oh.
Sure. I'm sure for him personally that he is that he's aware of that. I don't know many people are looking at that one.
I think he throws a touchdown.
But
he throws a touchdown.
What did we hear from Dan all week? When asked about last week's performance, it's all been about, hey, the defense and the fact that so many guys stepped up and you were able to win. And he is, when talking about the offense, hey, there were things that we left on the field. There were mistakes that we made. There were guys that we missed. There were MAs. There's plenty for them to be focused on. And I guarantee you in those meetings, it is, we need to get this offense back on track.
It's been misfiring. If you're being very nitpicky, it has misfired a little bit lately.
They have so much potential offensively. And to come away in a game like that where you're like, we actually did leave points on the field.
Some ticket texters. Get the disco ball out. The go-go boots, the bell-bottoms, the frilly shirts, all of it. VIP section for me.
Yeah.
Double-digit disco, 3817 on the ticket text. Mm-hmm. Another one asks, will there be any Coke at the disco? Signed Mike in West Bloomfield.
Yeah. It is snowing.
Ashley says it's going to be a complete offensive shootout. The Lions will pull off the victory, but not by double digits. Ashley, you're not welcome in the disco anyway. Yeah. Let's get to AJ in Lake Orion. What's up?
Hey, morning, guys. Hey, I am just going with platform shoes on this morning.
All right.
I think it's going to be like a 30-13 game. I don't think what anybody's talking about. I think our offense matches their offense, but I think our defense is better. I think that the Buffalo Bills have given up some pretty big points at times, and I think that's the big deal.
If they hold a Josh Allen offense to 13 points, that to me would be that's the story. No matter how much they score offensively, the story will be holding Josh Allen to 13 points.
Exactly. You guys have a great morning. Great show. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Be safe out there.
To his point about Buffalo, in this defense. They gave up 44 last week, right? And they did give up 35 to Baltimore earlier this season. So, and they've been run on. They're a team that can be run on, and I think that plays right into the Lions' hands.
And you know that they're always looking for challenges, right? And look at what Baltimore did. Now, I don't expect Montgomery or Gibbs to either one of them go for 199 yards like Derrick Henry did.
But combined 200 yards?
Yeah. I could see that.
Or more.
And I think in that game, I think it was Lamar Jackson had like 48 yards. I don't expect Jared Goff to do that.
What do you mean? Mobile golf season. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, what's up?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm with you guys. I'm discoing like I discoed lap dances out in Margaritaville in my cruise. I think it's gonna be that was fun time. Yep.
Okay. Yep.
38-27 Lions predictions. Just because we're getting healthier right now, we're at home. I think Buffalo's they're flying high right now, but I don't know if you guys watched that Rams game last week.
Yep.
But they were down, and I know James Cook, he's a dual threat back out of the backfield. There was about 4 possessions where he was not on the field once.
Adam, I'm still distracted. What kind of cruise did you go on?
So I went on a Caribbean cruise. We went around the islands in Jamaica, Turks and Caicos, stuff like that. We were at Margaritaville.
I wasn't asking where you went. I was asking what kind of cruise.
Yeah,
disco lap dances?
Yeah. Cookies wants to know if he can get a ticket.
Just at Margaritaville, drunk, you know?
Yep.
Anyways, I have Cook in my fantasy team in the playoffs this week. But anyways, I don't know what's going on with that, but I know they want to, be versatile and, give them breaks in here and there. But I don't know what was going on last week with.
They couldn't get them going.
Cook and the whole.
Yep.
I know. I don't know what was going on, but that's going to be their X factor if they're going to keep it close.
Thanks, Adam.
38-27.
We got you down.
Yep.
All right, let's get to Heather's news.
Yep. And it's just his little giggle was great, too.
I
He just
know.
couldn't control his excitement. So as 2024 comes to an end, we can look back and reflect on the year. And lots happened this past year, including a handful of events that have never happened before. Now, I cannot touch on all of them, so I'm just going to give you a brief little tidbit.
Okay.
So for the first time ever, scientists detected water on an asteroid's surface.
Oh, wow.
Pretty incredible. One that does hit close to home. Parents were charged and convicted in a mass school shooting for the first time ever. A pig kidney was successfully transplanted into a human.
Oh, wow.
Pretty cool. An extreme marathoner ran the length of Africa. First time ever. Also, a taco stand in Mexico got a Michelin star, which is a pretty big deal. Saudi Arabia hosted a swimsuit fashion show.
Oh, wow.
For the first time ever.
Showing some skin. Yeah.
Lots of really neat things happened. Oh, breaking debuted in the Olympics.
Remember that's right.
And then
yes.
it quickly disappeared.
Ray gun. Who could ever forget?
How could you? Astronauts completed the first private spacewalk. Lots of things happened. I mean, it goes on and oh, this is cool. A father and son duo played for the first time in an NBA game.
As manufactured as it may have been.
Yeah, but still
It
the
happened.
first time ever.
Sure.
So
It counts.
there you go. There's a whole long list of first things that happened in 2024. Cameras are going to be added to Michigan work zones and school buses in an effort to make our roads safer. So Governor Whitmer signed bills into law, which will add work zone safety cameras in marked areas to obviously help reduce crashes and protect construction workers. Currently, 23 other states use work zone cameras as well. And then in addition to that, Whitmer signed a bill that will allow cameras to be added to school buses to track motorists who fail to stop. This is, of course, to try to protect the children as they're getting on and off of the school buses. So all kind of for the safety of construction workers, the safety of the children on the buses, and also they can use the evidence from these cameras for violations for other fines and tickets, right, for speeding and such. You guys remember that kayaker? How can you forget him? Who faked his own death and fled the country.
Oh, is he back?
Yeah.
He's back.
I mean, he left behind his wife and his 3 kids. Well,
to think that he was dead.
Yeah, he is back in the country, and he was taken into police custody. So, like the day when he landed, boom, police got him.
What a smart guy.
He did come back willingly. He was gone for 4 months, charged with obstructing. Obviously, they had this massive search for him in this lake that lasted over a month, cost more than $35,000 looking for this guy. He did admit that he never thought the search would go on that long. He thought,
who's going to miss me? Other than my wife and kids.
Seriously. So they're not giving a lot of details on his return trip. Like,
was he in Uzbekistan? Is that where he was?
He says it was in the country of Georgia, I believe it was. But they did say
smart.
He came back on his own, but you remember the police were saying they were trying to play at his heartstrings, right? Well, like his kids want him home for Christmas.
Of course.
Like come home to your family. So
they get to visit him when he's in jail? Like how does this work?
Well, he's only been charged with a misdemeanor.
Oh, okay.
So he entered not guilty plea. His bond was set at $500.
Oh, okay.
So no.
How do you explain this to your wife?
Well,
let alone your kids.
She handed him divorce papers, I'm sure, right?
Has to.
You walk through the door. See ya, honey.
Welcome home.
I'm going out of the country and I'm taking the kids with. I mean,
yeah.
I get the kids want their dad, right? Like,
sure,
yes, that's important. But come on,
honey, I'm home.
Who among us hasn't disappeared to a remote country for 4 months to ditch our wife and kids?
My goodness.
What a loser.
Gracious. Seriously. Man.
That's Heather with the news. We've got Dear John coming up at 9:02. We've got the Thursday touchdown next. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you didn't know, it is the wintry driving season. Poke your head outside, you'll find out that it is, and there's reckless drivers everywhere. Can't seem to keep their own cars under control. So if you get injured in an auto accident during this or really any time of the year, you need an injury attorney that's going to be responsive to your needs, and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH. You can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. Just give me the thumbs up. All right, here we go. Jansen, FanDuel, 9063. This NFL Monday Night Football, FanDuel wants you to win even bigger. And there's a couple of chances to do it because there's 2 games right now. All customers.
All right, guys, let me tell you a really cool story. I was talking with Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he was telling me all about this wedding that he was at. He said it was just this awesome wedding. It was downtown, but he said what was so awesome is that one of his patients was there, came up to him, so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance. And this guy continued on to say that it was his hair restoration treatment with a Dr. B that changed his life. And he said that it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost that exact same story, but they were already married. And this patient was excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. It's such an incredible story. And guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today to schedule your consult with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
if you missed earlier in the show, John Jansen will be releasing a Christmas album next year.
Next year, yeah.
Much anticipated.
A lot of production goes into that one.
A lot of helping.
I love all Bing Crosby Christmas music, though.
You will focus primarily on the classics.
Yes.
No Mariah.
No, I mean.
Although you said you could do it better than her.
Just about anybody.
I mean, the confidence in this guy over here.
I could do it better, sure.
Right.
And there, I don't know. There may be an original. Oh, I'm glad I was talking and over top of that one.
Wasn't me. We got a lot to do. So if you missed any of that, Odyssey Rewind. We've been talking a lot about the Lions. We'll keep talking about the Lions. But we got some other things to hit on today, including Bill Belichick. It's happening. 9:18. I've got a theory. We'll get to that. Dear John at 9:02.
Is it his ability to recruit?
It's part of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Top level.
We're with at least one 20-year-old. Get to the Belichick theory at 9:18. Dear John at 9:02. We should talk about what Ohio is trying to do, because it's so much fun to make fun of them. And if it's just for a few minutes here, John, I need your reaction. I think the people need to hear your reaction to the proposal to make it a felony to plant a flag at the center of Ohio Stadium. This from Ohio State Rep Josh Williams. He introduced the OHIO Sportsmanship Act this week, John.
My I laughed out loud for a long time because I can't imagine a politician wanting to say, look at me more, and not understanding what this actually does. It continues to bring this back to the forefront that they lost to Michigan yet again, 4 years in a row, biggest upset in the rivalry's history, and we get to live it all the way around the country, all over the world. We get to live this again because this one dude, Josh Williams, will not let it go. And he's, if there's anybody that he's pandering to, obviously his constituents and the petulant children that they are, it just is unbelievable that anybody would waste their time for all of the issues going on around the great country that we live in every single state, and Ohio is not immune to them, that he would spend time, and his staff, even thinking about this, and yet taking taxpayer funds to spend time to do this when it is purely a stunt.
Oh, it's 100% a stunt. None of this is not going to pass. But again, what's the goal here? To get dunked on social media? The OHIO Sportsmanship Act. It could be the SOFT Sportsmanship Act. It's soft. You lose. What happens when you lose? You take it on the chin. You get back to it. You work harder. You try to win next time. That's sports. That's the lesson in sports. Not whine, complain, and be babies about it. Go put in the work. Bounce back. That's what Ohio State's failed to do for 4 straight seasons. You're going to have to internalize the loss. You're going to have to learn from it. If you're not willing to accept the loss, you're never going to learn from it.
Well, and I can't even only imagine when Ryan Day saw this.
Oh, boy.
Or the Ohio State players that saw this. They're like, do we have to bring this back up again? They're hoping that there's going to be at least 365 days or 360 days where they don't have to hear about it from Ohio State fans. It's not going to happen, but this gets brought back up. And I'm not sure which is better. The visual that we have of Ryan Day standing there lifeless and mouthing the words, "What happened?" while his team is in the middle of a brawl post-game, or seeing this and getting to relive the glorious win down in that state yet again.
Some of the comments immediately following the story being posted, or maybe just beat Michigan. Ohio State saw Texas try to ban horns down and said, "Oh no, we're softer than that. We can top that." This has to be fake. I mean, John.
Oh no, it's real.
I know, and that's the craziest part.
It's real.
Make it a felony to lose to Michigan. Make it a felony to have a beard dye job that bad. Make it a felony. People are having fun at their expense. There's a photo of Baker Mayfield in a mugshot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, going back for past offenses.
That's right. Statute of limitations.
It's unbelievable.
Anyway.
It'd be a felony, yeah. The next felony. I mean, flipping the crowd the bird as they leave the big house. Is that how we're supposed to respond?
No, it's all stupid. There's a lot of photos of the Charmin Soft.
Yes,
yeah, it's just bad. Anyway, we'll get to Dear John at 9:02, the Belichick story at 9:18, and back into the Lions. Are you part of that double-digit disco? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. With the Lions meeting the other top scoring team in the NFL coming up, quarterback Jared Goff understands that it may come down to a shootout on Sunday against the Bills. Well, the good news is that Detroit's left tackle and most of their defensive line return to practice as they go through their much-needed 10 days between games. NBA Cup, the Hawks and the Rockets join the Bucks and the Thunder in the semifinals as Atlanta beat the Knicks 108-100. Houston took out Golden State 91-90. The in-season tournament now advances to Las Vegas for the final games. The Pistons just missed out on that NBA Cup, so instead they get another trip to Boston tonight to take on the elite Celtics. Thank you very much, NBA. Ausar Thompson appears to be healthy after missing their last game. The University of North Carolina holding a meeting today to confirm the 5-year deal for Bill Belichick to take over as their new head coach. He's expected to be among the top paid coaches at the level after spending nearly 50 years working in the NFL through 2023. His father was an assistant coach for the Tar Heels back in the 1950s. And MLB.com confirms that the Tigers are one of a handful of teams truly serious about perhaps signing free agent slugger Alex Bregman. The others appear to be the Yankees, Astros, and the Red Sox. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
The questions today. Phones at Christmas. Holiday party / cheating. Jealous or justified, and sold my tickets.
Oh, boy.
All right, let's start with this one. This one's the no phones at Christmas. Dear John, this year at my parents' house, they're having the usual crew for Christmas Eve. Me and my 2 brothers, plus my aunts, uncles, and cousins. But after last year, my mom wants to have a no phone rule, as in she wants to collect them when we walk in the door and put them in a plastic bin so nobody can use them. Last year, my little brother hardly looked up from it, and while I agree we use them too much, this felt a little extreme. She said family is all here, so there's no emergency, and we need to be worried about spending quality time together. Is this a good idea, or is she being too controlling?
Very controlling. I agree with the ask of, hey, can we put your phone down? Address it at the time. I'm guessing these are adult children.
It seems like it.
It seems like it. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's way over the top, especially with. I mean, we've got games on Christmas Day. I mean, you might be you might be wanting to drop a couple of dollars and see if
live lines.
Yeah, so some live betting and do different things. Like, okay, if you're an adult child, yeah, the emergencies may not be there, but you maybe you have a girlfriend that's with her parents and you want to be able to have a chat at some time with her.
Or you want to show someone a photo of something that's happened in your life recently.
Or you want to take some photos of the family all together. I like the idea of it. I love that idea.
The concept is good, but the implementation's not going to work.
No, it's not going to work. I want my phone because I take videos. I take pictures, especially when the family is together. Like I would not know what to do. I'd have to go bust
present,
out like
Heather. Just be present.
Yeah, but I want the memories to last forever on
I frequently set my phone down on the counter when I'm at home, and I don't use it nearly as much at home. The kids are on it, and I think they're on it way too much. Christmas Day, there may be some rules, but then I got to entertain them. And then and if they're not going to watch football, then Go do something else.
I do think I will speak for myself. I'm on my phone too much. So I understand the thought process here, but you have to make that choice. Yeah. You can't take the phones away.
But maybe there could be, like we do it, we really try at home, like when we're at the table all together, that we don't even have them on the table. But maybe she could try to implement something else. Like, hey, when we're gathered around for gifts or whatever their tradition is,
sure.
like, let's everyone,
dinner,
put them away.
Hey, for dinner, I would like everybody, to put your phones away.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that and asking that. They are adults. They can make that decision as well, and they should while you're at dinner.
Right. This next one is holiday party. Funny, you guys mentioned holiday parties this week. Last year for my company's holiday party, I saw my married coworker show up alone and making out with a junior member of the staff later in the night. She was very drunk and all over this newer hire who had to be in his early 20s.
Oh, it's a she.
Says it wasn't out in the open in front of everybody, but it was in the parking lot as I was leaving. Now, I never said anything. My thought was, it's not my mess to get involved in. For all I know, they're poly. You never know these days. She's still with her husband, and I do feel kind of bad because I would have wanted to know. What would you have done, John?
Well, is it just a coworker or is it a friend?
Sounds like a coworker.
It's not anything that I want to get mixed up in. It's not my business. I don't want to make it my business. No, because you don't know what the situation is. Are they happily married or do they have a
open marriage?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they go on the Costa Cruise.
Oh boy, maybe they do.
Heather, would you get involved?
Probably not. Yeah, if it was a close friend of mine and colleague, yes, I think without a doubt I would.
But you would know more about what's going on at home as well.
If it's just a coworker that works in the same building as me,
just mind your business.
Yeah, just keep walking.
Yeah. Same. There's enough drama in my life. I don't need anybody else's drama.
Nope.
Yeah. Listen to this one. This is Jealous or Justified. Dear John, my wife loves Dan Campbell. Oh. Like what your callers have said, but worse. Every time he's on TV, she's talking about his muscles, his jawline, and how passionate he is about football. It's becoming this whole thing. Now, I'm not particularly insecure, but it's starting to get on my nerves during games instead of focusing on the actual football. She's out here thirsting over this man like he's auditioning for Magic Mike. It's harmless, I know, but it is distracting. But now every time we face a fourth down, I find myself rooting for him to fail. I don't want the team to lose, but I want to see him knocked off this pedestal she has put him on. John, you know him. Is he really that perfect?
Well, now I'm supposed to evaluate.
Speak for him?
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for him. He's a great guy. I think there's a conversation that needs to be had that if you're starting to get uncomfortable or it's just simply annoying you, have a conversation with your wife, significant other, whoever it might be, that just says, this is too far. Like, it's distracting me. And now I want him to fail. Like, just to have that conversation, I'm not going to get into.
You can't root against Dan or the team just because you're feeling a little insecure. Come on, guy.
No, it can be annoying. A conversation. Hey,
but don't take it out on the team.
Come on, babe.
Like, how well do you really know him? Do you know him really well?
Yeah.
Like really well?
Good.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing that people. Well, the question was, is he really that perfect? If you know him really well,
he's a great dude. Yeah.
Like there's nothing people can dig up about him. They're gonna be like, oh wait, shoot. Maybe he's not that perfect.
No.
Give me some juicy details.
Yeah.
You have any gossip? Come on.
Yeah. No, yeah.
So I've always had this take. John Beilein's the most pure person in the history of sports.
I get that,
and I know I'm embellishing some here, but I honestly believe it. Is he as pure as John Beilein?
I can't necessarily.
That's like the holy water.
Yeah. Dan shared it with us too. Like he's going to sit down and like a case of beer. Okay, I can't see John Beilein sitting down with a case of beer. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, I'm not meaning it that. I'm just quality individuals. I do think he's high quality.
Yeah, he is a very upstanding citizen.
He gets authentic, and he listens, and he'll come right after cookies if he needs
to. Yep.
All right, this last one. Sold my tickets. I love the Lions. Season ticket holder for 10 years. Lions fan my whole life. I say all this because I feel I need to defend myself. I bought tickets after they made the playoffs, and I endured the Patricia years. But, John, this week, I sold my tickets to the game against the Bills. The prices were too good. My seats originally $350 each. I made nearly $2,000 for the pair. I view it as a down payment towards next season's prices because I'm sure they're only going to go up. I would never sell playoff games, but I am wondering, what if I sold them to a Bills fan? What if I hurt our home field edge? I also feel bad because this season's special, and now I'm missing a moment. Did I mess up?
That's only a question. Like, as the game plays and you're sitting at home, are you going to be mad that you're not there? You're going to miss one of the big moments. In regards to selling them, I'm never going to tell somebody what to do with their money. Like, if this is going to help you continue to pay for your tickets, or if it helps pay the mortgage, then so be it. We all make investments. Some are in tickets, some are in more traditional investments, and you sell at some point. I don't care who you sold them to. Would I prefer not to sell them to a Bills fan? Sure.
But you can't tell if you sell through the app, right? So you just live with it.
Yeah, not unless you have a seat that you can pick out from TV. Right. You'd be like, oh, man, I gave it to one of the mafia guys.
I wouldn't fault this person.
No. I mean, if it cost you $350 to go and you made $2,000 on it, I'm never going to be mad at somebody making money.
Good for you. Right around the holidays, or use it for your next set of tickets, whatever you're going to do.
You can put some towards next year, some towards holidays.
I'm not going to tell anybody, hey, no, you have to go. Like, this is a commitment you made.
Like, okay, is there a line, though, where, like, if you bought season tickets and you ended up selling the majority of them, you could make good money, but, like, is that really in the spirit of being a season ticket holder and being a fan?
That's a Lions question. I don't know if they can track how often you sell your season tickets, and if you've got 9 home games and you sell 7 of them.
Yeah.
Can they tell and say, you know what? No, you're just doing this. You're not really in it to be a fan.
You're doing it to make money.
Yeah. But like I said, everybody has an investment in something.
Sure.
And maybe it's your home. Maybe it's your car. Maybe it's your tickets. Maybe it's, again, stocks, bonds, whatever it is. Hey, buy low, sell high. That's the whole goal.
And that is Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, it is cold outside. It's snowing outside. And if you want to make sure that it's not cold or snowing inside, you need a furnace, and you need your furnace service today. You've got to do what I did, and that's called Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, they offer that 5-year warranty, so you know that you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle. Up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
Some of your ticket texts reacting to Dear John, then some thoughts on Bill Belichick. I have a theory. Big news of the day. He's actually going to take that job at North Carolina. Got a question about the Lions at 9:35, inspired by John Jansen and a statement he made off air that we brought to the air. All right, some feedback. Put the phone down to talk to me or put the phone down to listen to you. Those are quite different reasons for having a phoneless Christmas.
Put the phone down to listen to me or put the phone down to listen to you? Like, yeah.
But in other words, is it a conversation or you just want to tell me a bunch of things and you're upset that I'm not listening is what this person's saying?
Yeah. Well, moms like to tell you lots of things.
Heather, I agree about wanting to save memories, but you should look up this study, which shows that actually observing the moments rather than recording builds a stronger memory in your brain. It's kind of interesting.
I do believe that.
Yeah.
But I also, I know that I have hours and hours and hours of home video from when I was a kid, and I want my kids to have hours and hours of video of themselves when they're older, too.
Oh, they will.
But only in, but I take, it's so different than when I was a kid. My mom would record the entire day, right? And, sometimes the cap would go onto the camcorder, and, I could just hear voices. I record for, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's they're only getting these, little bursts in their life.
Mm-hmm.
But on Christmas, I take a lot of video.
Opening presents and reactions and all that stuff.
Sometimes I just set it there with the camera going.
Well, that's what this person says, is get disposable cameras and set them around to use. That way you can just be in the moment and it'll capture stuff.
Oh, that's cool too. I like that.
Yeah.
On the season tickets and selling your seats for the Bills game, Texter says that's the perks of being a fan before they were good. You bought in at a good time and now you've got good seats.
Buy low, sell high.
This one says, my dad does the same thing. Selling is fine. Keeps yourself financed.
Yeah,
it's kind of the dirty little secret of being a season ticket holder, right?
Ticket prices are not going down.
No. Texter says the Lions organization has clamped down on this, and they do keep track of season ticket holders if they sell too many of their seats. Another one says my buddy sold 4 and got kicked out of the Lions Loyal Club for not being loyal. So read the fine print. Sell 1 or 2, you're probably okay. You're starting to sell half of them. Sounds like they'll have an issue with you. Texter says, John, were you and Campbell ever teammates?
No, we weren't. We were in the same division. We were same draft. He was out of Texas A&M, obviously. I was out of Michigan.
Well, he was here for the 0-16 team.
Yeah, I came in the year after. Mm-hmm. Yes, we were infinitely better. 2 wins.
Well,
although one of them was against Washington, so that's really what I was looking for.
All right, this Belichick thing is actually happening, John.
I have no idea how it's going to turn out. It has created great interest into Bill Belichick and the program at North Carolina. How is it going to change? What's it going to be? And if you're going to win, the only other area to go where you could win right away would have been in the Big 12. And we've seen it. We saw it with Indiana this year. We've seen it across college football where you can come in and completely flip a roster with transfer portal, NIL dollars, which it's being reported that they're getting a major investment in NIL dollars. It's not far off from how he described it a week ago. I want to go in and treat it like an NFL franchise where you're going to be paying players and you're going to be trying to develop as many as you can for the NFL.
I guess I question how badly he wants to do this. He definitely wants to do it or he wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
Well, I think he wants to coach, and I think the NFL wasn't going to hire him. They didn't last year, and I think there's kind of a self-admission here that he wasn't going to get an offer to do it the way he wants with control for an NFL team ever again. So because he loves coaching, he has to settle for going to the college ranks, slumming it up with the current state of college sports that even his buddy Nick Saban left.
Well, his buddy Nick Saban left because Saban wasn't good in the NFL. This is more of an NFL model. And credit to Coach Saban for, I understanding who he is and what type of game and sport that he wants to coach. He wants to coach old school college football. That doesn't exist anymore. So now he decided, I'm done. And I'm sure that Belichick and Saban were talking a lot over the last few days when Belichick says, okay, what is it that I know or what I need to have as a part of this program as he's in negotiations with North Carolina?
I mean, I'm curious. There's a fascination to see how this is going to go. Do I think it's going to go well? I don't, because I think there's a reason NFL teams didn't want to hire him. And I know it's crazy. He won all these Super Bowls, but the mystique of Belichick isn't the reality of Belichick. Losing seasons, 3 of the last 4. Terrible job evaluating talent, drafting, and stocking that roster, which is going to be his whole job now.
You can argue talent evaluation.
Sure, we could argue it, but I think that was a huge issue in New England the last 3 or 4 years is that they didn't draft well enough, and he was the guy running the organization.
Yeah. Not the talent I was talking about. But in regards to being able to relate to the college-age kid, he clearly can.
Well, at least one. His girlfriend.
That's going to be a part of the conversation as he goes to college to coach college kids. Is the fact that his girlfriend is almost the same age as they are. She is a little bit older.
Not much older, though. Only a little older.
Right.
She's 24.
Right.
She's like a grad student, could be her age.
Well, I mean, he could have a starting quarterback that's been in college football for 8 years and might actually be the same age as her.
Or even older. Rarely, but it does happen with the COVID year and the extra year and all this stuff. Yeah, I guess I'm curious to see how it will go. I don't know that it's going to go particularly well. But if you're North Carolina, hey, roll the dice.
It really is only going to be determined by the support staff that he creates. Now, he's already brought in, was it Michael Lombardi as his GM?
Yeah.
But you're going to have to be able to have assistant coaches that have the footprint to recruit, relationships with high school coaches, and he'll be able to develop those. I don't know how much he wants to develop those relationships, but it's going to be about being able to hire the staff that will best serve that program best.
And how long does he plan on doing this? Like, that's the other part.
5-year contract.
John, I don't think he's there at the end of that 5-year contract. I don't think he makes it to year 4. He's 73 in the spring. This is a young man's game. This is a high-energy world of college sports. You got to be charismatic. You got to relate. You can't call things snap face. Like, you actually have to relate to people who are 50, 60 years younger than you.
The whole snap face thing, some of that's tongue-in-cheek, right? Some of the younger generation actually look at that and go, okay, well, at least he's trying, right? And he knows it's not snap face or it's not the Facebook and
Insta whatever.
Yeah, all of that stuff. So some of that's for, just to say, I am getting into it. And yes, I didn't know what it was. I clearly know what it is now.
Yeah. All right, there you go. It's finally happening. Belichick to North Carolina. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Time Magazine just revealed their person of the year. You know how they get the big cover spread?
Who is it?
Want to take a guess?
I think I know.
Oh, you already know?
I mean, I think it's easy when you really think about it.
It's early. I don't know. Who is it?
Is it just,
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, think about all of the things that have happened this year, right? So Time gave Trump the honor, they said, because he marshaled a comeback of historic proportions, also for driving a once-in-a-generation political realignment, for reshaping the American presidency, and altering America's role in the world. Mm-hmm. That is what Time says they honored him for. I got to talk about this kayaker because I think this story, it was so fascinating when it happened, and it's still really fascinating. This guy from Wisconsin faked his own death just so he could leave the country, leave his wife, his 3 kids behind, and who knows what he was doing when he left. But he had told police when they were talking to him that he had, personal matters he was trying to deal with far, far away. Anyway, he voluntarily came back. He's back in Wisconsin, directly went into police custody. He got charged for obstructing, obviously, that big lake search because he faked a phony tragedy, right? Spent thousands of dollars. They spent over $35,000 looking for this man. Over a month of searching this lake and obviously their surrounding areas. Couldn't find him. He did plead not guilty. His bond was set at $500, so he'll be out of there. But he also says that he would like to represent himself in court.
Oh, okay.
But they might have a court-appointed lawyer anyway provided to him.
There's plenty of people that get divorced. They're not happy with their life. You don't run away from your problems. You're going to have to confront them at some point.
I just imagine what it's like his return.
Yeah.
I mean, I know his kids, if they're young, they're very excited to see daddy, right? Like that he's home for the holidays. He's finally back. Well,
they'll eventually ask the question.
Yeah.
Why did you leave? I mean, I don't know how old his kids are.
I don't either.
Yeah, so,
that's crazy. Some sad news. For me anyway. The first Golden Bachelor, Gary Turner, has just revealed that he's been diagnosed with cancer.
That's sad news for anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So he also said that it did play a big role in his divorce. So when he was on the show, he met the woman that he married. They actually had a whole TV special of his marriage to Teresa Nist. Like, you thought, this is great, right? They're both in their 70s, or she might be in her 60s, but whatever. Like, this is going to be the one that lasts. So
it played a role in divorce? Like, she found out he had cancer and bolted?
No, it was more of his choice. It sounds like he really wanted to make sure his life was continuing as it was before, as normal as possible. He wanted to make sure he could spend as much time with his kids, with his grandkids, which is, poor woman, like... Sorry, I need more time with my other family. But he did say that it did play a role in their decision to part ways.
I thought they parted ways for a different reason, though.
They never revealed.
Okay.
Never. They never once said anything bad about each other. Never really revealed why, but they did get divorced. But it sounds like there is no cure at all for this cancer. It's this. Let me see. It's like a blood marrow cancer. It's a form of non-Hodgkin lymphoma that grows mainly in the bone marrow. There is treatment plans, like he can undergo chemotherapy or other therapies, but it can never be cured. So he kind of just wants to, I don't know if he knows like his time is limited. He just wants to make sure he is spending it with his kids and his family and having no regrets, he says. Listen to this guy. There's a guy in Utah. He bought a used car earlier this week on Monday, and then he went back to the dealership the same day and accused them of selling him a lemon. Said there was all these issues with the car, and when he didn't get the refund that he wanted, he decided to drive that car straight through their front door, crashing through the main windows.
Did you see this video, John?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I mean, I'm returning it. Here it comes.
Yeah, so I guess he threatened to do this. Like, if you don't give me my refund, I'm going to drive this car through the window. So at least they had like a bit of warning, but there were several salespeople right there near the door. No one was hurt, caused $10,000 in damages to the building. And he has since talked to Inside Edition after bailing himself out of jail. And he said that he knows he probably shouldn't have done it, but he just hit a breaking point. So anyway, he's been charged with felony criminal mischief and reckless endangerment. God. And he's stuck with his lemon.
Was there a car flag? I mean, if he planted that one, you could put another felony on top of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a Mangione update? Anything with Luigi? I feel like there's always a daily Luigi update.
There's stories coming out about him. There's people that say like his mental deterioration happened very quickly because he was recently on a trip to like an Asia trip, and people met him on a flight and they said, "Hey, we got along with him really well. He was a really nice guy. They traveled around the country with him, saw, did all the stuff, and said they would have had no idea that he would be a murderer." So it sounds like he was in a good mental headspace there, and then that was in April. I don't have the story in front of me. It was
okay.
No big update.
Okay, I'm always fascinated by this story.
The gun
they did
matched
the
shell
right?
casings.
Yeah.
Yep. His fingerprints were on the water bottle on some other wrappers found at the scene. So there's a lot of evidence that is now coming forward, definitely tying him to the murder. But his lawyer says, I haven't seen any of it. I haven't seen any evidence.
His lawyer's the latest character in this story.
I don't know if it means he hasn't actually physically been handed the evidence to look at.
It is.
Because
it appears that, yes.
I think he does have eyes that he could kind of see that there is evidence there.
He's
but
doing
he
the
says
defense
he hasn't
attorney
seen it,
thing,
yes.
though, until it's proven, all that stuff. Anyway.
So there you have it.
There's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the double-digit disco. You dancing with us? It's 97.1. That'll be us Sunday, 4:25, double-digit disco, Boogie Fever. Boogie Wonderland. Conversation started today.
We found his the genre of music. You've been singing disco ever since we started this bit.
It's a fun bit.
You know, for what's to come, and I don't know if it'll be much of a segment, but I've had this in my prep in regards to the music. Apple has this thing this year where you can see what it is that you've played, the top 5 artists as well as the top 5 songs. I'm curious as to what yours are.
There's no disco in the top 5.
Really? Because you are all over the disco music.
I'm embracing the fun we're having today because, John, you started this conversation.
Well, I did, and I wanted to ask a simple question. I didn't know it was going to lead to Disco Jimmy.
A movement.
And that is, am I crazy to think that this game's not going to be close? Am I crazy to think that with it being a home game, getting reinforcements back on defense, and what I saw from this Bills defense, it can be picked apart on the ground, through the air, and the strength of this team is offense for the Lions. So watching, and I went back, much like I did last week, it's kind of my midweek deal. I go back and I watch some of the film from the opponents. And we asked the question last week, are you, do you hope to win or do you expect to win? And I came back after watching some film, even though there were injuries, and I said, yeah, I expect to win. And I've watched a lot of the film from the Buffalo Bills, and there's no question that Josh Allen is a major problem.
Yeah.
But there's nothing else about that team that concerns me. And they are, right now, top dog in the AFC. They beat the Chiefs. They've lost, obviously, the Rams last week. But in watching how other teams approach playing the Buffalo Bills, I see so many opportunities for this Lions offense, whether it's Amon-Ra St. Brown in the middle of the defense. I see J-Mo going deep. Laporta, being able to run the ball, just that in and of itself should be what dominates this game. But then to be able to use both those guys to catch passes out of the backfield, use them in protection, like I just don't see how Buffalo keeps this game close against our Detroit Lions.
And I said, well, what does close mean? Double digits.
Double digit. That's what led us to the double-digit disco.
The double-digit disco.
You want to dance? Let's dance.
248-539-9797. And it was unanimous. We all got the go-go boots on today.
That's right.
Flared jeans.
What's that place? Gosh, way back in Pontiac, that disco place. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Wherever you went in high school, I have no idea.
It used to be Industry was high school. And then they turned it Have a Nice Day Cafe, I think is what it was called. You guys don't remember?
I don't know what any of this means.
No, there was a basketball place in Pontiac I used to go to. Didn't go to dance.
Yeah, I'm going to the disco. And this is so weird because me and John have been very locked up, but even with you, Jim, a little bit. You started 12-5. Me and John have been just had these moments throughout the years, all the way back to the schedule release, in the spring, that this team was going to do unbelievable things. And I just kind of had this feeling about this game that the Lions are just at a different level at 12-1 than the Bills are at 10-3. Like the Lions, stealing the midday show's phrase, I believe they're any given Sunday proof. Like they should have lost to the the Texans. They should have lost to the Packers, I think, last week.
They should have probably lost to Minnesota when they faced them. Aiden Hutchinson and got down 10-0, but it
teams
didn't
like
matter.
Buffalo have 3 losses, but the Lions have 1 because of just how good they are. And I think this is a get-right game for the offense big time. I think the red zone issues in the Chicago game and last week, they had some hiccups. And Campbell has even mentioned, we're misfiring slightly. I think they
left a lot of points on the field last week.
Yeah, and the Bears for sure. So I think they get that right this week, and I think it plays right into the Bills' defensive problems.
They played 4 games in 18 days. Finally got a chance to just exhale. Not a true bye week, but 10 days of prep time, and you're going to see more of these guys come back on the D-line, which will be big against Josh Allen, right? I think part of winning by double digits, you got to score a bunch. you are going to have to slow down Josh Allen, and they're going to have their D-line largely intact this week. The safeties take the ball away. The secondary's been healthy. This defense has been one of the best defenses in the NFL all season. Arguably number 1, but 2 or 3 right there. So if the defense plays well at home, well-rested, and the offense can run it on Buffalo the way Baltimore did earlier this season, that's the one time that Buffalo really got beat down, when a team ran it down their throat. That's the score. That's the storyline here, right? Detroit will be able to run the ball at home, and I had them winning, what did I say earlier, 35-24?
Yeah.
That's 11 point. I'm double-digit disco.
Yep. I'm 35-21. We've had a lot of people call in, give their scores. We had one that was even 42-24. I think there's a lot of belief, and I'm glad I asked the question, because we were building it up yesterday like, okay, yeah, is this the biggest test? Sure. I mean, it's one of the best teams that they've played. And there's no question that Josh Allen is an issue. I mean, he had 3 rushing touchdowns last week and 3 throwing touchdowns. The week before, it was, another record that he set. It was receiving, it was throwing, and it was rushing. So he's going to be an issue, but they're a 10-3 team. It's not like they have completely walked through their schedule and dominated. They have some deficiencies on the defensive side of things.
248-539-97. The question is, are you dancing with us at the double-digit disco? Do you think the Lions are winning this game by 10 or more points? And if you don't, okay, we can talk through it, right? Because we've had ticket texters say, I think they'll win, but I think it's going to be whoever gets the ball last, or it's going to come down to the final possession. 248-539-9797.
I mean, every time we've done this, and you're kind of taking that leap of faith, but it's built on the way they play football and the way they're built as a team. It's like, I fully trust them. And they're, to me, clearly the best team in the NFL. Vegas has them at plus 270 to win the Super Bowl right now. It's very hard to get under plus 300. They're scared to death right now that the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. That's why those odds are those odds. And in a game like this, I just feel like this is kind of one of those spots. In typical NFL, it's actually a spot for Buffalo.
Because they're coming off a loss.
But the Lions are atypical, because I think they're one of they're going to go down as a memorable team in this league when they finish the deal.
That's what I was going to say. To some, it may sound like we're getting kind of caught up. But if there was ever a team to get caught up with, it's this football team. They've won 11 in a row. They're 12-1. They've handled all the adversity, and now it feels like they're finally getting guys right and healthy, and they got a big spot at home to make a statement. Think about the other opportunities they've had to make statements this season. Seattle at home Monday night, won by double digits. Dallas. Now, we know Dallas isn't very good, but at the time,
it was a statement.
Statement game. Go throughout this schedule. They have made statements repeatedly. Green Bay on the road, also a 425 game, right?
Yeah.
Won by double digits in the elements. So they've made statements. This team is winning by 14 points per game. So when we get on the radio and say they're going to win by double digits, that's what they've been doing. And it's maybe just a recognition that, while Buffalo is very good, no one is on the level of the Detroit Lions.
When the schedule came out, and Tom and I both said 14-3, and you with your measly 12, it was the argument at that time was, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. Look at the schedule. It's a first place schedule. It's so much tougher. They may be a better team, but the schedule is that much harder. They have gone through the schedule and controlled their own destiny. They've checked all the boxes. Now, if you want to be a great team, you obviously have to win it all. I don't think you can be a great team without winning it all. But this is a good team that's checking the boxes to be great.
We were so optimistic, me and you, at the beginning. Jim, a little less, and then all of a sudden you said 15-2. Like, in your wildest dreams, like, I never would have imagined that you would have done this.
Yeah, and guys, they could go 16-1. I mean, like, I may have sold them short at 15-2. You guys probably sold them short at 14 wins. And I'm not saying that to gotcha you. I'm saying that's how ridiculous this has been. What we're suggesting is ridiculous, that they would win by double digits against maybe the second best team in the NFL, but it's in
team they might see in the Super Bowl.
Could see in the Super Bowl.
The thing is, there could be a big separation between 1 and 2 in the NFL.
And I think that's the case. And I really started to buy in when Aiden got hurt. That sounds weird, right? You lose Aiden Hutchinson and then you bought in. When they lost Aiden Hutchinson, they had to go on the road to Minnesota, and they won without him. And then they had to go on the road to Green Bay, and they won without him. And a funny thing happened. They're giving up the second fewest points per game in the NFL. The defense has played really good without him. Doesn't that say something about the caliber of this football team? Like, you cannot deny it anymore.
Yeah, and I think, why a lot of people will be Sunday, just win the game. But I don't know. For some reason, this spot for me, I think this is kind of where they come out swinging again, They're going to bring the triple D at 425 again.
The double-digit disco. 248-539-9797. Are you dancing with us? We'll get Doug Karsh's thoughts. You think Doug owns any disco clothing? Like anything in the closet, far back,
Nah, I wouldn't think so, but I didn't think you were going to go full Austin Powers on us. So, I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm now thinking that Jim Costa equals Austin Powers.
All right, so Mondays are just Mondays are always general reaction Lions days and stuff. But if they do this about next Wednesday or so, we're gonna all dress in disco clothes for the show. Deal? We can go to Salvation Army. And
so where can we find some? Might find some for tomorrow.
We'll have to, Oh.
John's not comfortable doing this.
It's just not.
I mean, you had the Suck It show earlier this year where you had the Michigan hat or shirt, the Lions hat, and then you had the Redskins blazer on at the same time. Yeah. Why not this?
We'll find out what's in Doug's closet next. 97.1.
Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets. All you have to do is win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, and it's all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, as we all do, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, anything else you want to look at, and it's all on the same page where you're actually going to place those live bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today, and you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Heather is looking up disco gear.
I Googled disco clothes, and then now I'm looking on Amazon.
Uh-huh. You don't have any go-go boots?
I don't.
No? Nothing
from
way back when? Maybe a Halloween costume?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Don't give it away. We'll find out tomorrow in the picks if you're going to dance with us at the double-digit disco.
I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll look for an Austin Powers.
Tomorrow's probably a tight
outfit.
turnaround, but if I can find something, I'll wear it tomorrow. Monday could be fun. The whole show could be dancing. We've asked you guys that question. It all started with John asking aloud, am I crazy if I don't think this game's going to be close? And I said, no, you're not crazy. Lions are winning by 14 points per game. They're at home. They're well-rested. And then, all right, well, what's close? What's not close? Double digits.
Double digits.
And the double-digit disco was born. 248-539-9797. We'll check in with Carson Anderson here shortly, see if they're as optimistic as we are.
Yeah, and Gators back in.
Gators back.
Yeah, Gators back. So we'll get a full show here for 4 hours out of those guys. It'll be exciting to catch up with Gator. We haven't seen him all week.
Ticket texters. 35-24 Lions.
There you go.
Dancing on the disco floor. Boogie Fever was the name of that disco place, signed Greg on the ticket text.
Boogie Fever. And where'd you say that was?
Pontiac, right?
That's what he was trying to figure
Pontiac,
out.
back when it had like a nightlife.
That had to be, Tom, that had to be before us. I don't remember anything like that.
They had places change different and go to different type clubs. Like Industry was known to be like a alternative quotes type club.
Eventually turned into grunge.
Yeah, they had Clutch Cargoes. Did you ever go there?
Clutch Cargoes.
No. Like I went there when it was like open. That's how old I am. Right. It actually was called Sanctum. It was an old church.
Sanctum?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Saw concerts there.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool place for a concert.
Ticket texter says, you guys are Lions slappies. Signed Stoney, Rieger, and Rico.
Well, they're the 11 and 6 and 10 and 7ers.
Oh, before the season.
Rieger was pretty solid on the 10 wins. Like he was even hoping they were going to get to 10 wins.
He said Jordan Love's better than Jared Goff.
I'll give him credit. I'm assuming he would have changed that opinion after seeing this season.
Well,
I don't think he'd be sending that text today is my point.
He actually was doing a topic last night. Why won't the Lions win? He's not in a positive way.
Yeah.
Not like
trying to find a way that they actually, because it feels so, you're so confident whether they win by double digits or not. Everybody believes this team's winning every single time they take the field.
Because they have, and they've done it in so many different ways.
Lefty in East Point, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, you're talking about grit. Grit is today. With all this out here.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all talking about the Lions.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. If you talking about grit, you're talking about today. You did not want to wake up to what you have out here today. You got a makeshift defense that Aaron Glenn had put together. You got the best secondary in the league. Don't nobody want to throw downfield.
Yeah.
That's why it's all short passes.
I mean, and so what I like about that is if they're going to take time off the clock, I'm fine with shorten this game and give up some of those short passes.
You make them earn it.
Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch roaming around in the secondary. There's not a lot of receivers that want to go across the middle against this secondary.
But I did want to say, first time caller. But John, you. Oh my God.
Huh?
Jared Goff is the ultimate as far as all we need is 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lefty, I think you're on board. I think so.
Yeah.
Couple more ticket texters. This one says, we need to have our hiccup game this week and then win out. I don't think you ever need to lose. I disagree with that ticket texter. Fellas, not dancing here. I'm a Lions fan, but I feel like Buffalo comes in and hands it to the Lions. I also think they'll lose to Chicago and San Fran.
Oh, wow.
What? Says, I hope not, but that's my gut feeling. Division could come down to the final game.
So they're going, instead of being 12-1, they're going to finish the season 13-4?
I have a hard time seeing that one. Gator is coming to the studio.
Hi there.
Good morning.
Morning.
How was the commute? A little dicey? Are the roads clearing up?
Just
they were
slow?
Clearing up, yeah.
Yeah. Sun's coming out, starting to melt some of the pavement.
Long, but it was a little bit dicey. But you can see that the salt trucks have been out, so it's just starting to act. But it's so cold out that it seems like it might take a while. But fortunately, the sun's out, so it's going to help it out.
Good.
But yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I just hope it's the first snow of the year, where people are in a commute anyway. So I hope people
or second
or third.
Yeah.
Well, when
you commute, yes. When you commute.
Well, I think with something with significant snowfall.
Yeah, this is the biggest snowfall of the year so far.
Yeah, I don't think what we've had before. I mean, given when you guys are
we're before the plows have even.
Judging me now because I said it because I'm ignoring those that have to get
that leave their house before 9:30. Yes.
What's that?
They leave their house before 9:30.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what time you leave, but
today was early.
Ish.
So, question for you, and Doug when he comes in here too, two-parter. Will you join us dancing at the Double Digit Disco on Sunday? We believe the Lions not only win, but win by double digits. And the second question is, do either of you own any disco clothing?
All right. So first part, will I join you in the Double Disco party for Sunday thinking the Lions would win by double digits? No.
No.
Boo.
I'm not going to do that. Do I think that they win the game? Yeah, I think they win the game. But do I think that
they win by 10 or more?
Digits? No, I don't. Disco clothing.
I have no disco clothing. I went to a 70s party earlier this year, and what I put together was more 80s, I realized, but I don't have any.
You're going to get kicked out?
Part of disco clothing is just an extra button or two. Open up.
Yeah.
Right. You show more wolf.
You need some bell bottoms, though, too.
Yeah, bell bottoms are probably hard to come by. Maybe for ladies.
Come back around.
Yeah, for women, but not for...
not really for dudes.
For dudes.
Could disco just simply be clubbing clothes rather
clubbing
than
clothes?
actually looking like John Travolta from 1977? Can we actually just call it?
Yeah,
clubbing?
there's really no big collar, but you can use the button down and just like you said, a couple of extra buttons.
I've got probably a couple of shirts.
Glue some sequins to it too, though.
No sequins.
How many buttons would you be willing to go?
Well, the problem is that I don't have a ton of chest hair, so there's no reason to go down.
Yeah,
and
I
show
don't
off
either.
The wolf.
Yeah,
so
there's no wolf.
There's no wolf. Yeah, there's barely a pup. So I don't know if I need to do that. But I do have some shirts that I think are more clubbing shirts, and I look at those. I'm like, why?
Why did I buy this one? Why am I still have this one?
Is that sateen?
He's ready to get back in the game, people. Yeah. He's getting back in the game.
Working on my moves.
Doug, will you dance with us?
Actually, no. And it's funny because I realized by not going to the, what do you call it, the double digit disco?
Yeah.
It feels like people think you're like I'm picking him to lose. I'm not picking him to lose.
No,
I'm not picking him to lose.
That's the way Costa started off the season. I went 14 wins, he went 12, and everybody thought that he was a bum.
Like if I got the Lions winning 35-27, is that not Jesse?
Shun the non-believer.
Yeah.
This guy.
Backdoor cover.
You got to go to the second row at the parade.
I guess so.
Yeah, no kidding. What are you guys doing today?
Well, we got the Belichick story is fascinating. We got football questions today at 10:30. Plenty of Lions stuff, including I do want to bring up something. The last time I felt something watching the Lions, and we'll explain.
Oh, whoa. Hey!
It comes in the 11 o'clock hour.
What were you feeling?
Yeah, or is this a feeling?
We'll explain it.
Oh, okay.
Doug will reveal the body part the blood was rushing to.
Oh, stop.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Carson Anderson, Gator out today. 97-1 the tick. Oh, wait, he's back. Hi, Scott.
Yeah, hey, Doug. Yeah. Look, it's Thursday, all right?
It's a disgruntled Gator.
I'm just here because I have to be.
Because you get paid?
Yeah. I'm just here because, I'm contractually
obligated, yes.
Yeah. Yes. This is the time period they tell me to be here, so I'm here.
Only because you have to.
Right. I'm on the air between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m.
The first moment you can escape this god-awful work arrangement, you're out of here for life.
Yeah, I mean, look, I got to work with you. So it is what it is, right? I mean,
you got to tough it out.
I've endured it for almost 18 years. It'll be 18 years in a couple weeks here, but
I was watching on the socials.
Endure is a good word.
Socials, some speculation that the reason Gator was out was because we were feuding.
Feuding?
No, we use this.
No, I like working with you more.
So I got to tell you, you know how I want to start the show?
I do.
Somebody dropped off, very kind listener, a nice note, was appreciative of a topic we did, and he dropped off a styrofoam cooler that he says is filled with beer. I am tempted. I think it's beer he got from the Upper Peninsula. I am tempted to open it up on the air and just start drinking. How do you feel about that?
I mean, that would go a long way towards mending the fence between the two of us.
Now, in the back deep recess of my mind, the cooler is out there. It's one of those styrofoam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did see it. Yeah,
it's got like a bow around it.
Yeah, that was nice.
There's always an outside chance that there's a human head in it.
Well, there's that.
That's my concern. That's my concern.
Outside chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, or other parts. Just don't know what could be that.
Got delivered yesterday, and I'm like, I had a time to read the notes. Very nice, but and it says there's beer, but should we open it and see if there's actually beer?
We should.
Okay. Kenny, can you do me a favor? Can you go grab the cooler off the floor in our cubicle? Thanks, Kenny. Appreciate it, buddy. Let's see what's in this thing. See if we should be afraid. Be very afraid.
I'm not saying we should be afraid. Be very afraid. But I'm also not saying that there's a little bit of trepidation. You never know. You never know. When stuff gets sent here, you're like, okay, all right.
Yep.
All right.
It's nice. The nice gestures that we get are cool.
And 95% of our nice. And 5% are weird. We get some weird.
All right, Kenny's bringing in the cooler here, and it's got a bow around it. And,
does this sound like there's ice in there?
Let me thank Robin in White Lake who dropped it off.
Set it up in front of the football helmet. That way the Twitch camera can see it and the YouTube camera can see it.
I'm going to back it up if you're on YouTube or Twitch. You'll be able to see this. If not, go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket, or go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. We'll give them a couple minutes here to log on. So we'll open this cooler live on the air and see if indeed. I don't know how well. If this is a human head, this is not going to go over real well.
You think it's fish?
I would suck if it's fish.
Like some sea bass? I think it might be sea bass.
I don't know. Could be.
Piranha?
Could be.
It does sound like there's ice in there, so I'm going to eliminate fish.
It doesn't smell.
Yeah.
As best I can tell, so I think we're okay there. But may as well start your return with some excitement.
But the note said beer.
The note said beer. See exactly what it says. I'm leaving a sample of the KBC offerings in appreciation of all the great sports entertainment you guys have provided.
All right.
Feel free to share it with the rest of the team at 971. So Kenny, Bobby's filling in for Kang. Kang's out sick again. There's a lot more loggers calling your name just 5 hours past Big Mac. So he was in the UP, and this is implication that it is beer. So if you're not on youtube.com or twitch.tv, we'll describe what is in this cooler. All right, you ready to go?
Yeah. By the way, do you get freaked out by the sound of styrofoam at all?
I don't love it. No. But anyway, I had to peel the ribbon off, and now I'm going to open up the top of this cooler.
I saw a video while I was away. One of the many, maybe dozen hours I was watching videos on my phone. And there was a video of this woman who was doing a podcast, and she had this styrofoam container she was opening up, and she let everybody know, you guys know that I can't stand it. She was literally dry heaving while opening the styrofoam container.
Really?
Yeah.
She had a physical reaction.
She had a physical reaction to styrofoam. It's like Jimmy when you fold a piece of paper.
Yeah, Jimmy hates that.
He hates that, which is
all right, I'm going to open the lid of the cooler and look in. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, I'm opening it up. Okay, indeed there is ice. And indeed it appears to be beer. Keweenaw Brewing Company, Early Autumn Ale. The first one I pull out is an Early Autumn Ale. Gator, are you interested in the Early Autumn Ale?
Aside from the name that I can't stand, but
Gator doesn't like the name.
the
term autumn. He thinks it's pretentious.
Yeah, because it is. However, the alliteration there is very nice. Medium hoppy amber ale, celebration of fall. I like that.
Okay, this is like a variety of beers from it appears to be the Keweenaw Brewing Company.
I'm expecting to see the alcohol content on this, and I do not see that. I'm blind, so
I've got a blonde ale. And I've got a red jacket. And it is indeed iced up. So
yeah, these are cool.
Okay, no human body parts.
I'm not allowed to open that.
I probably shouldn't. Maybe near the end of the show.
This isn't a Lions post-game show circa 2004. No? Okay.
Is it a Pistons NBA Finals show?
Right? No. It's not a Red Stanley Cup overnight show. No.
2:15 in the morning, and
Cal just shows up with a bunch of conies and beer. What?
I showed up with a case of beer in studio. No, it's not.
No, it's not one of that. No. Okay.
All right. Anyway, there you go. That is. Thank you, Robin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Past the security in here. And
actually, those sound pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to drinking of the beer.
It wasn't like the hoppity hopper.
No. All right. So what do we got today? We're going to get into this Lions-Bills game a little bit more. I think there's some interesting stuff going on with we're in the midst of one of the most foreign-feeling NFL seasons ever with our team on top of getting all the love, and now some of the NFL teams around the league getting sick of us, and whatever, who cares? But we'll get into something new today at 11:05. Morning show is chesty. I want to get into that a little bit more, Gator, because neither you nor I are quite as chesty as they are, and there's nothing wrong with it. They are chesty where they're picking a double-digit win over the Buffalo Bills. We will get into that. And at 10:30, we swing around the league with the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. It is Carson Anderson. Gator is back. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, 'tis the season to save at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Here's a crazy offer on a 2025 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah's offering a brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox for just $39 a month. $39. That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox EV LT front-wheel drive, which is $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with their GM employee discount, Costco member, and private offer lease, and Chevy EV private offer in the household. Also this month, a 2025 Blazer LT for just $279 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. Pay only $279 a month, 2-year lease, GM employee discount, and Chevy lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet with a guarantee the lowest price, or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all. And Say Sarah, call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Gator is back for like just today, right?
And tomorrow.
Okay.
And then I'll be angry with you for another week.
Yeah.
And then week of Christmas, I'll be back for that week. And then you'll be angry with me for a little bit.
Yep.
And then
all is good. It happens every year at the holidays.
This
to
is
use
true.
our vacation time before the year is done. So anyway, look, Lions Bills morning show, very chesty. John watched a bunch of the Bills and came away with the impression that the Lions are going to roll. Tom is even more chesty because of the extra time off and getting guys back on defense. And Jim, he's in on it as well. They think this is going to be a double-digit win. Chesty is a term that we use to are extraordinarily confident in our team. I am chesty. The funny thing is I think they've gone next level with it. Like, I kind of use the term chesty just to describe my level of confidence in a win. They are going double-digit win.
That's that's double-digit disco, I believe is what they were calling it.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I hope they're right, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And it's funny because I listen to them and I'm like, yeah, John knows his football and he's given his reasons why. And then Tom pipes in and I'm like, Tom is, as usual, pretty damn logical. I just think that I'll start with this. We have yet to know who's going to be back defensively. Lee McNeil was full practice yesterday, but he's the only one.
Was Pascal full practice or was he partial?
Limited practice, according to Lions website.
Taylor Decker on the offensive side was
yes.
full. Yeah, I mean, it looks like you maybe should get Unzareke back, which would be great. And maybe Pascal. I feel better about Unzareke than Pascal, but hopefully they're both back. But DJ Reader, he didn't practice. We're still, I don't think they've fully activated from the list, Melanfonwu or Mosley, right?
They have not.
So, they're still a little thin in the secondary. And, of course, we know about the linebacker situation that maybe, I think the word is that maybe you get Anzalone back before the end of the season. That would be great to get him back, although these linebackers have done a great job.
Mosley has been activated. He is on the active roster.
Okay.
Melanfonwu is not, according to Lions website.
Okay.
Yep.
But Mosley has not been active for the games, correct?
I don't believe so.
I mean, he was active for the one game, and then he had like 3 or 4 plays, and that was it. And, but I like their chances to win the game. They're playing at home, and look, they're on a heater. But I can't discount how well Buffalo's played. They've scored 30 points or more in the 7 straight games. During that stretch, they did, in fact, beat Kansas City, and they beat Kansas City by 2 scores. They just lost a game in a shootout with the Rams where they scored 42 points. And that's kind of where I feel like this Lions-Bills game might have to be. It might have to be played up in the mid to high 30s for the Lions to win it, because I'm nervous about how effective the defense is going to be because of all the guys being out. If this team was healthy, I might be chesty, but they're not. So I'm not. And Josh Allen is a guy that presents all types of problems because he's got a cannon for an arm. I don't think he's the most accurate thrower, but he's got a cannon for an arm, and he's not afraid to throw. And when he gets on the move, you got troubles. And they got a couple good receivers there too. And he's a handful. He's not the kind of guy that's going to dart and go out of bounds. He's the kind of guy that, I don't mind running you over. He's a really good running quarterback who's having an MVP season. So I wouldn't be chesty about the double-digit thing. That's not me, but hats off to the morning show.
They're super rattled in Buffalo over their defense, and they didn't get much out of the running back position last week. Now they get into a trail position. You're throwing all the time. But Allen is building rapport with his receivers, connecting on deep balls. He's really, really good, and we're not reinventing football analysis. It's just hard for me to see until I know who's on the field for the Lions defensively. It's hard for me to see the Lions being able to run away and hide. If you're going to tell me they're going to get back DJ Reader, if Aleem McNeil has a good weekend, is fine. Pascal, Onwuzurike, if they activate Melifonwu, I start to feel a lot better about their chances. With all respect due to the guys that filled in, because the guys filled in admirably. But there's still some questions injury-wise. It'll be good to get Decker back. It'll be good to get Taylor Decker back offensively because, look, their offense right now, like the Lions' offense feels like a wealth of riches. And what the Rams did last week with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, you get the sense that the Lions, with their weapons, with Amon-Ra, J-Mo, Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield, Laporta, and then a running game. Like the running game is something that I'm not even sure that the Lions can't just lean on heavily this week and have success.
Yeah, and maybe that's the route you want them to go because it keeps the other team off the field, which means it keeps your defense off the field and keeps them as fresh as possible, right? So it sounds like a nice game plan to have, and yet I've gone into games thinking that's exactly what they're going to do, and they're ripping off 10-yard runs, and next thing you know, this 75-yard touchdown drive only ate up 4 minutes.
Right.
Because the running game was working so well, but it wasn't really necessarily keeping the other team off the field. But those games ended up being monster blowouts. So I'll take a monster blowout. I just don't expect it.
The Bills are sixth, the sixth worst team in the NFL in yards allowed per run. And I think the effectiveness of a rushing attack, I don't like total rushing yards because I think it's dependent upon score. I think that is impacted greatly upon the score of a game. Yards allowed per carry to me is a better metric, and it's one that kind of it tells you a little bit more how effective a defense, in my opinion, how effective a defense is against the run. It's not the only thing I look at, but I think the Bills are susceptible, and I think the Lions should be able to run the ball against that front.
Yeah, in between the two running backs with Montgomery and Gibbs, I think they're averaging like 5 yards a carry. That's pretty healthy. James Cook on the other side is an awfully good running back. Doesn't have I think he's 700 and something yards rushing, but he's approaching 1,000 yards from scrimmage. He has 11 rushing touchdowns. So they get the yards from him, and they also get the yards from Josh Allen. I mean, that he's part of the rushing game. So you have to be cognizant of that. But from a Lions offensive standpoint, it's like every game, though. They pick your poison how you want to stop them. If they want to go ahead and try to stop the run, okay, that's just going to open up the passing game.
Yep. Because
fortunately, the Lions are pretty healthy when it comes to their receiving core. So that's it's a tough task if you're the Bills or any team in the NFL how you want to stop the Lions offense.
I'm chesty about a win. I'm not quite where the morning show is. God bless them. I hope they're right because if they roll the Bills, wow, will they be looking, I mean, I'm not going to say unstoppable, but they would be setting themselves up very nice for a postseason.
Well, I would say this. You're looking at the year that Josh Allen has had. This, I mentioned, it's an MVP-type season. He's thrown for over 3,000 yards. His quarterback rating is 101.9. His QBR, for those who would prefer that one, is a monstrously high 76.7. He's got 9 rushing touchdowns. And he's got 23 passing touchdowns, and he's only thrown 5 picks. Mm-hmm. All that, those are MVP numbers. However, the 5 picks are by far the best season he's ever had in his life, at least in the NFL. He had 18 picks last year, 14 the year before, 15 the year before that, all while doing a really good job of throwing touchdowns in those seasons as well. But he's been a guy that's turned the ball over. He's not doing that this year. Last year, he lost 5 fumbles as well. This year, 1. So 23 turnovers last year through 17 games. Through 13 games this year, he's got 6. He's really cut down on that. Is that sustainable for him? Is a switch finally gone off and he's figured things out, things have clicked for him? Or is there a correction waiting to happen?
Is he about to come back to earth? Are the Lions about to just, yeah, it could be. All right, we will get more Lions-Bills coming up a little bit later on. But first, we'll get to the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thing, in which we do every Thursday during the NFL season. That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. format change today. Kang is out. I will read the questions, Gator.
Okay.
And you will answer first.
All right, sir.
Six-pack NFL questions. Well, what's going on currently in the league? We start with this. Kansas City continues to wow and amaze by eking out wins in single-score fashion, but they also have suffered some significant injuries. Will the Chiefs survive and advance to the Super Bowl again, or is this going to be too much to overcome?
I tell you, the injuries are a real thing for them. I mean, wide receiver core has been damaged. The running back room, they've had to deal with it. They've had guys on defense, but nothing more significant than their offensive line. They have really suffered on the offensive line to the point that Patrick Mahomes has actually been sacked a career high 35 times already, and they still have 5 games left? It's amazing how much he's been hit. That's 6th in the NFL, by the way. And not only is it a career high for him, but it's already 6th in the NFL. Soon teams are going to realize, Doug, that when you have the lead or you're ready to get the lead against Kansas City late in the game, soon they'll figure it out not to leave him time on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do, they'll be able to close out those games. And that's going to happen this year in January, not in February. In January, they're not going to make the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's interesting. Buffalo learned that harsh lesson with allowing him 13 seconds a couple years ago in the playoffs, and it was too much. And Mahomes is a cheat code. But I'm sorry, I think there's a team in the AFC that the saying I like, how good is your good? When you are at your best, you're unbeatable. And I think that team is the Baltimore Ravens. They did it to the Lions last year. They did it to Buffalo earlier this year. Yep. They beat them 35-10. And I think the Ravens, when they get into the postseason and they are dialed in and they are locked in, I think they are the team to beat in the AFC, and I think they will go to the Super Bowl.
Pittsburgh's tough, too.
I know. There's a number of tough teams, but I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's going to be Kansas City this year. All right, Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, they lost again. Does Aaron Rodgers finish out the season?
Nope. His ego's going to get in the way. He's going to pout his way out of the lineup. I just hope that the Jets don't do something dumb like release him so then he can hook up with some other playoff-bound team and be their backup quarterback, savior, if necessary, break glass option, because he's obviously really talented. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback, but I just love the situation he's in right now because it's donezo. But, yeah, I could see him absolutely pouting his way to the point where the coach is like, we're just not going to play you. We're going to sit you out. We're going to go with whatever, option E is, which isn't good, and we're going to finish out the season.
I try not to be a spiteful person. I think it is a bad emotion. But look, this man tortured us for years, and he's morphed into what feels like he's the first QB who's more of a QB. He's a QAnon quarterback.
Oh, boy.
And after he's tortured us for years... You know what he was asked about this week?
Pizzagate?
He was asked about whether or not he's playing for a team that's cursed. He had to answer a question about his team being cursed.
That's great.
It was beautiful. I hope he has to take every last snap this year, right to the bitter end.
Well, and he's also had to, I guess they filmed a lot of his retreat that he went on to. Mm-hmm. Apparently that's going to be, I don't know if it's an Netflix special, but it's going to be some kind of special. He's some kind of special, Doug.
All right, Joe Burrow has home broken into, read a statement lamenting his lack of privacy with details getting out there that he'd rather have not surfaced. Does he have a point, or is this part of being a high-paid sports celebrity?
Look, I get it. It was difficult. I mean, when you're on the road and you're finding out that your house is broken into, and then details of that get out that, oh, yeah, my swimsuit model girlfriend was the one that had to call the cops, and now so that gets out there. Maybe he doesn't want that information out there. Apparently they've had drones flown around his house because people want to get video of it because, we don't apparently regulate drones, whether they're the size of, a toaster or an SUV if you're in New Jersey. It's all just kind of weird. But at the same time, I feel bad for him and any other athlete. There's a point when you're at home, that should be your sanctuary. That's your safe place, right? This isn't always the case, and I don't think that's right. I think when you're out in public, it's kind of fair game. That's kind of what you sign up for when you're going to be this high-paid athlete, and you're adored by millions and millions of people, whatever. But you're out there. But when you're home, you should be able to be
in the privacy of your own home.
I don't think he puts himself out there as much as others. Like he doesn't have a reality show.
Right.
Like if you have a camera following you around all the time, or you're on, Dancing with Chefs or whatever the hell the shows are these days, you are asking for more attention. You are asking to morph from being just a quarterback to being a celebrity. And I don't find him going over the top with that stuff. So, I think this is bogue. He doesn't ask for this. He's just doing his job. I don't think he's particularly out there. So, he has a point. He should be allowed to have his private life. All right, the NFL will consider adding face masks to video assists of plays that are several high-profile plays that were missed or called incorrectly. The NFL's Troy Vincent also cited taunting, illegal formation on kickoffs, fair catches, hitting a defenseless player, tripping, and other plays for video assist. Are these good ideas, Scott?
Well, on the surface, I think it is because video assist is a pretty quick and efficient way. I mean, it usually happens like that. Due to video assist, we realized that they did not get the line to gain, so you don't have to take the time out, throw the challenge flag, review it from 600 different cameras. If it can be done quickly, do it quickly, and I love it. And I have been calling specifically for this play to be reviewable. And if it's going to be done by video assist to make it even quicker, absolutely. Hands to the face or face mask should 100% be reviewable. Absolutely. It's too easy to go ahead and simply look at it. There aren't many face mask calls where you would say, oh, I don't know, and get your Tony Romo voice out there. I think typically you understand that's a face mask. And the high-profile ones we've seen over the last several weeks, you got to do something about it, and it's about time it gets added to the list.
I'm in favor of eliminating all replay. I've talked about this for years, and I've given my reasons why. The video assist where the things are done quickly is something I could get on board with. If all of them were done that way, I could say, okay, because we're striving for perfection. We've never achieved it. And now that we've added the safe fails of video use, the safety net of video usage, I feel like we're less satisfied because we more expect perfection. But if you don't have to go under the hood, I suppose I can get on board with it.
The one I wasn't a huge fan of was hitting a defenseless player, because I think that's more subjective, and I'm not sure that's what that's for. If you're talking about, because then you start getting into, is that a hold? Is it not a hold? And I don't want to go down that road.
Okay, a video from an upcoming 30 for 30 has surfaced. It's an incredibly awkward exchange between Brett Favre and Mark Gastineau. Gastineau wants his sack record back after Favre basically laid down in front of Michael Strahan years ago, allowing Strahan to break Gastineau's sack record. It was an uncomfortable watch. Favre addressed it with an incredibly well-written letter, a statement. Should the NFL revisit this? Do they owe Gastineau an apology or his record back?
Well, watching the video, it was kind of sad to see how affected Gastineau was. Like, I think it was a card show or something, and met up with Brett Favre, and Favre had no idea that this was coming. And he was like, oh, hey, didn't we run into each other? And Gastineau's like, I want my sack record back. And it really got uncomfortable. I don't think the NFL needs to revisit it after all these years. I mean, if they do, then go ahead and give it up to former Lion Al Bubba Baker, who in 1978 registered 23 sacks in what I think was his rookie season. But it wasn't an official stat really back then, even though it was on a football card, because I had that football card with the team leaders. So I don't think they need to go back and do that, although it wouldn't bother me too much because Strahan never should have gotten the record in the first place for that sack. It was just, Favre gave himself up and did it half knowing that it was Michael Strahan and he likes Strahan, so it was kind of okay. But I don't know. I like drama sometimes in the league. This is an area where I don't think it's necessary. I kind of feel bad for Mark Gastineau. But Brett Favre did a great job with that statement. It really was very well written. I only wish he was as compassionate about that as he would be for the people in Mississippi that he ripped off.
If you haven't seen this exchange, it is cringe, man.
Yeah.
Gastineau came across as kind of a pathetic figure, and I felt terrible that's where he is in his life, that this was so important to him. And I don't know, man. That was not a comfortable watch, and Favre was caught off guard with it. And I want to know how it came about that was even filmed. But no, I don't think they should give him the record back. Look, it's in the books. It's been there forever. But I think Gastineau needs to get over it. All right, there are 8 current NFL teams with 2 or 3 wins. Which one do you hope gets the number 1 overall pick in the coming draft, and what should they do with that pick?
All right, so the way I looked at this was I was going to rule out teams in the NFC because I don't want those teams to have some sort of advantage. So that basically moves the Giants out and Carolina out, although I wouldn't mind if I kind of like Carolina. I think they're kind of harmless. But in the AFC, you got the Jets and the Patriots to deal with, the Browns, Jaguars, the Titans, and the Raiders. I'm all about the drama, Doug, as I just said. I kind of like drama sometimes in the NFL. And initially I said no to the Jets. God, please don't let the Jets get the first pick. And then I'm like, wait a minute. If the Jets get the first pick, if the Jets get the first pick, they should take a quarterback with the first pick, even though Aaron is still on that roster. And if he's there next year, and you go ahead and you select the quarterback, you want to see him pissed off? Take him first overall.
That's next level spite. I did the same thing you did. I eliminated NFC teams. I eliminated New York teams. The Giants and Jets are out. No Ohio team, so sorry, Cleveland. So that basically, as I worked my way through this, I started thinking of Jacksonville and New England. They actually have young quarterbacks that they might be happy about building around. So if they get the top pick, that pick might be traded to an NFC team. So that leaves what? It leaves Tennessee and Vegas.
Yeah.
So I don't really care who gets it. Take your quarterback, and I hope that guy just kills it in the AFC. But I hope it's Tennessee or Vegas because now it might impact us.
I understand.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. Hey, there's still time to get great tasting, worry-free water for the holidays. Save $1,000 or more from CGC Water when you bundle your Kinetico Premier Softener with a Kinetico K5 drinking water system. We've got one. We love it. I fill my water bottle up with it every single day. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Our son recently told us he's living in an apartment in the Washington, D.C. area, and he said, I can tell that the water isn't as good. My skin doesn't feel as good. They can do that for you. You can also save 10% on a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Call 855-339-4242. All right, Gator, how's Christmas shopping going?
It's going. I'm almost done, I think. I've done a little hodgepodge here and there.
Yeah.
Scattershot approach. Been to the mall a couple times.
So I was going to ask you about that. You're a little bit old school. And now with the option of basically Amazoning everything and just sitting at home and having your Christmas shopping done in 7 minutes, I actually enjoy carving out the time to go out and put my hands on stuff and see stuff. And I'm like, and so I always kind of look in the mirror. Does that make me old guy, or does that? It's just part of the tradition to me is the hunt. and by the way, the hunt always includes, I need to think about that. I'm going to pop into this bar and just have a beer and give it some thought, and then I'll bounce around a few more stores. I think I need to think some things through again.
Yeah.
I'm going to go have another beer, and then next thing you know, hey, Dad, and he'll be out there meeting me. Do you got anything for your stocking? No, I don't either. I got to get stock because we choose names and you do somebody else's.
Sure, I got to get a beer. I mean, a stocking too.
I got to get another beer, and it's all part of the Christmas experience.
Perhaps it's autumn ale.
Yeah,
I love being able to see the item in full color right in front of me. Being able to touch it, size it up, see what I've got here. And I guess I am old school with that. It doesn't mean I don't do some online shopping. I do. I've used Amazon and other websites and gotten stuff that way as well. But there are advantages and disadvantages each way. And I've noticed this year anyway, with going to the mall and some of the stores that I go to each year, that the difference with the mall now, I guess, is that they don't stock it as well as I think they used to stock stuff.
No.
So when I'm going looking for something, we're out of that. I'm like, so yeah, you might be able to order it online. I'm like, I came here for the reason. So I don't think they're stocking as much as they used to.
No.
And the downside to going online, aside from not being able to see it or whatever, let's say that you know exactly what you want, you go and order it online. I'm concerned about porch pirates. I'm concerned about making sure that it arrives in time. I've had that issue in the past where something was supposed to be here in a week, and then next thing you know, sorry, it's been delayed. Restock the item. It should arrive by the 27th. I'm like, 27th? Well, Christmas is the 25th. That's not going to help me out.
They're holding Christmas on the 25th this year, guys.
Yeah, it's the same time of year. So I do a little bit of both when it comes to the shopping, but I prefer to go out and get stuff. Like I spent yesterday at a couple different stores, and I enjoyed it. I like to get out and about and look at stuff.
Well, so I always find it interesting. And what about your niece and nephew?
Well, the tough part of that is actually getting a list from them.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and fortunately, this year they both responded in enough time where I was able to get that list, look at it, and figure it out.
Have you ever gotten something on the list where you're like, I don't even know what the hell that is? Because I walked into a store like 4 years ago looking for a K-pop. I mean, I'm like, what is K-pop? Okay, let me go see if I can find a K-pop in a store. Well, it was, little did I know, it was a type of music.
Yeah, Korean pop. Yes, no, there was, I remember a couple of years ago, there was some kind of board game that my niece had wanted. There were like 3 different versions of it. She was very specific about them. I'm like, I've never heard of this in my life. Do I get this from Amazon, or can I go to a Target and find it? And like, it was, I don't know what the hell it is. Here you go, enjoy it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they order. I don't know.
I'm trying to think of the board game my kids always play now. I wonder if it's the same one. Where you're like building a little community and you.
Yeah, it was something like that.
What the hell's that thing called? I can see the box.
I don't know, there was something like World of Magic or something.
Is that what it was?
I don't know.
Gotcha.
Now. I might be making that up. Medieval times.
Well, anyway.
Yes, a broadsword, sir.
I know that like my, even though the weird thing is for kids is that you think you know what they want. You think they know. And we had my wife asked a question. She said, we're out there buying stuff for our oldest. But he's in the real world.
Right. Yeah.
He's not.
He's earning a living.
He's not one of our children. And technically my wife's living on we're together. We have our combined salaries, but on a teacher salary, she's like, he makes more money than me. and I'm buying him all these Christmas gifts. So what are we doing? Like, where do you stop? Sort of, what age where they're like, here's presents, or you're just kind of getting a thoughtful gift or two instead of the typical kid haul, because that's kind of how they grew up.
Yeah, I mean, I've told my niece and nephew, they're 21 and 24, so I've told them in the past, I've said, look, you got to give me a list, because they were like notorious for not sending me something. I said, you understand, I'm your uncle. You're going to get what you ask for.
Right.
We're not playing games like you might with your parents. They're like, I don't know, we'll see. Not doing that. What do you want?
Spell it out for me.
Because you're of the age now where I'm done guessing. Like, if it was up to me, I'd get another. I was literally yesterday at Target, and I'm going through the sporting goods section, because every time I go to Target, I have to look at golf balls. Do I want to get a dozen golf? It's just a problem I have, along with candles, but that's a whole other story. But I'm looking at footballs. Like, why am I looking at footballs? The boy doesn't play football, doesn't really care for it, so I'm like, I'm not getting it, and I'd gotten one years ago. But here I am, looking at the footballs, and I'm grabbing them, and I'm like, oh, man, this thing feels great. I could definitely throw this one 55 yards. I still got it, right? But there's no point.
I know.
And then I'm like, oh, there's some action figures. I love action figures when I was a kid. I didn't want action figures. He's 21.
Right.
At some point, it clicks in your head like they're too old for the stuff that you want to get them. They're actually people now.
I was thinking about getting the boys, and my wife nixed the idea, but I'm like, okay, they're way into college football this year, and they're way into Ashton Genty and Travis Hunter. I was like, I'm going to get them jerseys. And then the problem with that is one of them would like the other one's jersey more, and then she's like, they'll just return them anyway. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'm not going to do that. But that was an idea that popped into my head. That I thought was a good one, but I don't, I'm not great at buying kids gifts. I get them stuff they need, and that's never what they want.
Yeah.
Although now our son's in the real world, he's saying things like, I really need a blender.
See,
like, yeah, let's go. Iron. Get him an iron.
I think he's getting that. That's cool, because your oldest is at that age. He's living off by himself or whatever, a roommate or whatever. At some point, he's going to get a house or his own apartment or condo, whatever the case is, and he's going to need that stuff. And that's the fun shopping for two reasons. Because first of all, you give him your stuff and you buy yourself something new, right? You get in the old, here's the old blender. I got to go get a new Vitamix. Woo! New Ninja.
He did get celebrate.
Yeah.
He did get some of our old stuff, but it's funny. Yeah. In the real world, you need stuff to survive.
Exactly. So, yeah, I'm looking more forward to that where, okay, you kids have moved out. Now, what do you really need?
Well, yeah. Now he's getting adult clothes, too. It's no longer, here's another Nike sweatshirt. Like, he wants...
Specific. I need a button-down shirt.
I know.
Right? A tie.
It's
How about
less
a blue
exciting.
blazer? How about a nice blue blazer?
You know what's crazy? It's less exciting, but I feel like we're doing more good.
Yeah. Have you found that it's more difficult to buy for the girl?
No, because the girl, knowing you know her pretty well. I mean, she has itemized and categorized lists that she hands out in November, and now she's got a Google spreadsheet where we get notifications that there's been a change made to the list. Like,
that's fantastic. Yeah. For me, it was so much harder when my niece was younger, because it's this little girl. What am I? I don't know what am I? I'm not a parent. I don't know. Yeah. What am I? Is this too girly? Is this? Are you too young for this? Are you too old for this? I don't know. But now, fortunately, she's old enough and very adept at writing out a list, and it was a very detailed list complete with links. God bless the link system.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right to the phone. Like, here's a text message.
Done.
I'm like, yep, here we go.
Click, done. All right, straight ahead. Let's talk some Lions, Bills, and we're going to look at the big picture where the Lions are as an organization, because I think it's amazing in every way how far they've come, and it's been a while. It's been a while since I felt this way. I'll explain today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson 97.1 The Ticket.
As the weather hits Metro Detroit, one person still getting used to it is Tallahassee native Terrion Arnold, the Lions rookie getting a wake-up call on living in Michigan during December while in his car. He posted that to his TikTok. He should have a lot of fun in 10 days when they're playing at Soldier Field. The team practices in Allen Park today. Bill Belichick explained to Sports Illustrated why exactly he wants to coach at the college level after almost 5 decades at the pro level. The future NFL Hall of Famer says he grew up around the college game with his father and treasured those moments. At 72 years old, Belichick will be the oldest head coach in the FBS, taking over for Mac Brown, whom he's succeeding at Carolina. Bill is set to be introduced by the school this afternoon. A couple of NFC bubble teams will kick off Week 15 in the NFL tonight. It'll be the struggling 6-7 49ers hosting the 7-6 Rams, who are still on the outside looking in for the playoff picture. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We might have to revisit that Terrion Arnold soundbite. It is something else. We got a ton of feedback, though, that we need to get caught up on. Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. First, we opened up the cooler at the beginning of the show that did not contain a human head. Thank you very much for not sending us. We got some beer here from Robin. Pat in Canton sends in the following. KBC Brewing, which is what Robin sent in. KBC Brewing Company was started by a couple of guys from Michigan Tech. Awesome beers. I love the Blonde, Amber Ale, and the Widowmaker. Good to know. I think, Gator, you're a little bit more adventurous when it comes to beer than I am.
I think I am.
I am been described as a sorority beer drinker, and that's fine. But, we'll hand out some of those people here at the station. From an unnamed texting, the morning show crew is smoking some wacky weed. No way the Lions have a double-digit win. I would bet my farm that none of them would bet their farm Lions win by 10 or more points. Chesty, but not wacky. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to go Karsh Casino on them. I'm not going to do that against our team. That would have been a
bold move to do that.
But I have no interest in doing that.
I would have been uncomfortable if you did that.
Which is when people make chesty, bold predictions, I kind of call them out. I'd say, okay.
So you give me the Bills in 11?
You give me the Bills in 9.5 is what I was going to say. Okay. But I'm not doing that. The reason we need the number 1 seed
Not today, anyway.
No.
Maybe tomorrow.
No, I'm not going to do it. The reason we need the number 1 seed is because of the 1-game rest, and we do not want to go into Philly in January outdoors and leave that game to chance on the weather. 42-28 Lions. Does this game have MVP implications? Maverick in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Yeah, I mean, it does. It's so funny. Every Monday, there's debate over who's, is Josh Allen the MVP? Well, 2 weeks ago, Lamar Jackson the MVP. Before it was Derrick Henry the MVP. Is Jared Goff the MVP? Goff threw the 5 picks and everybody said he's out. A few weeks later, he's right back in. Like, I don't know why these bold proclamations get made midway through. I guess it's because there's airtime to fill. But from Matt and Cloud, Doug, as soon as the kids are out of the house or 21 years of age, that's when the gifts get cut way back to 1 or 2. If they're still in the house, that's one way to get them out. Yeah, I think it's time to cut back.
How do your parents? How many gifts do you get from your parents?
Do I personally get? They will get us probably 1 each, my wife and I, and they, we're in the kind of the point where like, hey, we do the stocking thing with my mom, my dad, my wife, my brother-in-law, where we draw a name. Mm-hmm. Everybody draws a name, and if nobody has their own name, that's the person you're responsible for filling their stocking. And that's sort of the exchange of gifts. And then
the stocking is usually something smaller.
These are smaller things, but nobody needs anything, right? Of course, so it's just nice gestures.
You never thought you'd say when you were younger.
No, God, no.
And now it's like I want a daily conversation with my mom.
Yeah,
I don't need anything.
Back up a truck. When you're a kid, you think of that. But mom, I think mom is like, no, I'm getting you gifts because she's mom.
Yeah, it's like I'm a grown ass man, and that hasn't stopped. And I don't want it to stop.
Josh is in Warren, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey guys. I know you guys like the convenience. You said, they send you the link and you can click right on it and you can, just get all your shopping done and there's no mess ups. But I loved growing up when, I asked Grandma for a Lions jersey and she brought me like this 3X, lineman jersey that she found at the sale. And like, that was like the joy of Christmas. Like, you got something that was not even close to what you wanted, but it was exactly what you wanted.
It was adjacent. Yeah.
Yeah. And I kind of love that, and I still do it to my nephews. Like, they'll send me lists, and I don't even look at the list. I'm going to get you something that I want to get you, and, get you something that, like, it's going to be enjoyed, because they send out the list to everybody, all the kids do. So it's like, I love that growing up from, like, distant relatives, aunts and uncles. One year my grandmother brought me a Cardinals jersey because they were in St. Louis, and I hate the Cardinals, but it was like, okay, thank you, Grandma, but it was like, you kept it. But it was like stuff like that is like I loved about Christmas growing up.
There's something to be said for all of that. I don't disagree with you at all. There's challenges, there's mistakes, there's wonderful surprises. And that's the thing about the kids. Like, we were like, okay, were you at a point, guys, where you just want money? And they were all like, no. And I'm like, good, because that would feel really lame. I was glad they said no.
Yeah, it'd be terrible. No, yeah. I'm not the money guy, but I just love that, the random gifts, grandmas were always the best at it, yeah. Aunts too, you get a sweater of a random school that you never even heard of, but they were like, oh, I seen this at the store and I thought you might like it because you like sports. Now I'm walking around and, in Iowa, University Tech, hoodie.
I had a Chuck Foreman jersey from the Vikings.
That's so
Vikings 44 jersey in like third grade. Okay. Hey, it's purple. It's cool. It's Chuck Foreman. All of a sudden, now I got to become a Chuck Foreman fan.
Yeah. You like sports. So here's a Bethune-Cookman basketball shirt. Cool. All right. Let's get to the Lions here a little bit. So in the midst of this NFL season where everything is so foreign and new to us, and we have a 60-year history of frustration, Gator, a 60-year history where a loyal fan base still hung on, right? I mean, they still hung on. But what we developed in that time was a deep sense of how are they going to let us down next, right? Like, what is going to go wrong?
Yep.
And what was amazing about it was things would go wrong through conventional wisdom. Teams would drive down late in the game and kick a field goal, or we'd get blown out, or whatever the case may be. And then there was unconventional ways, like what rule will we learn about this week because the Lions will help define the rule because nobody had heard of the term the process. Nobody understood the 10-second runoff. Many people didn't know you can't throw a flag in a play, a review flag in a play that's already reviewable. Like all this crazy stuff that most people didn't know, they discovered because the Lions would define it in a way that would help them lose a game. And in the end, they would give us hope, but they were always defined as the same thing. Posers. Anything they did good in the Stafford era, the Barry era, the Calvin era, like all of these things, everything that looked good, in the end, they were just kind of faking it. They weren't really good. They were posers. And always in the end, we'd know that to be the fact. And that feeling is dead to me. Like it's gone. Those nerve endings have healed over. And now I watch Lions football going, how are they going to win this game? Like it's an authentic, genuine feeling. In the Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes era, they've turned this completely around. And I'm not unique. I think it's true of everybody, right?
Yeah, I think when you go through what happened last year, I think at some point you still had in the back of your mind, okay, the Lions are good, but they're going to run into a buzzsaw in the playoffs at some point. Mm-hmm. Well, it didn't happen with the Rams, didn't happen with Tampa. And then you're thinking, okay, San Francisco at San Francisco, this is an awfully good football team, and the Lions had a 17-point lead at halftime. And even though they didn't hang on and win the game, and we know what happened in the second half and the four crazy plays, I still don't have the feeling like, okay, they just ran into a buzzsaw. No, they made their mistakes and things happened. Like the Lions, the last really good Lions team that they had prior to the Campbell era, I think was the Stafford team that lost to the Saints in the playoffs. Like that was a good team. I think that was the one that had Titus Young and Calvin Johnson, and Sue was part of that team.
They were good.
That was a good team, and they literally ran into a buzzsaw. The Saints were unbelievable that season. So, but the Lions never had any consistency. They couldn't hang on to players or whatever. This is different. They built this team the right way. They've done it through the draft, completely turned over the roster. You've got a handful of holdovers that are worthy of holding over because they were from the offensive line. It makes sense, and maybe a player or two elsewhere. This is different. This is a totally different feel to it, and I don't feel like there's a team out there that would be that buzzsaw that could kill them. This is the best team in football right now. Now, will Philadelphia present a problem? They present challenges, just like other teams can challenge. But going into those games, I feel like the Lions still would be the better team going into it. See what happens in the game. But I no longer feel like that buzzsaw is out there to destroy any hope.
So and it's not that they don't lose games.
Of course.
But they've surrounded any loss over the last couple of years with so much credible wins, credible play, that losses don't feel like, there they are. They're the posers, right? There's the team that they really are. And I went back and I decided I'm going to go back and find the last game that I thought, they might be posers. I wrote it down. I want you to do the same.
All right.
And
I think I have a game in mind.
Okay. I want others to let us know. When's the last time you had? The three letters don't get thrown around anymore.
They're 34-9, including the playoffs.
It's incredible.
It's
unstinking believable how good they are, and I don't ever want to take these wins for granted. If you had told any of us that we would be here 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we'd go, okay, sure. And now,
easy on the hashish.
Yeah, right. Anyway, point being, when's the last time you had that feeling, like that they were indeed posers? 248-539-9797. I got a game. Gators got a game. We'll see what yours are. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Here's the thing about Michigan Auto Law. The customer service, big deal for them. They will return your phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. What's the look on your face?
For a second, I thought this was like baby making music, but it's Christmas music.
It is Boys to Men.
Get you in the mood.
Yeah. There's a lot of different styles of Christmas music.
It's a different kind of stocking stuffer.
Wow.
Just saying, you put different things in, some lipstick. Candy hearts. It's not Valentine's Day.
All right, so the Lions, we're asking you, when's the last time they scared you that they might not actually be good? Like where you were watching Lions football, because now I think we've gotten to the point where we can, our mental stability, most of us, we can endure loss. When's the last time where you had that fear that they actually might not be good? 248-539-9797. I don't know if you and I have the same one.
I've got one.
All right. When's yours?
October 22nd, 2023.
Okay.
Lions took a 5-1 record on the road to Baltimore and promptly got smoked 38-6 in the game. The Lions were shut out through the first 3 quarters. They got a touchdown. I think they went for 2. It didn't get it. They did nothing in the game. Statistically, they got a bunch of empty stats towards the end of that game. Jared Goff put it up 53 times for 284 yards, had 1 interception, no touchdowns. The Lions running backs ran for 84 yards on 14 carries. They were running it fine. However, they get down and they got to start throwing the ball. But that was the game. Lamar Jackson was unstoppable. He threw for 3 scores. When he needed to run, he did. He didn't run often. We felt it looked like a helpless game. Like this was funny to say boys to men. It was just boys versus men. They had no chance.
All of that is correct. And I thought about that game, and I went back to where I was at that time. And I didn't choose that game. And the reason I didn't choose that game is because in spite of that loss, they had enough good performances around it that I was like, that can happen. It can happen. And if I recall correctly, there was a particularly windy day, and it really cut into what the Lions could do offensively. And while I'm not in the place where I am now, which is I almost never expect them to lose, that loss dropped them to 5-2. You know who was in second place in the division at the time?
Would have been the Vikings.
Vikings and Packers were tied for second. They were both 2-4. So in spite of that loss, I think the reason why maybe mentally it didn't impact me is I still felt pretty secure that they were the best team in the division at that point.
I could see that.
Yep.
You want a statistical anomalation from that game?
I think the stats were ugly as hell, but
they were kind of. I already said that Goff was 33 out of 53 for 284 yards, but we know Jared Goff to be very accurate and hitting all of his targets when he throws St. Brown and stuff. And he was 13 of 19 to St. Brown.
He had 19 attempts to St. Brown.
He had 19 targets to St. Brown in that game, and he caught 13 of them. But Jameson Williams played. He threw to him 6 times. No completion.
So, and I remember there were a couple of deep shots, one in particular that I think the fans were really upset about because it looked like J-Mo was coming out open to the end zone to the left, and he was looking over the left shoulder, and the ball went over his right shoulder.
I think you're right.
And people were really disappointed in Goff. And I said, keep in mind, this is a young receiver. Goff might have thrown that ball where it should have gone based upon coverage. J-Mo it might be on J-Mo. But anyway, for me, I take you back to December 24th, 2022, when they had gotten off to the terrible start. They'd started to stack some wins, were starting to look respectable, had a chance to go over 500. They go down to Carolina. A bad Carolina team, and Carolina rushes for 360 yards. And the Lions looked awful. And then a story emerged about the turf. Do you remember this? It was
yeah,
something
the
about
worst turf in football. Everybody was complaining about it.
And I'm like, is this...
Even Carolina apologized.
And I'm just thinking, it sounds like they're making excuses because both teams have to play on the same turf. And that was the last time that I had the feeling. And after that, it's not like
Sam Darnold.
It's not like I know. Is that who it was? Yeah. It was Darnold. And who was the running back?
Dante Foreman and Chuba Hubbard.
Did they both go over 100 yards?
Yeah. Between the two of them, they ran for 290 yards. As a team, they ran for 320 yards. Darnold added 250 in the air. So that's 570 yards in offense.
Good God.
Goff was actually great in that game. Threw for 355, 3 touchdowns, no picks. But they just could not stop the run in that game.
248-539-9797. Here's some of the feedback we've gotten. The last SOL game I felt was the Baltimore game last year. That's from Kylie in a car. Tom in Flat Rock says, the last time I thought, great, this is another fake good team, was against the Panthers a few years ago when they were supposed to dominate and gave up like 300 yards rushing in a loss. Yep. Roger and Ipsy, the Carolina game. They looked so soft in the cold. That was in the middle of that 8-2 run after a 1-6 start. Leading up to that game, they looked like they'd really turned the corner. After that game, I felt like, oh no, SOL is alive and well. I was wrong. Next one. Guys, I'm worried every single game. I have fear every single game. Since I had 40 years of disappointment to precede it, I need 5 years of not worrying before I can go ahead and just not worry every game anymore. Look, this is not a comment on this individual. It's a comment on how bad it was before. And I think that we all have different moments in time and different levels of buy-in as to how good they are. I can say with 100% degree of certainty that the Detroit Lions are a solid Super Bowl contender. They are as solid as they can be. There's no guarantees you win anything, unfortunately. Right. The lessons learned in playoffs past that we have never had to learn, I get scared that we might be. We did that whole thing a few weeks ago about the Lions at the time were winning by 18 points a game, and we found 5 teams since 2000 that had similar, win. A couple of San Francisco teams, a couple of New England teams, and I think a Kansas City team. And out of all those teams that had, gotten to at the time 11-1 or 10-0 or 10-0 or 9-1 or whatever the time is, we did only one of them had went on to win the Super Bowl. Like, that's the scary reality of all this. And they are a solid Super Bowl contender. And I think they're here to stay for a number of years, which is amazing. Like, it is amazing. But the playoffs are a different thing, and they got to get there, and being the 1 seed is such a big deal. And they still, I wonder if they do get to the mountaintop, I wonder if we'll look back and thank the teams that pushed them, because they haven't been able to rest on their laurels. They haven't been able to take their foot off the gas at all. I mean, they are being pushed. They have got to keep winning because Minnesota won't lose, because Green Bay wouldn't lose until the Lions had to take care of them themselves, because Philly won't lose. The Lions have to be pedaled down at all times.
Tell you, that Vikings game against the Falcons on Sunday, that one hurt. That stung.
Yep.
Because for a little bit there,
it's 21-21.
Yeah, it was Atlanta's playing them tough, and then it got out of hand in a hurry.
Sure did. It sure did. And it was, I chumped the Falcons for falling apart. They had 3 drives that ended on a fumble. That was on a kickoff. They had an interception. They had a turnover on downs. They turned it over every which way they possibly could and allowed Minnesota to get back in that game. 248-539-9797. When's the last time that they scared you, that they looked like posers, that you, and maybe it hasn't happened. Maybe you still worry, as the one caller does. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket, talking about the Detroit Lions, which have turned into an amazingly incredible NFL team, a team that is authentically a Super Bowl contender. And they got a big game this weekend against the Buffalo Bills. Another chance to, you know what every week is now? Every week is just crossing a Sunday off the calendar where the Lions are still, they're in the lead position. Everybody else stays in the chase position, and we stay in the lead position. And those teams are starting to run out of time. They're starting to run out of time. The Lions have fended them off. They've kept them at bay, but they're starting to run out of time.
Well, and we're at the point now, at least I'm at the point now, where I'm looking at the schedule and I'm seeing who these other teams are playing. You know, obviously Lions going to do what they're going to do. You know, they control their destiny, and hopefully they'll continue to win these games. But am I a Steelers fan at 4:25 on Sunday when they travel to Philadelphia for the Battle of Pennsylvania? You betcha. You know, am I a Bears fan on one of the two Monday Night Football games this week? Or over next week, I should say. Yeah, because the Bears are at Minnesota. Please, Bears, show a pulse. Show that you can finish a game instead of losing tragically like you have every week. In doing your best, 2006 performance of the Detroit Lions or whatever,
So as I look at the rest of the schedule, and I brought this up when you were gone, the Lions in the last 6 quarters have given, in 14 possessions, have given up 7 touchdowns and a field goal. Over the course of the season, the touchdowns that they allow per game is like top 5 in the NFL. So the defense has been great. And I don't think the last 6 quarters where their pace would be the worst in the NFL is anything to lose sleep over. I've made note of it. I suspect the Bills are going to score a bunch of touchdowns, multiple touchdowns against the Lions on Sunday. I will start to go concerned about the defense if the Bears do it. The Bears do it the following week. That tells me there's an issue because the Bears are what they are. The Lions will have more time to get healthy. It's just something I noted. Look, the 7 touchdowns and a field goal in 14 possessions is sort of alarming, but given the injuries, it's not. It's easily explained away of, look, they're playing guys off the street, not figuratively, but literally guys who weren't in football were starting and getting significant run. And then the other thing is the offense and did set up the Packers with 2 short fields.
Yeah, that's a fact. Because if you look at like total numbers, I don't think the Lions gave up that many total yards in the game against the Packers, but the Packers scored 31 points, and that was definitely a problem. But the Lions' offense was up to the task, and they needed to score. They got the score. The Bears is going to be interesting, and it'll be more. I'm sure Jared Goff will lean into it a little bit when people bring up things like, "Oh, an outdoor game." Okay, well, they've proven themselves an outdoor game in weather games, and fair enough. Go ahead. You want to question him? Go ahead and question him because he eats it up. But that's what it'll be when we get to that week. The narrative about how cold is it in Chicago outdoors?
Yep.
How windy is it supposed to be? We'll approach it when we get there. But I understand your point about that. Yeah, if they struggle defensively against Chicago at Chicago that late in the year, then it can be an issue. I do expect Buffalo is going to score some points. Even if the Lions get Unzarike and Aleem McNeil back and Josh Paschal back, that's great to get those guys back, but they're still depleted.
We are a year and 2 days removed from the Lions' last trip to Chicago, and they lost it 28-13. And that was, in retrospect, it's kind of stunning that they lost that game 28-13. But it's where the Lions are as an organization. They've always bounced back since they've started this run. They've always bounced back, and they've got so many credible wins surrounding any bad loss or any loss that they aren't alarming moments. They aren't warning signs.
To me, the warning sign comes not with the defense, but with the offense. If the offense is unable to score points or march down the field, that's when you got to go, uh-oh, because the offense is the best in the National Football League. And if somehow somebody finds the antidote for what they're doing, then I'm going to get concerned. The defense, I expect the defense will have hiccups just because of personnel issues. It's not because of scheming or whatever. It's because, okay, we just don't have the horses right now. And yet they've been able to get by and still win game after game after game after game and run it up to 11, and you got the streak.
Okay, we do have some breaking news from the world of college football that impacts us here locally. Jalen Milroe has announced that he will be playing in the ReliaQuest Bowl against Michigan.
So I was going to say, if I were Milroe, I wouldn't go to the pros yet.
Wouldn't you?
No. I would stick around another year, work with DeBoer, and improve your stock. I imagine there'll be a better team next year. Alabama will be better suited next year after everybody understands what it's like to play for this guy. Maybe not. I mean, who knows how the portal is going to affect things, but Milroe right now he's less of Jalen Hurts than he needs to be, if that makes sense.
Okay, so the thing about the new rules of college football, if you're a fan of college football and you're uncomfortable with the new rules, Milroe hits, I think, possibly the wheelhouse of something I brought up earlier this week. For the college football fan that doesn't like the new rules, a guy like Jalen Milroe can benefit from the new rules, and that he's kind of a tweener. He's not an obvious go pro guy. So, and by tweener, I mean, where he'd get drafted. He's not, I don't think he's a first round pick. I've seen mocks where he is in the first round, but I don't know that that's certainly not a sure thing. In the new era of college football, that player can be recruited to stay with NIL money. And while it isn't, and I know that people don't like some people don't like all the new stuff, and I get it. It's hard to adapt to what has been asked of college football fans is a huge ask. But Milroe might be a classic example of a player that comes back to Alabama. He said he's not made his decision yet, but he is going to play in the bowl game. He might be a classic example of a player that can be convinced to stay because of NIL money, in part because of NIL money, right?
Yeah. But, that gives Bama a big lift for that bowl game, knowing that he's going to play. I'm curious to see how many guys are actually going to play in this game, because you've already, with the portal opening up, players are leaving or announce that they're in the portal. How many of them are going to announce that they've signed with other teams or agreed to go to other teams? And then those players can't play in a bowl game. I can't imagine if they've already agreed to go somewhere
That's a great question, because Devin Brown's a backup quarterback at Ohio State. He has entered the portal, but has said he plans on finishing out the season with Ohio State. And the college football playoff, if Ohio State goes on a run and he is the backup quarterback and he's in the portal, we have to look to see when the portal actually closes. If Ohio State goes on a run and gets to the championship game, that is on Monday, January 20th. So if he's going somewhere else, that school will have been in semester for a couple of weeks. And I know this stuff gets eye rolls, but that's a fact. It's a reality. And so I don't know how that plays itself out. I think one of the biggest reforms that the NCAA needs to look at is simply their calendar.
Yeah, the timing of the portal is odd. Like, you would think that maybe you would open it up, after bowl season, as opposed to having it second week in December.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure what the best timing of it would be. But they've got then there's a second portal opening up in spring, right?
Yep.
So if you're just letting everybody know, yeah, I plan to leave, but if you're in a college football playoff, why would you not want to continue your run in the playoffs and then leave after it?
And yet it's fair that a player would be allowed to, hey, they've recruited over me. They've got a good young quarterback. They've got a 5-star coming in. Maybe I am best served elsewhere, but I want to finish this out with my teammates. I think what Devin Brown is doing is fine, but the timing of this whole thing is brutal.
Yeah, and the other thing that people need to remember is that just because you put your name in the portal doesn't mean you're leaving.
It doesn't.
What it is, it's negotiation is what it is. I think that's why we're seeing twice as many players in the portal this year than we saw last year, and we saw a ton of players last year. But I think they realize it's negotiating. Anyway, this is a way to, I'm entering the portal. I'm giving you an opportunity to give me your best and final offer. because I'll go somewhere else where they're going to pay, and then you'll see a bunch of guys returning.
Again, breaking news, Jalen Milroe will play against Michigan in the bowl game.
I did see, and I thought this is what you were going to bring up, Michigan's Northwestern game next year.
Yeah.
It's at Wrigley Field.
Although I was kind of excited to do that waterfront stadium.
Yeah, I would rather do it. I mean, of course, me and Wrigley
you
Field.
hate Wrigley Field.
And then Brad Galley tweeted out a picture of the of Wrigley Field set up for a football game there. And again, it's stupid because of the dimensions and how it gets squished in the corners. And honestly, it's just dumb. Football and baseball stadiums that aren't prepared for football and baseball stadiums. It's one thing like when the Chargers used to play at the Murph. That's different. When the Lions played at Tiger Stadium, you had these wide parts of the field that would accommodate for players running through the end zone. You can't run through the end zone.
So I'm trying to think of where we've got those situations. We got the Pinstripe Bowl in New York, played in Yankee Stadium.
Yep, dumb.
Fenway,
dumb.
Boston. We've got the Diamondbacks host a game. Isn't there one in the Giants ballpark?
I think there may have been, yeah.
Yeah. So
and then playing at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, they're at Wrigley Field. Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, visually, it's interesting to watch, but from a game standpoint, it is dumb.
Hey, earlier this week, we discussed Christmas dilemmas. Here's a solution. Show Some Athletic Gear. I'm wearing the Show Some workout stuff. My wife's wearing it. We love it. The quality, it is high-quality stuff. It's fantastic. Show Some's line of shirts, shorts, the new hoodies, the golf shirts, they're absolutely awesome. They add more items all the time. Show Some is a Michigan-based company. Buy something today and tell your friends and family to show some respect, show some courage, show some grit. ShowSomeRespect.com. Use a discount code Doug at checkout. That's SHOSUM respect.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. I got some Lions discussion on the table. Feedback coming in regarding our topic, and we'll get to that in a minute. Saw Gator a couple days ago at the Christmas party. I feel like there was an incident or something at the Christmas. I had to leave early because I had one of my kids had a game, and so I had a beer. We got briefly caught up, and I talked to some people and had to bolt. Was there an incident at the Christmas party? Because on your show sheet you said, have you ever embarrassed yourself at a...
No, there wasn't an incident, but it's a question I ask every year because I know there have been years past where things have happened at a company Christmas party.
Gotcha.
And it gets notoriety. And there's that slink into the office the next day and hoping anybody remember what happened?
Right.
Oh boy, they do. Now I'm in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's just embarrassing, you're not in trouble, but it's just an embarrassing moment for you or anybody else. I know there are stories out there.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I was okay. Wasn't me.
You sure, buddy?
Yeah, I know. I will. Really good friend of mine years ago was at a Christmas party, overserved, and there was a Santa Claus, lit up Santa Claus outside of where they were at.
Uh-oh.
He may or may not have taken a running leap at it and tackled it to the ground.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is this a coworker? Or?
No, just
because I'd suspect Peg.
Was not him. No,
it was not Pegger.
No. I don't know why I'm
former producer here at the station.
No, I don't know why I'm hiding his identity.
Fithian?
Fithian may have done it, but not that I know of. No, this is my friend Guy. Who lives out in California. And there was a time when he was...
Why are you protecting
I don't know why I'm protecting him. From a story that happened at Syracuse, New York, when he was in college, this is what's interesting, is to this day, Guy is not sure. He thinks that Mike Tirico was at that party.
Really?
Because Tirico was, I think, a year or two ahead of him. And it was a Christmas party for, I think, a commercial station that he was working at, that Tirico was working at, too.
No way.
So... we joke over the years about the desecrated Santa.
Because I wonder if Tirico knows of an employee at an old station.
I would imagine. Tirico's got a great memory.
Tirico's...
So I wonder if he remembers the story of the desecrated Santa at whatever radio station it was in Syracuse, New York.
Hysterical.
Would have been back in probably late 80s, early 90s, probably early 90s.
I'll see. Word will get to Mike, or we'll ask Mike next time we see him.
I think Guy got fired
over that.
I think there was some sort of reprimand, or he may have lost his job.
Oh, that's too bad.
Sorry, he bounced back.
So he's doing well.
he did just fine.
Anyway, so we were at the Christmas party. Our Christmas party was at the Greektown Casino, or is it Hollywood?
Greektown, Hollywood.
Yeah. I don't spend a ton of time there. I got there early. The party hadn't really opened, and I'm like, well, let me wander over here to the sports bar and have a beer and see what's on TV. And there was nobody in the sports bar.
At 5:15, I'm stunned.
Well, 5:15 on a Tuesday? Yeah, it's 5:15 on a Tuesday, but there were people gambling.
Sure.
Yep. And you, on your way out, you did have something kind of weird happen.
Well, I decided I'm at the casino. I like to gamble. I like to play blackjack. And I'm like, I'll go play some blackjack. So I walked over to a table, and there was a dealer there, woman dealer, and nobody's sitting at the table. So I sat down, like, all right, I'll play, put some money on the table, and exchange it for chips. And then she explains, this is a different, I said, was this blackjack? Yeah, she goes, it's blackjack, but there are different kinds of side bets. It was called free bet. So the casino would stake you the money that if you wanted to double down or split, that you didn't have to put your own money there. They would do it. That was the free bet. And I'm like, well, that sounds like a great deal. What's the catch?
Yep. 100%.
And the catch is that if the dealer hits 22, that it's a push. I'm like, well, that's not much of a catch. I'm okay with that. Yeah, okay, sounds great. So
the math is in their favor.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. But it's not as bad as what I thought it was. I thought it'd be like, the dealer hits 22, you lose. I'm like, well, that wouldn't be good. So, but push, I can live with a push. So she deals me 2 hands, and then another dealer comes over to relieve her after 2 hands.
After 2 hands?
Yeah. I'm like, okay. So then she sits down, and she's getting ready to deal. But then apparently there's there's a discussion as to who's supposed to be dealing at that table at this time. Who's on the schedule to get the pit boss over? Meanwhile, the woman who had just switched into the table is waiting for the go-ahead, and eventually she's like, screw it, let's play. She deals, and she deals me one hand, and then she has to leave. And they bring in a third dealer, completely different. So I've had 3 dealers in 4 or 5 hands at the most.
I'd be feeling like I'm getting set up for something.
I was like, what is happening here? And I said something. I'm like, wow. I said, that must be special. I've gotten 3 dealers here in 5 hands. And this dealer was not happy. He's like, well, this is my table. Nobody should be coming to my table. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, they know better than that. I'm on this is my table. Okay. All right. You're the boss.
Wow.
You do you. Fair enough. I'd like a hit, please. And
on your table?
Yeah. So then after like 10 hands, finally maybe more than that, finally the opportunity comes where I think you can double down. They'll pay for your double down in 8, 9, or 10, or was it 9, 10, 11, something like that. I'm like, yes. So I said, I don't have to bet this. And she's like, no. And she takes this gold coin and puts it like she's pissed. I'm like, why are you pissed? And it worked out in my favor.
Maybe when she says it's her table, it means the money that's lost at this table is my money.
Right. So I didn't play long. I wanted to, I told myself if I got up like $100 that I would keep gambling until I got back to that $100, and then I was going to walk away being up. So I think at one point I was up $200, and I kept gambling, and it came down to $100. I'm like, I'm good. So cash him in.
Got out.
And then went on to my next stop.
I mean, the good news is you got out with your money, but you also got out with your life.
Right, exactly. This is her table. But and walked away with $100. It was pretty cool.
She was worked up.
She was worked up.
Yep.
She was worked up. I've had, knocking on wood here, decent luck at the casino around Christmas time. I haven't gone that often. I don't go that often to the Detroit casinos. I'm not sure why, because I do enjoy it. I just haven't gone that often. But over the years, when I've gone around Christmas, I've won some money.
Good for you.
Yeah.
It's a useful time to win money.
It is. I'm like, okay, this pays for gifts this year. Awesome. Perfect. The first time that happened, it was I did a Red Wing game, post-game show, and after the Red Wing post-game, I'm like, you know what? I got some time.
Look at you.
I'll just walk over to one of the casinos, did that, and came out of there with a large sum of money.
All right, feedback coming in. The last time I worried about the Lions was losing to Tampa Bay. The quarterback looked pedestrian, no execution in the red zone. It honestly worried me about expectation versus reality. Happy to see them bounce back from that, and I've been on the Lions train ever since. That's from Randy in the office. So
if you think Randy, bouncing back, winning 11 in a row is bouncing back.
Well, I'll be interested if they lose. Will Randy start to worry again?
But they weren't. You know what? And in fairness, they weren't hitting on all cylinders the first few weeks, even though they got off to a winning start.
I think that I wonder how much of that has to do with sitting everybody out in the preseason. But first 2 games of this season, even though they beat the Rams, they looked off and out of sync. Then the Tampa game, they made 7 trips to the red zone and 0 touchdowns and only 16 points, but they've been unstoppable since. Game 2 last year, Seattle came in and owned us. That was bad. That was not a good Seattle team either. Eric says divisional games are different. The teams in division are created to beat each other regardless of how bad a team appears, fellas. Talking about the Bears coming up in a couple weeks. Of course, the Bills are coming up this weekend. Speaking of Bill, I'm already sick of Chapel Bill as a joke. I'm already sick of it. It is. Everybody has jumped on board with that quickly. Bill Belichick to college. It's the biggest story in football. Has everybody talking. And of course, we will do what ESPN does. How does it impact the Cowboys? No, we'll do. Is this a sign of something to come? We'll get to that today at 12:05. And I think there's one fan base that should be irate today. Again, 12:05. We'll get to that here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So Rich Rod leaving West Virginia and now going back to West Virginia. I think this one might be one of the all-timers of a guy who should never have left. Had built it and did it his way and was kind of perfect for there. And then he left and he had the Michigan experience, which was sub-perfect. Arizona, and now there's Jacksonville State. You know who the next guy I'd put in that category of who should never have left is Kalen DeBoer. I think Kalen DeBoer could have been the king of Seattle and had it up and running, obviously. And I think, being able to own the Pac-12 footprint, even though there's no more Pac-12, I think he could have run the Pac-12 footprint, had a great rivalry going with Oregon. They would have been the big challenge. But the way that the two California schools have fallen off, to be able to recruit out of California, I just feel like he has stepped into a cauldron where there's a bar that is so incredibly high that you can be really good. But if you're not Nick Saban, I don't know if he'll ever be truly accepted.
Well, maybe there are also other reasons why you choose to take one gig over another.
Sure.
It may not just be money, but of course. I don't know if is Washington all in with NIL like Bama clearly would be. I would suspect, I should say, that Alabama was expecting a better season this year than how things worked out for them. Just on the cusp of making a playoff, but not there. I'm sure they firmly expected to be in the playoff, but they've no one to blame but themselves. It's an adjustment because clearly he is going to do things differently than Nick Saban. This isn't like having, a Saban assistant take over and do exactly what Nick was doing. That's not the case. I mean, he's got his own thing, and I suspect that that even though Jalen Milroe's coming back, he's going to be a different looking quarterback next year because this is what he was running in Washington is not what it looks like in Alabama.
If he stays, he's just announced he's playing in the bowl game. He didn't announce
Milroe, right?
Yeah, if he does come back, but anyway,
I can't imagine you're going to play in a bowl game and not come back.
Yeah, he says he hasn't made up his mind yet. I don't know what to believe, what not to believe, but that's what he said. All right, so Bill Belichick to North Carolina. If you are an old school college football fan, well, let me start with this. I think it's great for college football that Bill Belichick is going to college football. I think it brings a credibility and a level of interest to the Atlantic Coast Conference. I think it's going to be a fun and interesting watch. It's not Deion, but it's like Deion-esque in terms of, is this going to work? Is this going to fail? I think it's really, really damn interesting to take what is, arguably the greatest head coach in NFL history and plop him down in the middle of a college program. And I think it's really, really good for the interest level of college football. With that said, Scott, I don't know how this is going to work. And I don't mean that I don't think it's going to work. I literally don't know. Is he going to be on the road recruiting? Or is he going to just portal like crazy? Is this going to work? Do you know how many years he's coached in college at the beginning of his career?
I thought he was just an NFL guy.
Yeah, he never has.
Does he start here in Detroit?
No, I don't think.
Or is it somewhere else, but he was an assistant here in Detroit?
Yeah, it was a low-level assistant, too, if I recall correctly, but he was here. His last time he had anything to do with college football, it was when he played college football. He was a special assistant to the Baltimore Colts in 1975. He was a Lions assistant special teams coordinator in 76. He was the wide receiver and tight end coach in 77. Then he was off to assistant coaching jobs at Denver, the Giants, stayed with the Giants for a long time, head coach it, and got up to coordinator.
Because he was with
But anyway, I can't think of an NFL guy, an NFL lifer that's ever done this.
Well, you go back and Herm Edwards did that in Arizona. I don't know if he was a lifer or not, but it felt like it felt like he'd been in the NFL forever and then decided to try the college thing out. And it was interesting because he was bringing with him professional coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, wow, this is going to be fascinating. The problem with Herm Edwards had no idea what the rules were. So he was in a walking violation, and then it wasn't going to work out because he just didn't know. We've had guys go back to the college ranks. Saban went to the pros, didn't really get it going with Miami, and then decided that he was good. I forget if he got fired or decided to leave, whatever the case was, goes back to college and picks up where he left off, and he's a legend at Alabama. Belichick, I'm so intrigued by this because of the respect I have for him as being a head football coach. And you're like, is he going to be able to relate to the younger player? Well, he's got a really young girlfriend. He can relate to young people just fine.
It feels like that's not a factor.
I think it is.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but.
Right? I mean, she's in her 20s. So, and he's obviously, he's dealt with professional athletes that are in their 20s and otherwise. But he's coming into the situation now where college football is not what it was like when Herm Edwards got there. The portal is huge. But even like when Deion Sanders went to Colorado and switched from college to college, it's still different from even that because Deion was just in the infancy stages of NIL. We knew that he was going to get Shedeur paid and Travis Hunter paid, but beyond that, what was going to happen? Well, now we understand it's changed dramatically. So for Belichick to step in at this point, it's more of a professional atmosphere than it's ever been. So I think he might actually be set up for having early success because you watch what Cignetti did at Indiana. We just raid the portal, bring your guys in, and let's get things going. And
he will have far greater appeal than Cignetti ever had in Indiana. Curt Cignetti, he did. He meant it. Google me. He did, and people needed to. Nobody needs to Google Bill Belichick.
And if you want to, you'll be impressed. So it's I saw that there was a line in Vegas for number of portal transfers that North Carolina will take on. The over-under was set at, I believe, 14.
Oh, I'd go over.
I would go way over. I would imagine that having Bill Belichick at North Carolina is going to lure a bunch of players there. Now, I'm not saying they're all going to be 4- and 5-star players, but I imagine there's going to be a lot of players that are going to want to go to North Carolina and play for Bill Belichick and experience what that was like.
But here's what I find fascinating. Nick Saban just left the college game, and one of the reasons it was cited was all of the new stuff that is changing the game rapidly, and he admitted the idea of having to re-recruit his own roster every year during the season, after the season, during spring ball, after spring ball, to constantly be recruiting the kids that he had already recruited was one of the reasons that drove him away. I feel like Belichick is coming back because of the new rules. He's not even coming back because he's never coached in college. Right. But he's going to college because of the new rules. Because you can run it more like a pro team, because the players are paid, but maybe more importantly, because he can just sit back and let the players come to him. He doesn't need to go recruit. We've been hearing for years that the college game is pushing coaches to the NFL because of the time commitment, the recruiting, all the evolving rules. Sherrone Moore said during the season, I asked him one of the times when we were taping a pregame show, I said, I heard you say this week you spend 50% of your time on NIL stuff. And he's like, yeah, it's about 50% of my time. And I'm like, and I'm sure this isn't why you got into coaching. And he's like, no. And he kind of laughed, but that's the way it is now. That's how you have to operate. For Bill Belichick, he'll probably just sit back and the players will come to him. He probably won't have to go out and recruit. Saban bolted because of the rules. I think Belichick is coming back because of the rules. And maybe this will bring an influx of people into the college game.
Might also be a difference. I mean, Nick Saban was in the SEC, where this is like he lived high on the hog for a long time there because of the way that they were doing things. Well, now the playing field got leveled out because of NIL. And is that one of the reasons that Nick wanted to leave? I mean, I agree with a lot of the reasons he had already given why he wanted to leave, because he didn't like having to re-recruit everybody and all that. But let's face it, things that also changed because of NIL to make things so that Mississippi State is now, they're on the same level playing field as Alabama. Bill Belichick is going to the ACC. He's not going to an SEC team. He's going to the ACC. And it's a little bit different there. You got one coach in Dabo Swinney who doesn't embrace the portal at all.
Nope.
And you've got Miami, and what else do you have? So it's a good place for him to be. Plus, Bill's a bit of a control freak, maybe a little bit of an egomaniac. He likes all that. He likes to be in control. And NFL teams weren't going to give him total control like he had in New England. He wanted to be the GM. He wants to call everything out on draft day. So this is a perfect situation. He embraces this stuff. This is like the NFL for him. I got a draft every year. I got free agency every year. And no one's going to tell me what to do. This is my ship.
It's going to be really interesting.
I'm curious about what his staff is going to look like.
Think it's going to be all NFL guys?
I know NFL guys. He's bringing his kid on with him to poach him from
Washington.
Where's it, Washington?
Yep.
Yeah. And what's going to happen there? And I imagine there'll be some NFL guys because he's always been able to get really good assistants. Now, those assistants haven't gone off to have great success as head coaches.
No, but they're really good assistants.
But they're really good assistant coaches. And I would imagine that because of the way things are, you can turn that program over quickly. And I don't know. I don't know enough about Carolina's roster to begin with. But I would imagine if they had good players who were considering to go elsewhere, that now they're like, oh, wait, what? I'm sorry, who's here?
With all that time off, and you don't know about Carolina's roster. Anyway, 248-539-9797.
The coordinator just went to Michigan, so.
Yeah. You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot, but it's hard not to in terms of being a sports bar. No one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. They have a scratch kitchen. Teams in there at 7 a.m. every day prepping the food. Twin Peaks has something for everyone. Starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips, handcraft their own meatballs, hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make their own salad dressings. They even make their own croutons. And they're more than just burgers and wings. Try the Trophy Trout or Mom's Pot Roast and see for yourself. Dine in and enjoy with friends or carry out and share those barbecue favorites with family. Now that we touched on the food, the bourbon list, it's like one you don't see anywhere else. High-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson Reserve, and Blanton's, even high-end tequilas like Sincora Añejo and Don Julio 1942. And you should all know they pour the coldest beer in the state at the teeth-chattering 29 degrees. Pair it with wall-to-wall TVs and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Forget about it. Check out tonight. Awesome football showdown. LA travels to San Fran. And if Livonia is your lodge of choice, be sure to check out their new and improved video walls. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, Gator, I brought this up before the break at noon for the update. I think there's one fan base that should be irate today with Bill Belichick going to North Carolina. And there are reports out there that they never called.
Let me think what you're going to say. Is it a college fan base or a professional fan base?
Pro fan base.
I was going to say probably pro.
I mean, I wouldn't even know what to do with myself if I were a fan of this team. I'd be so mad.
That Belichick didn't even consider it.
So here's the thing: is I thought this was an authentic retirement. Like I was approaching the Belichick thing as he's gone,
right?
He's not coaching anymore. You can always call, but it's like everybody telling
like
us.
Tom Brady.
J.J. Watt. People telling us, oh, the Lions need help. They should call J.J. Watt. That was a very authentic retirement.
Yeah.
He retired. He's done. Players and coaches are different, of course, because players have age issues and wear and tear, and it can happen to coaches too. And Belichick at his age, but I thought it was an authentic retirement. Like he's not coming back. Well, apparently it was not an authentic retirement because he was able to come back. Did you get a venture a guess?
I'm trying to think. Imagine it would have to be a team that hired a coach last year. So is it Vegas?
No.
Who?
If I were a Bears fan, I would be irate. Because not only did he come back, he came back and the Bears never even called. So Mike Florio said that when people started realizing that Bill Belichick was serious about maybe going to North Carolina, the Bears chose not to call. This is a surefire Hall of Famer who was out there and available, and you have an open job? What? Why? Why would Bill Belichick, why would the Bears not even bother to call?
Well, there are some people that think that he's too old to keep doing it, that if you don't want to give him total control, which is what he wants, that why bother? I can understand reasons behind it, but to be a Bears fan, if you were a Bears fan, how would you not want the best coach in NFL history?
And their job is open. Like they've already fired their guy.
Yeah.
And so they're actively going through the process. And I think once it becomes real that, okay, Belichick actually might come out of retirement, I guess I would just be irate if I were a fan of the Chicago Bears. And I was thinking about this morning, and I Google searched it when I got in, and Florio had the report that the Bears,
specifically about the Bears,
intentionally opted not to call.
Did other teams call?
I don't know.
Are there any reports that other NFL teams had contacted them and said, hey, before you take the Carolina job, we may have an opening, or we have an opening. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, there could be other reasons that actually made him choose college and told the NFL teams he wasn't interested. But I
think the Bears, but I'm not sure it's the wisest thing to have a head coach have that much autonomy over the situation.
Yeah.
There are some guys who can handle it, and obviously he handled it for years. But at this late in his life, do you want him to still have that control? I mean, how long do you think he's going to coach for? Well, the over-under for him lasting at Carolina is 2.5 years.
So the thing about it is, if, the whole idea that they, you don't want to acquiesce all control to Bill Belichick. Yeah, they didn't even know if he would have demanded that because they didn't even call.
Well,
they didn't even call. They intentionally chose not to call and ask, hey, look, we want you to coach, just coach. They didn't even give him the choice to say no. I don't know. I find that to be perplexing for a team that's already fired their guy.
Which would make you more nervous? If Bill Belichick had taken the Bears job, or if Ben Johnson takes the Bears job?
Interesting question, because it's not apples to apples, because Ben Johnson taking the Bears job means that Ben Johnson isn't the offensive coordinator here. If Bill Belichick takes the Bears job, we may still have Ben Johnson.
I'm not as worried about Ben Johnson leaving.
In terms of the offense staying on the tracks, or you don't think he's going to leave?
In terms of the offense staying on the tracks, and maybe also in terms of him leaving, he's going to leave for the perfect situation for him.
Mm-hmm.
Something where I guess it's been reported that if he has a relationship with the general manager, if they're on the same page, then that's something he'd be willing to do, and maybe that's reason why he didn't accept other job offers or interviews, even because he just didn't want to have to deal with that GM at the time. But the Bears have demoted Poles there, and they're going to figure out what they're going to do. So I think it's quite possible that opens up for him.
Let's go to Sam in Shelby Township here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Sam.
Hey guys, how are you?
What's up?
So I think the real reason is because Caleb Williams has that call on which coach gets to be his coach. For me, any team that gives a rookie quarterback any type of say like that on hiring a coach literally doesn't know what they're doing. That's why I really think Ben Johnson will not go to an organization like Chicago. When you're giving power like that to a quarterback, I'm sorry. It just shows that you really don't know what you're doing. Your general manager makes the decision.
Is this a fact?
Yeah, is that a fact, Sam, or is that is that your assumption?
No, it's been reported all over ESPN, all the big news stations have already said it, that if on the next quarterback, he has the say in it. It's in his contract.
It's in his contract that he gets to choose the next quarterback, the next coach.
He gets a say. He gets a say on which coach comes in with him, for him. And he wanted ownership. They didn't give him ownership, but they gave him that. That's why that's a dumpster fire of a team.
I'm reading Caleb Williams won't have any say in who gets hired as the next Bears coach. According to a website out of Chicago. Yeah, I haven't heard that. I'm trying to verify it right now. But
it's actually been said all over. Even ESPN reported it like that. So
I think it would have been an easy Google search to find if ESPN had reported that.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. I'm looking myself.
I mean, if it's true, that's absurd.
I agree. It would be absurd. You can't let the quarterback have, particularly a rookie quarterback. But I don't buy it.
I don't buy it either. But it could be true. Just because we didn't see it doesn't mean it's not true. But
well, with the Bears,
that sounds pretty sketch to me.
There's been a lot of speculation that Kingsbury would be hired for that job.
Yep.
He was the offensive coordinator at USC when Caleb Williams was there. But Kingsbury was interviewed for the offensive coordinator job with the Bears in January. And the Bears knew they had the top pick in the draft. They knew who they were going to take.
Yeah.
And they didn't. So did they know then that there was an issue?
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in regarding this. We'll get to that straight ahead. Plus, you want to get into Lions and the Bills. When's the last time that the Lions actually made you question whether or not they were good? Like, how long has it been? Because they've lost games, and I think people have kind of stayed the course, which is awfully mature of us. But when's the last time they scared you? Like, they actually scared you? For me, it was the Carolina game on Christmas Eve a couple years ago. Gator was the Baltimore game last season. 248-539-9797. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, a Lion said something today that I can't wait to get into. We'll get to that today at 12:36. Stick with us. Look, our guy that just called, here's a quote from Caleb Williams regarding Matt Eberflus's firing. It's interesting. I don't get any say or choice over that. I have to roll with the punches. Like I said, it's interesting. It's tough. Later, the story says Williams referenced rolling with the punches 6 times during his Wednesday news conference at Halas Hall. I think it's quite possible that our guy was mistaken. Buddy heard something and he thought it was a report that it's in his contract that Caleb Williams gets to choose the coach. First of all, I don't think that would have slipped past us, but we don't cover the Bears. I think a quick Google search would have found it to be the case. I'm seeing no confirmation that this story is actually for real. I wish it were. I really do. And to me, that would be, yes, it would be very concerning for anybody taking the job that the rookie quarterback gets say over.
And that but he said it was the report. It was in his contract.
Yep.
Makes it even more ridiculous.
Yeah.
So who in the right mind would put that in a rookie player's contract?
Yes.
Good luck with that.
Anyway, feedback coming in. Remember, Belichick was the coach and GM for the Patriots. I think that skill set translates well to the new college game. I'm excited to see where the NIL money is going to come from. Josh McDaniels is their new offensive coordinator. That's from Adam in Birmingham. I don't expect Belichick wants to take another NFL job because it will be impossible for him to live up to what he did in New England. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one here. No matter what Belichick would have done in the NFL, it would have seemed like a disappointment after New England. He could never live up to his own reputation. Another one for that theory. Tim in Waterford says, Bill will be a fish out of water. This will be a mirror reverse of Urban Meyer's attempt at the NFL. I think it might be. All of the other coaches I could think of that did this had put in. Pete Carroll, I think, coached 10 years in college before he went to the NFL. Then he came back and did great in college. Jim Harbaugh was at Stanford. Bill Walsh started at Stanford, went to the NFL, went back to Stanford. This is an NFL lifer. Herm Edwards only coached for 3 years in college before he went to the NFL, and it was in the 70s. So Herm Edwards was damn near an NFL lifer, and it failed spectacularly. So it'll be interesting. All right, so earlier in the update, we heard this soundbite from Terrion Arnold, and I absolutely love it. It is hysterical. My kids, I only have one now that's in public schools. It's still in high school. School was canceled today, snow day. My wife's a teacher, snow day. I'm very happy for them. I live vicariously through them. When they had that, the joy in my wife's face she was ecstatic. And my little guy was not awake yet. I said, we should wake him now at 7 a.m. and tell him you have no school, turn your alarm off so he can go back to sleep. But I just need to get the log on his phone, and then I guess we could have turned the alarm off. Nonetheless, so this was kind of our first morning with stuff like this. Now, I understand that Terrion Arnold posted this today to social media. This is the Detroit Lions rookie defensive back put this out there on social media.
And his coat. That has to be serious culture shock to players that grew up in the South. Maybe you only played college football in the South, and if you played in the SEC, Lord knows you never migrated north of the Mason-Dixon line. But that's all you know?
Dude.
And then you get drafted in the NFL to Chicago or Detroit or New York, Minnesota, Buffalo, Cleveland, and obviously the cities of colder weather, and then you have to experience it. And then we have what we saw last night when that squall came through. Yeah. I was sitting in my kitchen with my back to my backyard, so I wasn't paying attention to just typing away at the computer, working on the show, and then I just hear this crazy wind, and it goes on for 10 seconds, and I'm like, "What is going on?" And I turn around and see the snow blowing sideways. I'm like, "When did it start snowing?" Apparently 30 seconds earlier. It was crazy. And if you've never been through that, That's got to be some kind of shock.
So he was born in Tallahassee. I believe he was raised in Tallahassee. He went to Alabama. First of all, he's got a great personality. Let me start there. Because remember when he was drafted, I'm home. It was so awesome. And then now this, he's funny. But like we grew up in it. I'm used to it. This has been my whole life. Michigan winners. I learned to drive in it. I learned to dress in it, how to appropriately dress, and I've learned to get outside and enjoy it. I love skiing. I actually like hiking in the winter. We have a hockey league I play in. There's one outdoor rink that you get on like once a year. Those are my favorite games. I love playing in the outdoor rink. So I guess what I'm talking to is the people that are not native to Michigan. How long did it take you before this became the norm and you could deal?
You were acclimated.
Terrion Arnold cannot deal. You heard that. He was driving to work. He pulled his car over to wait for it to settle down.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
Yeah. But, there was nothing this morning that I needed to pull my car over.
No. We're used to it.
We're used to it. So to you non-natives out there, if you did not grow up, especially if you grew up in a warm weather location, I want to know how long it took you before you're like, all right, I don't need to freak out. You're not going all Terrion Arnold. It's cold. I'm trying to get adjusted. I can't see nothing. There are times where, yes, the snow squalls can be so bad you can't see anything, in which case you're crawling along at like 5 miles an hour, or you just do pull over. But
I'd be interested to hear what Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch have to say, other Alabama players. Mm-hmm. Like, hear that conversation with the three of them, where Terrion Arnold's complaining about it, and what do these guys have to say about it?
That have been here and done it?
Yeah, like, hey, man, get used to it. Ragnow from Arkansas.
Yeah.
That's where he went to college.
Jahmyr Gibbs, born in Dalton, Georgia. Went to Dalton High School, so we assume he grew up there. He went to Georgia Tech, then he went to Alabama. Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jamison Williams.
Jamo went to Ohio State, and he was a St. Louis kid
for 1 year. Yeah.
Well, he's a St. Louis kid for a while.
Yeah, no, I just meant for Ohio State.
Sorry, yes, he was at Ohio State for years. So
I always forget that.
Yeah, I think Jamo is probably good with it. But yeah, where's Brian Branch? Where did he?
I think Jamison Williams is just happy playing anywhere. He doesn't care. He just loves to play.
Okay, Brian Branch from Fayetteville, Georgia, went to Sandy Creek High School, which is in Tyrone, Georgia. Then he went to Alabama. Yeah, we got a bunch of guys, I feel like, born and bred in the South that had to come up here and adjust. Because what we dealt with today was kind of nothing.
Right.
Look, I apologize if you had an issue driving into work. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say nothing, but on the relative scale of snowstorms during rush hour, today was like on the scale of 1 to 12, today was like a 4.
Yeah, not even. Yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal. It's just okay. Yeah, it's December. This is supposed to happen in December. But again, I've lived in cold weather my whole life. Whether it was the infant stages of living in Cleveland and then moving to outside of Chicago and then coming to Detroit. When I was 4 years old. I'm kind of used to it. Okay. Kind of been around the block, okay? Kind of what's like being a snowstorm.
Okay, I just saw this video, and Terrion actually gets out, like leans out of his window. I don't know if he got out of his car.
Don't do that.
Well, he's pulled over. You need to be wearing more than a hoodie.
There's
Let's
the
start
father.
with that, Terrion. You need more than a hoodie. All he's wearing is a hoodie?
What's your son wearing today?
A hoodie.
Yeah.
Kids are so dumb. All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. What, if you're not from here, how long it take you to get used to Michigan weather? Terrion, he's not used to it yet. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I know you see them, the red, white, and blue trucks. They're everywhere, and don't wait for Santa to bring you a solution to your plumbing and HVAC problems. Do the right thing. Call the expert technicians over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to get your house holiday ready just like they've done for me. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of their 5-star reviews on Google? So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Terranano, we've retweeted the video.
Cold. He's right about that.
At Doug and Gator 971. Non-Michigan natives, how long did it take you to get used to this? 248-539-9797. Terran, not used to it yet. Thank you to the _DET_Times, the Detroit Times, posted the video which Terrion put out there on TikTok. Now, if you follow us on Twitter, you can see it for yourself at DuncanGator971. Let's go to Hal and Troy. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Hal.
Hey there. How you doing? Happy holidays.
What's
Thank
up?
you. Same to you.
I'm originally from the very southern Illinois, Missouri area, and I moved up here in '75 out of college. And my first winter here in December, I hadn't had bought a coat or anything like that. Didn't think anything about it, and it was early December, and they said Sonny Elliott said, "Well, we're gonna have some flurries tonight." And I said, "Okay, fine. I'm used to that." It flurried 16 inches. And I was shocked.
Was this now? Let me ask you: was this 1975 or 1974? December of '74 or December '75?
It would be December '75.
Okay, because I was going to say when we moved here, it was December of '74, and we had a horrific snowstorm.
Oh, really?
Moving in here, yeah. So I think we had 3 straight years of ridiculous winter weather.
Well, I was there for the second year of that, and I was walking around. I had a brand new 280Z1/2 that did real well in the snow, and I no coat and no boots, and I'm sitting there. I actually kind of liked it, and I love it. I've been up here for 50 years since then, so I mean I love the weather and everything else.
So you were a single guy at that time.
I was very single.
Yeah, I was going to say you had a 280. I think you were a single guy.
Yeah, that's the sign.
Yeah,
that's the tip.
They have a Datsun 280Z. Yeah.
That did not move well in the snow.
No.
In fact, it just bottomed out.
I was going to say it's not going to move. It's too low to the ground.
But how long until you got used to it? Were you used to it right away?
I got used to it right away. I really enjoyed it. In fact, being down in Missouri, we would occasionally have some snow, and I just loved it, and it just didn't happen often enough. And and then we had that snow, and I think it was 2013 with the record whatever, and I love it. And as I had kids, they loved it, and we did all the the Igloo, Snow Angel.
So Hal got used to it right away.
We got one here on Twitch from Hannah Marie. Born in Flagstaff, Arizona, moved to Ann Arbor at the age of 14. I loved seeing it snow for the first time, but I've been over it for the last 15 years.
As a kid, you love it, but once you just get behind the wheel of a car, it totally changes.
Don writes in, it's hilarious, but TA, get a winter coat. Dude is driving around in a hoodie. We don't need him getting sick.
These are facts.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Rick is in a truck. And next. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. How you guys doing?
We're great.
All right.
Hey, I'm kind of the opposite. I was born in Michigan, but I moved to Southwest Florida in like 1995. I lived there 25 years. Took me about 10 years to get used to the heat. I loved it at first. I loved it, Florida, all that. And you sweat every day. And then I moved back to Michigan 5 years ago. And I swear in the summer now in Michigan, if it's 80 degrees, I start sweating. And I'm like, I'm never going back to Florida again. I actually love the cool weather.
Really? So you prefer this?
Yes, actually I do. After living in Florida for 25 years, I'm like, how did I last that long in that amount of heat every day? It's crazy.
I got to tell you, Gator's been privy to this. I swear some of the coldest I have ever been is in Florida.
Yeah.
We've done those spring training trips where we'll do the shows outside in Lakeland, and we'll end up in the shade, and the temperature will read something like 58 degrees.
If we were lucky, that one day was cold.
And I'll be freezing. And there's something, I think it's totally psychological. The sun's out and shining, you're in Florida, and the temperature dips below 70, and I start to shiver.
Well, in fairness, we're broadcasting from a concrete concourse with nothing but steel girders around us. Mm-hmm. We were completely shaded, and there was wind. Wind is the other factor that came in there that day.
I think there's a high probability that we really pissed people off because we were in Florida bitching about how cold it was.
We were also wuss-like. Yeah, we could have been better.
We were underprepared.
bad clothing decision.
Yeah, and we were probably both hungover. Let's go to Jeff next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Also facts.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, just moved back here after being gone with 34 years with the military, and I came here from Guantanamo Bay. I spent there 2 years. When I got 78 there, I was putting a hoodie on. So, yeah, I'm having to readjust.
So you've been gone for 30 years, you said?
34, yes, sir.
34 years you've been gone. And you grew up here?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Detroit and joined the Air Force and been associated with the military for 34 years.
So going back to 1990, now you're back. When did you get back?
I got back in June, so I had a little bit of adjustment, but, it was hot then, so summer, and then come into this, and I'm worried about my wife. She's been in Korea for 3 months, and she's coming back this Saturday. So I'm worried about her.
So at this point, Jeff in Detroit, 34 years out of Detroit, you're back. Safe to say you have not adjusted back to this.
No, sir, I haven't. I'm got a full jacket on, hat, gloves, and I just have I work at the U.S. Attorney's office, so I have a short walk across the street from the parking lot, and I'm freezing in that 10 seconds or whatever.
There you go. I mean, I that's not that I'm not going to wear a hat and gloves. I brought jacket. Well, I was wearing the jacket in the office today. Jansen's like, Doug, you're inside. I'm like, this office is cold.
It was cold in the office.
But, I wear my, I got jacket and gloves. I always think about if I get into an accident, when you leave your house, if you get into an accident and there's a broken window and you have to sit in your car waiting for help, or you have to abandon your car, do you have enough clothes to survive? That's why Terrion, don't just wear a hoodie. Maybe he's got a big coat in his car.
Do you keep...
Dude, he needs to hook up with Keon Coleman. Didn't Keon Coleman complain about the cold and get like all those coats sent to him?
Yeah. Do you keep a bale of kale in the car too? For
provisions in case I need to bunker it in, know? And no, I don't.
Oh.
No. But maybe I should. I had a great kale salad the other night. I was laughing.
Because it was kale?
Well, we always, whenever we do buy our Christmas tree, we always get like pre-made meals, and I got this kale and garbanzo bean salad. I'm like, this is so good. And I'm like, the listeners are going.
The tree's all decorated, ready to go?
Tree's all decorated. Yeah, we're good. Felt early this year. I did it last weekend.
I assembled mine early, but I didn't decorate it. It's still not completely decorated.
No.
I still got to put ornaments on it. But I got lights and this year I went with some garland.
Look at you. He's in a festive mood, people. Cody is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Cody.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long-time listener, first-time caller. I used to live in Arizona. It was 126 degrees, and I'll take cold every single day of the week.
Is that right?
Everybody says it's a dry heat, but oven's still dry, and it sucks. It sucks so bad. I'll take negative 30 and wind chill every day. I'll layer up.
I have found that with the weather being warm, like I was in Vegas in August and it was hotter than it was 115 degrees and it was hot as hell. However, if you were in motion, I felt like it was okay. If you stood still, then you were ruined.
Yeah, I didn't have a car, so I was walking and just dying. I've been to Vegas one time or two before. It sucks just as bad.
Cody, were you an Arizona lifer and moved here, or did you?
No. I was born and raised here. I just went over there because I was like, I'm 26 and I ain't got no kids, so I might as well do it.
Okay. So
I just went out there and then spent the summer there, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm coming back.
You're back and you love it.
Spending a summer is maybe not the best idea.
Yeah. Thank you for the phone call. Terrion's not used to it, to say the least. Here's some feedback coming in. Frank Ragnar grew up in Minnesota. Next one, Tim in Westland said, I had to pull over hearing Arnold. I was laughing so hard I couldn't see the road. It's cold, LMAO. Leonard says, it gives me great joy that he's smart enough to pull over. Welcome to Detroit. Nate says, I'm 38, moved here at the age of 11. I finally converted to enjoying it and being used to Michigan weather about 5 years ago. Not enough snow these days. Agree, Nate. Derek in a car. I was born and raised in Michigan. I will never get used to this Michigan winter weather. Doug, there's always that one person that right now, with this cold, is out there wearing shorts. And I hope Terrion Arnold doesn't see that and goes, these folks are nuts. I did see Shorts Guy last night, and I saw a girl outside running in shorts and a tank top. And I said, you are clearly a crazy person. All right, straight ahead. Gator's mad about something, and he will vent at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Good to be with you here on a cold, as Terrion says, a cold Thursday in Detroit. But we got some interesting stuff as we've been discussing the Lions, Bill Belichick, Lions in Buffalo this weekend. And Gator's mad about something going on, or that went on here with local sports. You're not happy They aren't seeing more of Sebastian Cossa.
I'm pissed. They brought him up. I thought that for sure, if he's going to be here for 4 or 5 games, that he'd get a start.
Mm-hmm.
I was very excited. Look, oh, no, he's not starting. Okay, back up. He's going to start the next game then, right? No, it's going to be back up. How about the next? No. How about this one? Nope. Oh, but they're going to throw him in the middle of the game because Husso wasn't getting it done.
3 goals in a period.
I think he gave up 2, I think.
Cossa?
Yeah, Cossa, I think, gave up 2 goals on 14 shots. And then came in and obviously was there for the shootout winner and played well. Thought he's fine. Like, I'm not expecting him to be, Patrick Waugh right away, but he thought he acclimated himself nicely and thought, great, let's see him get a start. Nope. Then they sent him down. And I'm more than disappointed. I'm pissed. This was one of those shiny things that fans like to see. The first round pick. He's 22 years old. He's had a nice start to his minor league career, and earned the right to be brought up. It wasn't just because somebody was hurt. I thought he earned a right, but he only came up because somebody got hurt. And I don't know. I'm not thrilled with how Husso's played. Talbot, I am. And Talbot's likely to play tonight if they'll test him up before the game. If it feels right, he's going to play. But I don't know. I'm at the point here with the Red Wings that something's got to change. They need to start putting wins together, and they won with him in the net. They came back and won that game. So I was hoping we were going to see a little bit more of it. Didn't happen. Then maybe the plan is, hey, after the new year, see where they're at, and then they'll do some sort of youth movement at that point, or I don't know what. But for right now, as a fan, I'm pissed.
Well, I guess the one thing I'd say is if you're a Derek Lalonde, would you not be somewhat cognizant of the fact that you might be coaching for your job every single night? And if you are cognizant of that fact, and I quite frankly would hope that a coach wouldn't have that seep into their thinking at all. I hope that they have their ears completely turned off. I think coaches that are listening or paying attention or on social media it's a waste of their time, a waste of their energy, and it's potentially a waste of being influenced by the wrong people and the wrong things. And that's a whole nother story. Because I do think I've seen examples of where coaches do that. I think one of them might be coaching in Columbus, Ohio, and decides to run up the middle all the time to prove first and foremost that they are tough. But Gator, that's just my theory from afar. I hope that Derek Lalonde isn't paying attention. But it probably is hard for him to make any decision that isn't about what he thinks gives his team a chance to win that night's game. What you want to see is what they've got in a potential future player for them. You want to see him expedited. I want to see him expedited. I find an otherwise boring team, a team that's losing too much, the old why not, this highly touted at such a critical position, who for a goalie has what I think everybody for the players that are out there skating on the ice, everybody loves speed. Everybody in football loves speed. Goalies, they love size.
Yeah.
And this guy's a mountain. So the idea is just play him. That's what we want to see, because we want to see, Johnny next guy.
Exactly.
And he needs to win a game tonight. And so I think these are conflicting motivations, right?
They are. And I'm trying to look back and see if I can find a press release on when they brought him up, if it was on an emergency basis. And I don't think that was the case. I think he was just a call.
Kenny, do you know if that was an emergency? Kenny's a huge Red Wing guy. Do we know, Kenny, if it was an emergency basis or if it was a regular call-up?
I think it was a regular call-up, but it did have something to do with Talbot being injured.
Yeah, but they have the other distinction where they can bring you up on an emergency basis because somebody just
I don't think they gave it the emergency distinction.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So that's the other thing about this is, okay, if you didn't do the emergency distinction, he's here. It's not a break glass situation. That's what the emergency would tell me. So if it's not a break glass situation, then it really got me going down that path, and it pissed me off about it again. And then there were other things that were just like, maybe it's a little thing in a way, but I wouldn't imagine it's little to him that I don't think his parents were in the arena to see him play because they didn't know because he wasn't starting. He was thrown in this.
We're being told it was the emergency situation. So now they still could give him more playing time, right?
Yeah, they could have.
They still could call him back up. But I mean, is Lalone truly coaching for his job? Kind of feels like it, doesn't it?
A little bit.
Like they can't afford. They probably can't. I don't want to sound like I'm calling for the guy's head here because I'm not there yet. But I'm not sure treading water saves his job. I'm not sure keeping it level with the pace that they're winning at saves his job for much longer.
Yeah, I will apologize. It was emergency basis. I want to make sure that's well known there. But nonetheless, he was here for, I think, 4 games and got in the 4th game halfway through the game. And again, I'm speaking as a fan. I wanted to see the guy play. When you bring somebody up like that, you want to see it, but you want to make sure it makes sense. It's not like the Red Wings were in a winning streak.
Yep.
So to give him the opportunity, I would have liked to have seen that. And then he's thrown in because Husso was playing horribly the other night, and then he has to go in and does well enough to keep things afloat and allow his team to come back. And they did come back and then force overtime and eventually to shootout. And then they win it. And he's, the first player in NHL history to have his debut to come in the middle of the game and then win in a shootout.
So, yeah, I mean, that scenario hasn't been available to a lot of people. But with that said, this also kind of comes from the top, too. Like, what are the marching orders from above? Are they trying to bring along young guys? Are they trying to get Kosa in net? Probably not. Probably not. And at this point, unfortunately, we're moving into the leap of faith era of the Yzerman era. And by that, I mean, we all want it to happen desperately, but there's been so little evidence that this thing is really ready to just ramp up. What we go with is that it's like Avila prospects. And what I mean by that is they're going to be here eventually and it's going to be fine. All these Avila guys that Avila drafted are starting to show up for the Tigers. And look, the Tigers aren't in the business of keeping Al Avila employed. That's not their job. Their job's to win, and they're trying to win. It just so happens that Avila might have done some good work before he got fired as it pertains to the draft. Are we going to see the draft picks? Eventually, are these guys going to matriculate to the Red Wings? And then we'll go, okay. And will Yzerman be around? Will Lalone be around to see it? Because it's just feeling really slow. When is patience run out?
I don't know. I mean, if they go on another losing streak, I think we're going to see all types of changes. I don't think that I can't imagine Steve Yzerman will continue to be patient if they continue to lose games.
No.
But they just won. Give them credit for getting the win in overtime or in the shootout. But you got to build off that. You got to keep winning games and get yourself back into this playoff mix. And I don't know. My gut tells me that if things don't improve dramatically by middle of January or maybe sooner, maybe Lalone doesn't make it to the new year. But we'll see how patient Steve Yzerman is willing to be.
248-539-9797. Got some college football stuff to get to, including Michigan and Michigan State's Big Ten schedules released yesterday for next year. We will get to that coming up at 1:18, including, Gator, you included a proposal for the Spartans. Want to see if that's something that gains some steam. Again, 1:18 for that. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel, the sportsbook app, gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets. If you win your first $5 bet, that's FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's go to Zach in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1. Hi, Zach.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, I just want to say with Lalonde, I don't think he's the problem. You know, I think it's an on-ice issue. I think we're lacking a defense. I think our goaltending issue is very big. I'm seeing more shots out of our offense. That makes me happy. I mean, the differential, in our last game was by one. It went to overtime, but the shots were there. The goals were there. So what this feels like is similar to A.J. Hinch in June, July last year. Everybody was calling for his head, but there was a clear personnel issue. You know, there was a clear on the field personnel issue. Once that ironed out, everybody called A.J. Hinch the comeback manager of the year. And so I feel like, and I could be wrong. Listen, I could be talking out of my booty, but I genuinely believe that this isn't Lalonde's issue. You know, they haven't made the right trades. They haven't put the right personnel to back up these pretty, great young players on the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, the GM doesn't fire himself. And if there is heat and they're unhappy, I'm going to guess that once again it's the coach that goes. If it gets to that. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. The defense has been pathetic, and then they went through a stretch where they scored like one goal in three games. And
yeah, they're still trying to figure out what the lines are. I mean, they keep juggling them around and moving guys from the top line to the third line. And hey, here's this defensive pairing. We're going to split them up and move this guy. There's still a lot of juggling that's going on, but we're 28 games into the season. So, a third of the way there here.
Mm-hmm.
It's I'm expecting better returns than where they're at right now, which is 4 points out of the last playoff spot, out of the wild card. However, they're 1 point out of the last spot in the Eastern Conference.
In their division?
In the conference.
Oh, 1 point from being at the bottom, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I misinterpreted that. Yeah. Yep. So,
and to get excited about beating Buffalo, I mean, Buffalo's as bad as the Red Wings are in terms of the season, how things have started.
Okay, we said we get to the Michigan and Michigan State schedules released yesterday. What is the first thing you look for when you see the schedule?
The date of the Michigan State game.
I did get an email today. Somebody asking if I had the time yet.
That never gets old.
It's funny. It is literally the question I get asked more than anything else. Hey, do you know the start time of the Michigan State game? I find out. The truth is, I don't find out exactly when you do. I usually find out 2 hours before it's released to the public. But it's called information that's embargoed, which means we can't say anything until that announcement comes. So that kind of happens every week. When all the start times are announced, I think it's usually at 1 o'clock for the games 13 days or 12 days away. Sometimes you get a 6-day hold, and then those games are announced on Sunday, but we'll get an email with all the times, and they're embargoed until 1 o'clock. So I do find out just ever so slightly before the rest of the public. But let's start with Michigan schedule. Your thoughts on Michigan schedule? Let me answer. I apologize. I got ahead of myself. The first thing I look for?
Yes.
The buys. When are the buys? And the reason is because I love going up north in the fall, like peak leaf season. And this year was the first Saturday in October. This year, the first buy is the last Saturday in September. So it won't be bad. Could be a good time to be up there. And then there's one in November as well, November 8th. So anyway, that's the first thing I look for is where do the buys fit into the schedule? But what do you think of the Spartan schedule? Or I'm sorry, Michigan schedule. We're starting there.
All right. Well, so with Michigan's schedule, the first it would be the same thing I look to see when they're going to play Michigan State. But the other thing I look for is the bye week to see where it falls and when the teams get who they play before, who they play after. But with Michigan's schedule, it's going to see how many Big Ten opponents they have that I think are going to be decent. But that's so hard to predict now.
Yep.
I was realizing this the other day when I saw the schedules and I'm looking at both teams and say, okay, well, here's their home schedule, and for Michigan, their home schedule doesn't look like anything great. They got Ohio State, obviously, but beyond that, it doesn't look terribly exciting for their home schedule. But
people would be fired up for Washington. Wisconsin historically,
maybe Washington was terrible this year, though.
I know, but it's still a brand name, and it's still a team that I think gets the juices flowing a little bit. Wisconsin is again historically a good game, although they had a disappointing season. But it's not like this past season.
No,
this
it's not.
past season was crazy.
It's not. So I guess that's where I was looking at it like, wow, okay, that's disappointing. But then you find the little nuggets like at Northwestern, but it's at Wrigley Field. That makes it kind of interesting. When they play Michigan State, it's October 25th, and obviously the game's at Michigan State. But where's the bye week fall for Michigan? For Michigan, it falls a couple weeks after that. So they get a bye week prior to the Northwestern, Maryland games on the road, and then Ohio State. So it may be a good time for a bye for Michigan, although you get 2 bye weeks this year. They have one after Nebraska and right before Wisconsin.
I'm looking at road trips.
Yep.
Michigan fans that'll make the road trip. You have some interesting ones to choose from. At Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC are places you don't always go. No, Nebraska's been in the league for a while. Michigan fans have had a chance to go there. At Oklahoma and at USC are pretty damn interesting. At Wrigley Field, I don't know which road trip you'd want to do the most. Michigan fans, is it at Oklahoma, at Nebraska? Nebraska's a great trip. Lincoln's a great town. I've come to love that trip. At USC, look, it's Los Angeles, but it's a historic venue. At Northwestern for Wrigley Field. If you want to text us over, Michigan fans, if you were to do a road trip, which would you do? There's the Michigan State games on the road, so there's some options. Probably the one I'm most looking forward to is at Oklahoma, because I've seen USC Stadium. The truth is, it's in downtown Los Angeles. USC's campus is nice, but it's an older stadium, and I have interest in it. Oklahoma feels to me like there's a classic Midwest, or Southeast, or whatever, Southwest college town. I don't even know what area. Midlands? Are they the Midlands? But it's a classic college stadium. Norman, get a chance to go see that. So I'm probably most excited about that. At Wrigley Field, though, man, that's going to be cool. I know you don't care, but.
Well, I did say, visually it could be interesting. I just think it's ridiculous to play a game in a baseball stadium. It's not because I can't stand Wrigley Field. It's just the way
it doesn't help, though, does it?
No, it doesn't help. But the other thing is, as you mentioned, Northwestern was playing games right on the waterfront. That's fun. Well, I'd rather see that.
Yep.
But obviously, different number of fans can get into the game.
All right, Spartan schedule. Anything stand out there?
So a couple things. The first thing I looked at for that was to see where the road games are. And the Big Ten schedule, what teams are they playing in the Big Ten, and seeing that they've got a game September 20th at USC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm intrigued, and is that one I want to go to? Because I've got friends in Los Angeles. Be kind of fun to go out there again, even though the Coliseum is terrible, and nobody goes to games there. But hey, maybe we'll just pack it up with Spartan fans. It'd be interesting. They're playing UCLA, but that's a home game in October. Again, you're looking at the bye weeks, but yeah, that's one for me. But what came up on the schedule is the last game of the season. It's been a hodgepodge lately. For a while there, they were forcing a rivalry with Penn State, and it was interesting that they were doing that. And I was, okay, that's cool. But then as they keep adding more teams to the Big Ten, that's gone by the wayside, even though a couple seasons ago we finished up against Penn State, but they played at Ford Field last year, I guess, and it was a debacle and a horrible season. So this last game of the season is at Maryland. I'm sorry, it's at home against Maryland.
Yep.
And there's no premium in that. And seeing what happened this last, just a couple weeks ago when Michigan State finished the season against Rutgers in a snowstorm in front of maybe 20,000 people. I saw that on SpartanMag.com, the On3 portion for Michigan State, Jim Comparoni's been running that forever. And Comp had a story in there about the schedule, and he made a case for Michigan State to play that last game of the season, if it's a home game, to play it at Ford Field if you can. And it was a very compelling case, and I completely agree with him. It's now with the way the schedule sets up, it's the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So students are home. They're not even in East Lansing. You've got potential for horrible weather, which is what we had this year, and we had a few years ago when we played Penn State, and Kenneth Walker ran for over 100 yards, and Michigan State got the win in that game. But it was horrible weather. And if you can avoid that but play in the friendly confines of Ford Field, where a lot of your fan base lives in Metro Detroit, and then you're getting alumni coming back home for Thanksgiving, made all these points that made a very compelling argument. And I'm like, this makes sense. Even though you're taking away a home game, sort of.
Well, if you give the fans tickets that have tickets, just give them to Ford Field.
And you'd pack it. It would be you'd sell it out, 65,000 people, or at least you have a better shot of selling it out than you would if it were at Spartan Stadium at the end of November.
You got a better sense for these things than I do, obviously. But I thought when they played the season finale against Penn State there a couple of years ago, the initial response to that, people didn't like it at all.
Right.
So it's flipped 2 years later.
I think I was open to it because, again, you know how I feel about weather in games. I'd rather it not play a role in it all the time. And if you can avoid disastrous weather, please God, do it. And after what happened a couple weeks ago, I would imagine people would have Spartan fans, because that's who you're talking to. I think they might have a different feel about that. Okay, because if you really wanted to go, did you go there a couple weeks ago against Rutgers for the finale, where if they won the game, they could have been bowl eligible? No, you didn't. There were only 20,000 people there. And it was miserable for those that attended. By the end of that game, you've got less than 10,000 fans there. So all those diehard Spartan fans, they're not packing the stadium. Even a couple of years ago when the Penn State game that was at Spartan Stadium in the snowstorm then, even that one wasn't packed. And that was a good season for Michigan State.
All right, couple things. We'll take some text right now at 248-539-9797. Michigan State fans, do you want that season finale against Maryland to be played at Ford Field if possible? Michigan fans, what's your road trip? At Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC, or at Wrigley Field against Northwestern? Which do you prefer? We'll get to your responses on that. We swing around the NFL next. 97.1 The Ticket. Lots of shows like to give you winners. On Thursdays during the NFL season, we like to give you losers. Who is going to lose the Thursday night game? And this week we have the Rams and the 49ers. Now, the Rams put up a losing effort defensively last week against Buffalo, but their offense unfortunately put up a winning effort. Meanwhile, the 49ers have been committed to losing and lost 3 in a row, but they are coming off a win over Chicago. 53 points the 49ers allowed in losses to Green Bay and Buffalo, getting outscored by 53. That is losing with authority. And Debo is putting up some of the worst numbers of his career at this point. I got the 49ers losing this one to a Rams team that might start to look like a threat in the NFC West, or the biggest threat to come out of the NFC West. I got San Francisco losing tonight.
Well, this is an interesting one because the Niners might get a couple guys back on defense. Dre Greenlaw, Nick Bosa, both could come back tonight. They are definitely banged up in the running back room. But Isaac Guerrero looks like he's healthy enough to play. And the fact that they came back and beat the Bears is impressive for them. 38 to
how cute of them.
38-13, they smoked the Bears. Look, Rams threw up a bunch of points last week. I don't buy into the up-down theory games, because if you did, then both of these teams would be losing because they're both coming off of wins last week. But what I do believe in is how desperate is your desperate. And the Rams, I don't feel like that's a desperate team. But I do think the Niners are. And because the Niners are the more desperate of the two, I think the Rams are good enough to lose this game to a desperate team.
Okay, so we're on opposite sides of that. I got the Niners losing. He's got the Rams losing. Let's get some of the feedback on the Michigan to Michigan State schedule thing. We asked Michigan fans, what's the road game you want to go to? This year had great home games. Next year has intriguing road games. At Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC, at Wrigley Field against Northwestern, and at Michigan State. Spartan fans, would you be okay with Gator was reading that proposal put together on Spartan Mag to move the season finale against Maryland to Ford Field if you can? Maybe does that include making it a Black Friday affair or?
Well, that was the talk because the state championship high school football games are that weekend. Yeah. So what they did a couple of years ago when they did this was they moved the Spartan game, I believe, to a Friday night, and then the state championship games are played on Saturday and Sunday. Mm-hmm. If they were to do that, make it a Black Friday game, I think it's perfect. Yeah. I guess Iowa is going to play, I don't know if they're playing Minnesota to finish their season.
Nebraska is usually who they play.
Or is it Nebraska? Yeah. Okay, so it's Iowa, Nebraska. Obviously, there's no times yet for the games, so would they have that game earlier in the day, let Michigan State play a night game against Penn State? The Lions apparently are all in favor.
Maryland?
Against Maryland, yeah. I'm sorry. Got it.
It's okay.
I'm all over the place. Look, I just got back.
It's okay.
And you and I don't like each other.
Yeah.
So
can't stand each other.
Yeah. But apparently the Lions enjoy having college games there. So this is one that would sell out. So I just really think it'd be brilliant to have that game played at Ford Field on Black Friday.
All right, here we go. Here's the feedback we got from Chad in Midland. Guys, I really want to go to the USC game. My only trepidation is I went to Los Angeles 2 years ago for my honeymoon, which was a big mistake. The people out there are crazy and rude. But I really want to check out the Rose Bowl, so I'm planning my trip, just not staying anywhere close to L.A. Well, USC doesn't play in the Rose Bowl. I think he probably knows that. They're in the Memorial Coliseum, closer to downtown. But the Rose Bowl is worth the trek. If your team is in it, it's 1,000% worth it. But even when your team's not in it, it's cool to go see it.
Yeah, I was hoping that Michigan State would play UCLA on the road this year, and I 100% would go to that game.
Unnamed texter says, I'm going to Chicago with a girlfriend and other couples for the Northwestern game. Take the train, already booked. Michigan State football season ticket holder here. Last game at Ford Field, absolutely. I did not go to the last game this year, and I couldn't give my tickets away. Most years, that's the case. That's from Mike. Michigan State final game at Ford Field will never work because the high school playoff finals are at Ford Field the same day. That's from Fritz. Well, we've talked about it. They did move it a couple years ago when the Spartans played Penn State there. Northwestern at Wrigley by far. That's from Wyatt at work. Well, they're interesting if nothing else. And, going on the road is a fun experience. It really is. Unfortunately, I get to go to all of them, have for quite some time, and getting to see these stadiums and these venues and getting to know the fans. I honestly, getting to go to towns has made me change opinions of certain fan bases. Like the fan base I now got to take my hat off to and say you people are awesome is Nebraska.
Yeah.
And there has been deep-seated raw emotions between Michigan and Nebraska fans going back to 1997.
The split national championship.
But I got to tell you, that Nebraska fan base and that town, top notch. I mean, that's a trip that's well worth it. You have been there, correct, or no?
No, I have not.
Okay. It's a really cool trip. And town's great. They got a great little downtown area. Everything's walkable if you stay down there. And stadium's cool, and the fans are unbelievably nice. Have you, when you've gone on the road, what fans have stood out to you?
Wisconsin was great, but I was there with my cousins, so that was kind of a different experience. Minnesota was very sterile because it was played at the Metrodome at the time, in the middle of Minneapolis, so it was kind of weird. I didn't like Penn State. I know other people love Penn State. I did not like it there. Yeah. There was nothing going on at Purdue. I mean, less than nothing going on at Purdue.
What year were you at Purdue?
1999. It was the year
I would like
Drew Brees for like 500 yards.
It would be cool if you went back. I mean, if you ever cared to go back. I wonder if you'd think it is upgraded.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to it. It's my dad's alma mater, so I'd be open to it. Go check out his old fraternity house and see his picture on the wall.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other places that I went to. Illinois was nothing. God, there was nothing going on in Champaign. Sorry, birthplace.
It's okay.
And I've been to Indiana, not on a football trip, but just a couple of occasions when I was one in high school and one in college to go see friends. I had a great time in Indiana. I liked Indiana's campus a lot.
Bloomington's great, and that town's really fun, but I would recommend that trip. I think Penn State's fantastic. I mean, the whole Happy Valley thing, they went through a bit of a dark period there where they weren't quite as happy, but they seem to be back to being mostly happy. I think any of their current anger probably is directed at their own head coach.
Why?
And not at other teams' fans. But I think Purdue might surprise you. Modern Purdue, believe it or not, is better than – that's coming from me, too.
Okay.
All right, so Mike and Rico are on deck. Rico's made his way into studio, and they're straight ahead here on 97 A Ticket. And Rico, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Little Tigers talk. Plus, we want to talk about something heard this morning, and I guess you guys kind of got drug into it as well.
Oh, the Chesty Morning Show?
Yes.
Yeah, they're very chesty.
Very chesty.
Yep.
10+ points. The Lions will defeat the Bills by 10 or more points.
Yep. What they call it, the double-digit disco, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, hard pass on that. And also, we want to talk a little Bill Belichick, and if we can, with Jalen Milroe and all the other Alabama players saying that they're playing for Michigan, what's this game mean to you now?
Well, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Tigers beat writer Evan Petzold said the team is still in ongoing discussions with Alex Bregman, although they don't want to spend $200 million. The Pistons are on the road at the Celtics tonight. Asar Thompson good to go after missing the last 2 games. He's off the injury report. Jason Tatum is questionable for Boston. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7:30. Meanwhile, you can hear the Red Wings take on the Flyers here on the Ticket at 7. Alex DeBrincat on one thing to carry over from last game's win. Derek Lalonde says that both goalies will go through warm-ups and be ready, and then afterwards, if Talbot is good to go, he will be in net. The team is shooting for next Wednesday for a possible return for Alex Lyon. Michigan getting ready to play Alabama in the ReliaQuest Bowl. Alabama QB Jalen Milroe coming out today said he will play. Today's Bills practice has been canceled due to inclement weather as well. At the Corwell Health
Candy asses.
At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Fun fact. I don't know whether to love or hate this song. Hi, everybody. We've got a lot to do, and it's a special edition of this radio program. Not because Rico's wearing a fashion flannel, but because this is an on-the-record edition of this show. This edition of this show, is going to be the official statement about the following topic we make, so as our words cannot be misconstrued, that our words cannot be chopped and sliced or taken out of context by anyone, inside or outside of this building. We are going to be on the record today. I'm kidding. Everything's on the record. It doesn't matter.
I was about to say, do we need to be sworn in?
Yes, I want to swear everyone in because I want to have a conversation about this Alex Bregman situation. And I don't want anything to be left to confusion. Yesterday, I thought about caller Tim on my drive home. And I thought about how it doesn't matter how carefully I explain things. People only hear what they want to hear. And like yesterday, the report was out, guys, that the Tigers, not me, the Tigers wanted Alex Bregman, but he might be too expensive. And we did the topic, and I said, listen, let's just keep the main thing the main thing. Why do we have to keep hearing about finances with the Tigers? I said, if you don't like Bregman, that's fine. I'm not dying on this Bregman hill. More on that in a second.
Okay.
So the first caller, and by the way, that is a Regal shirt. Is that tobacco color? What would you call that? I mean, it's beautiful. It's a mocha, if you will.
Tan suede.
It's gorgeous. The point is, the first caller, not the second, not the third, not the fifth, the very first caller calls up and starts MFing me like I'm Alex Bregman's agent. I go, I just said to you, this is not my thing.
Right.
This is not me. I said the report did not say Guido Genius 971 says. So I want to talk about multiple things, but here's the offseason. On the record, if you want an A-plus offseason, the only way would be Bregman and Sasaki. If you want a B offseason, it's one of the two. The only scenario that this I can't speak for Rico in the mocha button-up, the only person on this show that would be pissed if they don't get either, if they don't do anything substantive, and it's just Alex Cobb, well, that's going to be me. But I thought it would be productive. Let's have a conversation of what you're actually getting if you sign Alex Bregman. Here are factual statements and then some things I'm using data and evidence that I'm comfortable saying are strong opinions.
Okay.
Fair?
Okay.
So if you sign Alex Bregman, the third baseman from the Astros, you are getting a Gold Glove third baseman. Factual. You just signed Alex Cobb, who's a ground ball machine. He makes your team better. Play in, play out basis. Mm-hmm. Now, Bregman, I think, will be better in your lineup than the Astros last year. The Astros were horrific scoring runs and injured. I think Bregman would come here and be your 2-hole hitter every day. Period. Pencil him right in. Perfect stagger between Riley or Parker, Parker and Riley, over to Carp. And you have a real nice top 4. Gold Glove third baseman. You're getting a guy who's a leader. Ask anyone who's played with the guy. Ask A.J. Hinch. Alex Bregman is a leader. He's a World Series champion. He's been to how many ALCSs? Battle tested. Mm-hmm. See, the playoffs separate the Matt Vierlings of the world from actual high-level ball players. Vierling goes 2 for 33. A guy like Bregman has shown out in the playoffs in several years. I think you're getting a guy who will come here automatically, Rico. If he just dropped in and was slightly better than what he did last year, he's your best hitter across the board. Day one. Mm-hmm. He would have led your team in home runs. Day one. He'd have the highest batting average on the team.
On an off year.
Day one. Now, why I don't use RBIs? Well, it's an antiquated stat, and a lot of it has to do with where you're in the lineup. Look, I just think you're going to get a guy who will come in here and be 750, 760, 770, and on an up year, an 800 OPS. No, I don't think he's returning to his breakout year 7 years ago of 41 and 115. No, but he'll be your best player. Veteran leader, Gold Glove defense, best hitter. Now, do you win the World Series if Alex Bregman's your best hitter? No. But I think this is the kind of move you make if you're a serious ball club. Mm-hmm. Because it's not about Bregman putting you over the top. You see how careful I'm being? Remember this when I end up screaming at someone for not listening to any of this. I think you make this move as your next move, not the final move.
So you're saying, I was going to joke, but no, continue.
No, so basically, I would be very happy if they did this. I would salute Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris. I think it's a move you make to show your fans you're serious. The Sasaki thing, you don't get to control as much because everyone offers Sasaki basically the same. That's a sales pitch. You've got to recruit him to Detroit. Having Kenta Maeda can help you. He is highly respected in Japan. Maybe he recruits for you.
You know what? I look at him as you just threw your money in a 50-50 raffle.
And you hope it comes up that he doesn't know enough about Detroit's weather.
Right. That it's basically you're competing against 32 other teams, and let's hope you win.
And
let's
again,
hope you get it.
That's the only A+ scenario. Now, again, I read something last night that they still like Walker Buehler. Buehler wants a multi-year deal with opt-outs after each year. That's a no-brainer to me. Buehler has Cy Young upside. Alex Cobb doesn't. Now, if you showed me Buehler and Bregman, we're back to the A territory. Mm-hmm. But I want to ask you guys a question. What do you want? They don't want to spend $200 million on Bregman. My question would be, why? When we really break this down, Rico, you're the professor. What's the real difference between 165 and 200 over 5 years on a per-year basis? It's not your money.
Well,
and $5 million, not 50, $5 million? It just doesn't compute to me.
No, it's basically an extra $10 million a year. That's not your money. And if that's the difference, because for me, I need something that keeps the momentum going. I don't want to see this team go backwards. Guess what? You didn't plan on this. Your process got expedited. The players were too young and stupid to realize they were supposed to be bad, and they were good.
Yeah.
You can't go back. You can't sell your fan base, well, we're just going to go back and give us another 3 years. No. You need to make something to take you from where you were last year and make that to make the end of last year a consistency. That's what I'm looking for. And yes, I know I'm lowering the bar because I'm not saying I need you to win the World Series. I'm being realistic.
I think you're okay because I can't demand a World Series.
Yeah.
They don't have the payroll for it.
But not yet. Another arm because the pitching chaos won't work.
And I don't think they have enough pitching right now. When you really look at it. Because Job's not going to start the year with the team.
And if you start talking about the Brent Herders of the world, and you start, guys, that's I want to put a true number 2 behind Skubal.
Mm-hmm. Well, you just touched upon something. I'll feel a lot better about all of this
if Skubal signed.
When I hear Skubal sign.
Yeah.
Now after that, all of this other stuff. Okay, yeah. Now that's the thing that's bothering me. Like, okay, Bregman and all that's fine and well, and Walker, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
When are we going to sign our own?
It is going to be a storyline, and I know people don't like it. A lot of people at this station don't like talking about it, but it's real. You got to sign your ace. Now, let's deal with the Bregman thing on its surface. Red Sox, conflicting reports. There could be a divide in that organization. Do I think Boston's the best place for Alex Bregman? Yes. Why? His hit profile and the Green Monster. I think he could be 3,100 there. It's a different team with different needs, a different ballpark. But if they don't want him, I'm not convinced the Yankees do. I have pretty good idea the Yankees are all in for Kyle Tucker. It would be very hard to go do both of those things. There's no one else out there. Doesn't sound like the Astros are going to re-sign him. They don't have the money.
Yeah.
$260 million payroll for the Astros. So it just, guys, it sounds like Bregman's there for the taking. Would you how about this? Do you want your team to overpay? Enrico, you and I are big boys. We know when you go to free agency, you're overpaying.
Yes.
You don't make a regular habit of it.
Yeah.
But in this instance.
Last year, I think, was the only year that things happened on the cheap because nobody under the big names got signed for the amount of money they wanted.
Yeah, and Boris, candidly, overplayed his hand.
Yeah.
That's not happening this offseason.
No, it's not. You're going to pay a little bit more, but here's the thing about when you do that, Mike, just like in any sport, it looks like you're overpaying until next year when all of a sudden that deal that you were like, oh, my God, we got him cheap.
And look, I think Bregman, if you like WAR, I think he's a 5 WAR player next year, okay? This is a guy who heavily contributes to winning. He does the little things, professional ABs. It's just a guy that, to me, helps you win and stabilizes you. And it's a really valuable player to have in your lineup. I would be on board with it. Am I yelling? No. Am I demanding it? No. I'm telling you, I would not be against it. And I don't understand why people want to slander Alex Bregman. So let me open the phone lines. 248-539-9797. The story goes, you really want Bregman. The market might not be as great as he wants. Do you want your team to do this? I do. I think it would be another step towards, winning your first division title in, 12 years or 10 years. They haven't won the pennant in 12. But if you're viewing it that Alex Bregman's going to come here and be Juan Soto, you're never going to be happy. That's not what he is.
No, but you had an opportunity last year to go out and solidify third. You decided not to. You passed. And here's your chance. You don't have to do the Frankenstein. You have a position that's done. And for me, I still think that with the pitching coach, the way that you can reclaim pitchers, that's why I would go and get a Walker Buehler.
Oh, you mean like last year when Matt Chapman was a 7 WAR player?
And right, you missed out on that.
And a 125 OPS plus.
But you know what? We're going to look forward.
I know that.
And guess what? Hey, there's somebody right here. Let's go ahead and catch this bus. Walker Buehler is the guy for me.
I would love Walker
Let
Buehler.
Fetter do his magic. I like to call he's the mechanic. Going to send him to Walker. You're going to the garage. He's going to fix you. And even if that means you just have 1 year of him, I'm okay with that because that means that you have a 1-2 punch and it's not one chaos, one.
Yeah,
chaos.
Or question mark chaos. Yeah. Look, Reese Olson's got to stay healthy.
Yes.
You don't hear anything about Mize. That scares me. Job is not going to – he's going to be on an innings cap. So I'm with you. 248-539-9797. Straight up, the Tigers are one of the 4 teams that are into Bregman. How bad do you want him to push this across the finish line? And if you don't, let's hear reasons. Take him to church.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on your next Chevy, guys. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the December Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT. Get this, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a sleek body Equinox for just $299 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They've got the experience, 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. So get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. $97.1. We're just getting started today. By the way, Bill Belichick is on stage at North Carolina. If you had that on your bingo card a week ago, you win. We're talking Alex Bregman. If you missed our opening presentation, it's important you hear to it. That's the on-the-record stance we have, which is neither of us are screaming and yelling, get it done or you're losers. No. Do I like the player? Yes. But he's a part of what has to happen to get to a World Series. He's not the guy that's going to win it for you. If you want the A-plus offseason, show me Buehler and Bregman. Show me Sasaki and Bregman. Show me multiple moves. But would I say, hey, Cobb, Bregman, maybe a little relief help, that's a B offseason? Yeah. No slander. But here's my problem. Evan Petzold writes, the Tigers have been engaged in conversations with Bregman, according to a source with knowledge of the situation. And those discussions are ongoing. This is from an hour ago. The Tigers, though, don't want to spend $200 million for Bregman. See, it's always at the end. Always at the end. They hit you with the qualifier. My question is, what difference does it make in the grand scheme when you have one of the lowest payrolls in the league and when you have so many salary-controlled players? Why is that $200 million thing a thing? So is 160 where they're drawing the line? Is it 180? What is it exactly? Because, again, Bregman turned down 6 at 165 from the Red Sox, I believe. And I know the Astros are, I think the Stros gave him a 156 offer. Here's my question. If you're the Tigers, don't you just view that as the Pudge tax? Mm-hmm. The Detroit tax? Don't you just pay the guy in order to get what you want? And the salary offset comes by way of,
and there it is,
all the players you're not paying. Mm-hmm. So that's where we're at. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, the players whose numbers are going to fall off the books. I like how you broke that down yesterday, where it's actually kind of balancing each other out, where you're not going to be paying. Hopefully, you move bias. There's money you can get off your books.
Cobb's off the books. Maeda's off the books. There are plenty of guys off the books. So, look, I want to know what you want from your team. All right? So, let's shake the cobwebs out. You're in the mix for this guy. How bad you want your team to go and get him? David, what do the ticket texters have to say?
I would be happy with Bregman. I would be ecstatic if we landed Walker, Buehler, or Christian. Okay, he said Walker Square, Buehler or Christian. Gotcha.
Right. I've got nothing attaching you to Christian Walker. Yeah. That's a guy I wanted. Candidly, it's a guy I'd love the Yankees to go and get.
Priority one for the Tigers should be Christian Walker, not Bregman. He is a Gold Glove first baseman with right-handed hitter with power. Fierling and Young can platoon at third. Ralph from Novi.
Your problem is there's still people in that organization who believe in Torkelson, and if you sign Walker, you got to say goodbye to Tork. I like Walker. I think you could get him for a 3-year deal. He's 34. He's a captain. He's a Gold Glover. He wants to win. I think you could present him those opportunities. And he's a right-handed hammer.
And I think Tork is the ultimate in regret. If we gave up on him too soon, he goes to another team and lights it up. Oh, my God.
What have we done?
Yes.
David.
Sign him ASAP. He would be our Pudge-type signing, the first big step towards respectability that is rich in a brown truck. Yes, get Bregman. Then Dream Team align. Maeda with Rico and his chauffeur picking up Sasaki and showing him the Rico winning weekend. He'll sign here and be begging to be at the 313.
That's right.
He would be our biggest paid positional player, and it would be the 23rd largest contract in baseball. Do it all day. It's the tax you pay to get someone from Texas to Detroit.
Yeah, and again, this is an opportunity where I wish I understood why they were so hung up on 200. And I wish I knew what the line was. Because if you tell me the line's 180 and it's a 6-year deal, my question is, what the hell is $20 million spread out over 6 seasons? I'm not being flippant, but I mean, that's loose change at the MLB level. So let's get to the people, see what they've got to say. Andy's going to bat lead off today, 97.1. Andy, what's going on, buddy?
How we doing, guys? Love the show.
Thanks,
hey, my thoughts are in line with you guys. I definitely would like the Bregman move. I think it fits what we do defensively. I think it fits what we do offensively. Love to see him in the 2 spot. I think, the some of the hesitation on the management side, might be the realistic chance that our current roster, we've made some baseline moves, but we haven't made any moves that are going to move the needle. But, the chances that our current lineup's going to even be able to repeat what they did last year I think is a stretch. Definitely not the run at the end of the year, and probably not a collapse by other teams in the division to help us. But even over the course of the year, to be able to come up with that win total, make the playoffs, win a series, I think that might be a reach, and I think they might know that, and they want another year to evaluate it. I'm on the plan of, hey, we're knocking on the door. Let's add, and it doesn't have to be a Soto deal, but a Bregman deal plus one. That's going to put people in the seats. It's going to get people excited, and I think it's going to determine the course of our future. The other thing I worry about is these young guys that we have. If we're on a 3 or 4 year plan, we're going to be in a position in 4 years where it's going to be tough to keep some of those guys too. So what is the plan? And I just want to know the direction. If they made those moves, a Bregman plus one, you know what? I'm an excited Tigers fan. Probably look at a season ticket package of some kind, but without that, I'm probably going to do what I feel like ownership's doing. I'm probably going to sit back and maybe catch a few games and just watch.
Yeah, and
but I'll
and look, Andy, just to I know metrics. It's tough because, and I'm guilty of it too, is I'll use metrics to support an argument. Other people will find different ones, but like WAR or OPS plus, different things, they can tell you a story, right? So with Bregman, I like numbers that can provide context. So for instance, like Fangraphs and their version of WAR, F-WAR, whatever you want to call it, it just accounts for positional scarcity, what the player provides to winning, right? Simple answer. Alex Bregman is 18 of 240 qualified positional players. That's a top 20 player in the sport. Now, I'm not telling you it's going to be a great investment in the last year or two of the deal. Might not be. And I don't like the ballpark fit. I don't. I mean, that does concern me. He would play better having that short porch in Houston or the Green Monster. But he's still a really good ball player. And, man, you don't have anything on the payroll. So I say go for it. I will not stop you. But I'm not going to scream and yell on this. That's not what we're doing.
No?
Nah,
No caller, Tim?
No, not because he called in and made Alex Bregman out to be Pete Incaviglia the late years. That's not fair. It's just not accurate. Let's go over to, I'll tell you what, we'll keep it timely. 248-539-9797. We'll get more ticket texts, get the calls, touch the table on football. Got to talk about Belichick being a college football coach as well later today. 97.1. Northville Lumber, talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. The secret to the success is quite simple. Things are in stock. You don't have to wait for shipping. There's no middleman. You just do the business. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So Northville Lumber, they'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Beat the spring rush. Beat the spring price increase. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay, then. All right, let's get to the people. Evan Petzold an hour ago, Free Press, ongoing discussions with Alex Bregman. But you do not want to pay $200 million for him. So my question is, what do you want your team to do? I think if you want to have an A-plus offseason, it's Bregman and one of Sasaki or Buehler here. Now, apparently, you're still interested in Buehler. He wants a multi-year deal with opt-outs after each one. Why? Because he's been injured. But Buehler's upside is that of a Cy Young candidate. I love Walker Buehler. I brought up his name before anybody else. I would have opted for that instead of Alex Cobb. I digress. But the Sasaki thing is interesting. You're in competition with every team in baseball. Everyone is going to put up the international money. It's going to be the same contract no matter where he goes. Can you convince him to come here? I think that would be a huge signing. But this Bregman thing, I've given you what he is and what he is not. You tell me, how far do you want your team to go? Because for my money, if you've offered 170, be the high bidder. I don't know. I just don't think your payroll, the way it looks in the next 3-4 years, you don't have to pay much to anybody.
You know, and maybe you can end up getting it at 180 because, you are the highest bidder, and it's like, all right.
If you're 180 and Houston's 156, he's got 24 million reasons to come here. I don't know. You know what I want to know? I want to know you were the high bidder, but he still chose someone else. I would salute Scott Harris for that. But that last line, it's like, what are you trying to do here?
Yeah, in the end, we're poor and we're still trying to pass the hat around.
No, I think, you know what I think it is? And I mean, Kenny may identify with this. I really think there's a rigidity to this. We have our number. We're not violating our number. That's $1 over our number. We're out. And I mean, you can't draft a fantasy football team that way, much less build a baseball team.
So basically, give me a reason so we can just go ahead and drop this. Here's our number. If you want more, okay, we tried.
What's Steve Yzerman?
It's stick to the plan.
Steve does the same thing
to the plan.
Contractually, monetarily, term.
Will not be swayed with anybody else's opinion, by the way. This is what I see it. This is how I see it. I see no other way around it.
Well, Scott Harris is the same way, right? I'm interested to see what people want to do. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
Good, Jeff.
Hey, right now, if all they could get was Bregman, I think that would go a long way. Yes, I'd like to see another move, but we have pitching options. I don't think the chaos will keep lasting, but here's what I see. You get Bregman, then you go to a legitimate everyday third baseman. You move Verling. You know, Verling can be a decent to good utility player. You can move all around. But trying to start him every day at third base, I think you just come up light on your expectations. But it just shows that, plus you have trade options. You move Young. He's now tradable. You have more options if you can get a stud to play third base every day.
I'm with you, especially one that plays it at a Gold Glove level. Mm-hmm. And I think you don't affect roster flexibility by penciling in a couple guys each day. Especially the most important spot in your lineup in 2025, that's the 2-hole. I mean, you put your most professional hitter there, you put your best hitter there. You know, it's not 1998 where, bat and cleanup is what counts. And then it turned into the 3 spot. Now we've arrived at the 2 spot is that premium area. Well, Bregman would descend upon you and be your best hitter. So I would do it. But I view it as a step. I'm not putting this on Alex Bregman to transform the Detroit Tigers and to be league MVP. That's not what you're signing.
No. I still think you need to go out there and get 2 more arms. And, I'm going to keep saying until it happens. One of those arms is Skubal. When he's locked up, I know he's a Tiger. Let's get him locked up. Let's remove all doubt.
Let's go over to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Doing well, guys. First time, long time.
Welcome aboard. What's going on?
All right. I'm agreeing with you on Bregman. We need a good right-handed bat, like the front office kept saying after the season ended. We need right-handed bats. Third base, we need a guy that's good in the corners. First base, I don't know what we're going to do yet. I think we'll keep working with Torkelson. But, I mean, Astros stuff aside with all the cheating scandal, let's leave that alone. It happened. Let's move on. He's a great baseball player. You're right. He plays at a Gold Glove level. That's what we need.
And again, if the cheating thing really bugged you, you'd have a problem with your manager on a day in, day out basis. No one's got a problem with him. So, look, you got to let it roll. It's a different conversation if you're bringing Alex Bregman to the Bronx. It's going to be a tougher conversation with that group of fans. But, yeah, here, it didn't impact you at all. So you shouldn't care.
All right, thanks for taking my call, guys.
You got it, Kev, of course. David, take a text, and we'll move our attention to some football here. We'll keep our eye on this Bregman thing, though.
Yeah, Bregman is exactly what we need to start building a real roster. It's not going to turn the team around overnight, but it's a perfect building block, especially with his leadership with the young players, Jeff in Rochester.
Well, you also think about creating the top of that order. I mean, let's say it's Parker Meadows, Bregman in the 2-hole, Riley Green in the 3-hole, and a guy like a guy like Carpenter batting cleanup. Now, how does that top 4 look? Looks a lot different. Now, I don't think you would be done. I came into the offseason, see, Rico was more pitching heavy. I need 2 right-handed bats. I need, but again, look, maybe Colt Keith turns it on. Maybe they can fake their way to right-handed production by doing some of the lineup chaos. I understand that's how they want to build it.
Or maybe, you know what, Mike, everybody gets their wish and the light turns on for Torque. And he becomes the guy that everybody in that organization hopes him to be.
If Torque were really good, look at what the top 5 of that order would be. Think about that. Now you're winning a division. David, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, someone's also worried about what you're worried about Bregman's bat and how it translates to Comerica after playing with that wiffle ball wall in left field in Houston.
Yeah, and again, you can see the home and road splits. I try not to bore people with that. It's not that I don't have the research. It's just you guys will fall asleep at the wheel. But no, he's not as good of a player on the road as he is at home in Houston. Why? Well, go look at the ballpark. If I were repping him, I would just try to get the most money I could out of Boston, and I would go there. Or if you enjoy Houston, Alex, it's $156 million, and there's no state tax. You want to stay home? Here's $156 million reasons to stay home. There's not a gun to his head. Right. You don't have to leave. So he can do whatever the hell he wants. This park is more unforgiving when you're just a pull hitter from the right side. You're damn near 350 out there. In other parks, yeah, I mean, you could kick the ball over the fence. And I understand the Yankees play in a garbage park, right? It's a toy ballpark. Well, that's why the Yankees will probably go out and get a Cody Bellinger and resurrect his career. Why? You could kick the ball over the right field fence.
Yep, very short porch.
Bro, that ain't even You take 3 steps, home run. David, go ahead.
Foul ball, the catcher's catching it out there. Got it.
Home run.
Mike in Colorado says, yes, absolutely overpay. Their payroll is next to nothing. They need to do something to show that they actually care about putting a World Series caliber team on the field.
I do think, listen, I don't want to get lost in the sauce, and I'm not saying you spend $200 million to do that, but it would send a good message. And it would be something where we could all look at each other and go, you know what, good for Chris and good for Scott and good for you guys. You know, you signed a World Series champion, team captain, Gold Glover, and a guy metrically that contributes in many ways to winning. Like, yes, it would be an important move, but all we have is hope and the reports that you're not out of it.
Well, as I told David, the most encouraging thing is silence right now, which means I think that a deal is being worked on. You just got to hope that you're the team that deal is being worked with, because there's not a lot going on. It's a lot of rumors, but just kind of that radio silence. And normally, Mike, as you know, that's when the deal is getting done. It's not when every rumor is flying left and right. It's when nobody's talking about it anymore. Okay, we're down to the last 2 teams, and we're having a little auction right now.
And the biggest thing you have going for you is that John Henry's a loser. Literally, I mean, the Red Sox are idiots. Remember, they traded Mookie in his prime rather than paying him. How'd that work? Alex Verdugo, and he doesn't even play for you anymore.
I forgot about Mookie.
They did. Like, if you're the Red Sox, the easiest thing in the world is to go get Alex Bregman. Your ballpark fits. You have the need. Let's roll. And I don't know when you hear internal conflict or organizational divide, you're not in a good place. So take advantage. But we'll keep an eye on it. Let's turn our attention to some football. Belichick is still up there looking uncomfortable as ever.
Okay, you know what the funny thing about watching a Belichick press conference? You don't know if he's frozen, if the video's frozen, or he's just not moving.
It's like John on our draft special 2 years ago.
It's like, okay, why is it? Oh, it's not frozen. Everybody else is moving.
Right.
He's just
John
not
asleep? No, he disconnected 10 minutes ago. Got it. All right. If you purchase your own health insurance, time to renew for 25. Open enrollment, only 45 days. But in your case, 3 more days, December 15th. Only time you could change your coverage, no questions asked. Don't waste time trying to navigate on your own. Call Mike Papura. He'll take care of everything. He'll shop on and off the marketplace, and he will show you a variety of options, including the least expensive one, guaranteed. Open enrollment for 25 is here. If you want coverage, you want to make changes, it's imperative you call Mike now. 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, 97.1. We turn our attention to a little football. Different music, please. Yes. Yes. My favorite goofball football thing we do. Can we say that? All right, Rico.
Well, you know what? I'm glad because I wasn't here Monday, so we're bringing it today. Mike?
Yes.
Can we say that what's old is new in college football with Bill Belichick coming back, Dan Mullins going to UNLV, and Rich Rodriguez going back to West Virginia?
Yes, and is it wrong that I actually think two of these three will work? I think Rich Rod will absolutely work. I'm telling you, what he did at Jacksonville State, it's the no huddle, it's the spread stuff, high octane, power run game. He's going back. You can hide him there with all of his proclivities. You can hide him in Morgantown. I think it's going to work. And as long as Belichick has the money, I think it can work at North Carolina. Mullins hates recruiting. That's why he failed at Florida. I don't know what he's doing going out to Las Vegas.
UNLV is kind of like Last Chance U. I mean, if you really think about it.
Hope you don't get yelled at like that one season with that maniac coach. Who the hell was his name? Independence College coach?
Oh, yeah.
That guy was unbelievable. So carry on.
David?
Rich Rod going back, I guess that's more interesting to me than
He's
Bill
going to work.
Belichick.
It's going to work.
Because that's probably the one that will work. He should have never left.
Okay. Can we say that Penn State and Ohio State are kind of in a tough spot? Just came out today that Ross Bjork, the athletic director of Ohio State, has said he's confident Ryan Day will be back next year. He doubled down on his support. Penn State and Ohio State are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because you have coaches who win. They just don't win the games that you want them to win.
It would be comparative to people that are in a marriage where they don't hate their wife, but they don't love her either. But you're stuck because you have 3 kids and don't want to lose half your things. That's Penn State and Ohio State football. I think if they could just freely choose a new partner, they would. But the consequences of doing so and knowing that you may end up in a worse marriage keeps them in said marriage.
David, I don't think you can top that.
I don't know what to say.
You know what?
Can we say?
You know what? Christmas music.
Penn State football.
Christmas music till 6 o'clock, folks.
Wait, is that,
no, I mean, yeah, I can't top that.
That's
that
what
was
it feels
brilliant.
like.
Okay. All right. Can we say that based off of his last game, it won't happen all the time.
Okay.
But can we just go ahead and say that Sam Darnold is the Vikings quarterback of the future?
Okay, we couldn't go 0 for 3 in this segment because here's the question. Do you believe you can win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold? No, not my quarterback of the future.
I think
if
you can.
Then he is yours. You can say it. I can't. I don't think you. What's my rule about ginger quarterbacks?
I know, but
can't win a Super Bowl.
But when you look at it, okay. The problem is Patrick Mahomes still plays. So there's a lot of quarterbacks that are not going to win Super Bowls because Mahomes is still an active player in the league. Josh Allen, nothing. Jalen Hurts, no. Like there's a lot of good quarterbacks. Looking at how Darnold motivates and that team plays around him, there's a reason why the Lions just can't relax because there's somebody nipping at their heels in their own division. So, just saying, because you drafted JJ, but there's a goalpost over there for you, son. Can we say that Kirk Cousins' days in Atlanta are very limited?
Yes. In fact, I would start Michael Penix this Sunday. The season is careened off the rails. Cousins has 0 touchdowns and 7 picks in his last 5 games. What are we doing? He's not going to return next year. And apparently, Penix has garnered support in that locker room. He is wowing people in practice. Yes, you can say it. Sing it to the mountains.
Yeah, I don't quite understand what's going on in Atlanta. Raheem Morris quoted today, Penix will play when it's time, but not now. Yes, it is now. You lost 4 in a row, and he's throwing interceptions, not touchdowns, Cousins. So, yeah, it's times now.
Yeah, right. I guess a reporter tried to get him to commit to this, and he was like, I like how you asked that question, but, I'm not going to answer this question. It's like, we really want to know. Can we say that there's a new chapter in Diva wide receivers? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you A.J. Brown and Deebo Samuel. Both came out.
Yes.
And just are not happy, blah, blah, blah. And now your team has to basically apologize for you.
Yeah, it's bad. And it's why I love Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's why I am thankful every day. It's almost like when you say grace before a meal. Amon-Ra just doesn't do any of that mess. The Deebo thing, he should be smarter.
He deleted it, though, Mike.
Doesn't really matter. But thank you for the consideration, Ace. Thank you, Deebo. The AJ thing is concerning because that's a Super Bowl team, and now we're talking about friendships and how he don't like Jalen Hurts no more. What is this, high school?
Well, A.J. Brown says that Brandon Graham was emotional and mistaken.
Or the leader of the team, a team captain, and a well-respected player within the entire NFL, and know exactly what he was doing by putting him on blast. Fix your issues. My old ass wants a Super Bowl.
Can we say that this may be a bad idea? But David brought this to my attention. It looks as if, for the first time since the Super Bowl, Dre Greenlaw will be playing in an NFL game tonight for the 49ers.
Why is that bad?
You got nothing to play for. Just set him for the rest of the year.
You're making it, though.
Making what?
The playoffs.
You have a 5% chance.
Well, you have a chance. Listen, I think he's been out as long as he is fully medically cleared. I think it's important to see what he looks like because, look, whether you want to have him back with your team next year, it's a bit of a tryout. Don't you know? You want to see what the new Dre Greenlaw is after that catastrophic injury in the Super Bowl. I'd play him. Unless, are you in tank mode? Is that what you want?
Yes.
Oh, the Rico sound effect. Okay, that's different.
Well, because at this point, your goal is to get a top 10 pick, and you'll get a last place schedule next year. That'll be me about 11:30 tonight.
Wow.
Yes. Can we say that Tampa will have a say in who wins the NFC and represents the NFC in the Super Bowl?
Hold on. Repeat that for me.
Can we say that Tampa will have a say in who represents the NFC? Because I think Tampa is going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
But here's one thing that the Lions and the Eagles have in common. They both lost to the Bucs. So there's some giant killers. They're not great. They've lost a lot of bad games, but when they played Detroit, at Detroit, they won. When they played the Eagles,
how about
they
this?
beat them.
If you go to the playoffs and win a game, you've impacted the race, right?
Yeah.
I'll say yes. I could see Tampa making it and busting somebody's ass. So I would say yes.
It could be Philly. They could get them in the second round and pop them.
Right. Or like if you're Detroit, that's a team you just don't want to see. And I know, it's Baker. Hey, guys, you don't want to see Baker. You just don't. All right. Can we say that the Rams will make a last-minute push for the playoffs?
Yes. I do. Look, separate our relationship with Stafford in this town, whether you loved him or hated him. He's playing elite football. It's been a great marriage with McVay. As long as those receivers are healthy, they can beat anyone, any week, anytime. They almost walked into Ford Field and did it to you. Rams fans would tell you they should have. There was a missed call on that last play. I digress. The point is, yes, they're going to have something to say, and I think they do creep in.
Yeah, they're going to be a very dangerous team, too. I think they get in and they beat someone. They're really good.
They are. And remember, when they came to Ford Field at the beginning of this year, they didn't have a lot of the weapons that they have now. Every receiver pretty much died on the field, and then they lost the flip of the coin, and that was it, ball game. Let's stick with the Rams. Can we, after watching last week, can we say, looking at how impressive it was, they beat Buffalo, and Josh Allen had his best game ever. Can we say that Sean McVay should be the coach of the year this year? Dealing with all the injuries that they've had, this team's remained competitive.
You can say it as, hey, let's have a discussion. We know probably Dan Campbell's going to win it. But the coach of the year, oftentimes, it shouldn't be the best record. It should be, who's the guy who kept his team afloat when they should have been awful? So I will say yes to this, even though I know full well he won't win it.
Because see, the Campbell, hold on, David. The Campbell thing, I wonder.
He just told you to shut up.
No. I wonder if Campbell's going to start getting the Andy Reid treatment where you have so many weapons, you're disqualified. You're supposed to be good. You're supposed to do that. Well, we never talk about Andy Reid for Coach of the Year.
And that's why I'm thinking the other side, Sean McDermott, because they got rid of so much, and yet they're still right there atop the AFC with Kansas City, beating Kansas City this year. That would be the guy to me.
Hey, how about Mike McDonald? Have a conversation about him in Seattle.
You're right.
They started the year down 6 of their front 7. And they kept it afloat. They still have Geno Smith at quarterback. And here,
hey, he killed the Niners. He ran it in with 13 seconds left.
I feel like the universe is punishing both Rico and I because I slandered Geno 2 years ago. And Kenny, you can't make that gesture on camera. My God. That was insane. Between what David said in the first hour yesterday about certain okay, you know what? We'll just move it along. Hey, that's Can We Say That? NFL, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel, they give you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL. So tonight, you get a premium Thursday night game. Rams, Niners, NFC West tilt, Rico's team back against the wall. Good SGP possibilities in this game. You can have some fun, pick some receivers. FanDuel.com.
Debo, feed them.
Sure. FanDuel.com/ticket. You could bet on whatever homeless person the Niners have at running back, whatever. It's all there for you. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Lions did something the Bills did not today, and that's practice. DJ Reader was participating as well after just working on the side yesterday. Buffalo was under a state of emergency with lake-effect snow pelting multiple feet to the area. Linebacker Trevor Nowaski was the only player missing for the Lions today. The Pistons had their first of 2 newly scheduled games after being knocked out of the NBA Cup. The Celtics on tap tonight. Malik Beasley sits second in the league in three-pointers and has the most by any player through 25 games in Detroit history. He knocked down 7 more in a win over New York on Saturday. Jason Tatum and Sam Hauser are out for the Celtics tonight. Jalen Duren is a brand new addition to the injury report, listed as questionable with a right wrist sprain. Here tonight's game over on WWJ News Radio 950. The pregame show begins at 7:05. That means the Red Wings are right here on the ticket tonight. Face off at 7. Bill Belichick was introduced as the new coach of North Carolina today. Tar Heels AD Bubba Cunningham put on a sleeveless suit coat to welcome him. According to MLB.com, the Blue Jays and Giants are emerging as favorites for Corbin Burns. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, welcome in 97.1. Sometimes a story crosses your desk. It is both relevant, not because Rico has graced us with what he has called his sexual chocolate dress shirt, but also because we're talking Alex Bregman. We're waiting. We're pining for news. Well, this story should be relevant to David and Rico, and I want to know if this particular story could help us get Alex Bregman. But it's important because Kenny and I are heathens. This is really a you and David thing. The Vatican's announcement of the opening of sacred holy portals for the first time in 25 years has raised eyebrows and sparked intrigue. Set to coincide with the Jubilee year, the ceremony involves the opening of 5 holy doors at ancient basilicas and one hypothetical door at Italy's Rebibbia prison. While the Catholic Church claims the tradition upholds a doorway to salvation, one can't help but question, will this deliver Alex Bregman to Detroit?
See, Rico, during the break, he came back here. I'm like, I got hope. I got hope for Bregman. He says, I'll give you a reason. I have a reason why he's coming to Detroit. I'm like, what?
Hey, Padre Francis is opening the holy doors, the enchanted portals, or whatever these things are called.
It always worries me when you leave the room and say, watch this, and the door closes behind you. I'm like, oh, no.
Come on. We got Pope Francis bringing Alex Bregman to the D.
Oh, my Lord.
You don't just open those sacred portals for any free agent. Now, do you want to?
I'm like, okay.
Well, get to working. Let's go, people.
Do you want to do the topic?
I'm sitting there
Is
like,
Alex Bregman going to walk through our sacred portal? 248?
I'm like, is Mike about to talk about the message from Fatima? Like, what's going on?
I don't know what was about to happen.
Wasn't that Rasheed Wallace's wife?
I don't
Fatima
know.
Wallace? Wasn't that? Listen, I'm making a point.
I don't know. I was talking about
I
the
really
Catholic
think so.
Church.
Okay.
It was supposedly somebody who left messages, an angel left messages to kids.
Is Pope Francis delivering a message to us?
Yes. Let's just go for it.
He's
Yes.
coming to Detroit. Let's go.
There
Open
it
the
is.
portal. Let's go.
If David can pray.
Guys.
And get us a top draft pick.
That was her name, Fatima. That was his ex-wife.
I remember that from
What
MTV.
don't you know?
Lots of things.
Seriously.
I don't know.
How do you know the name of a player's ex-wife?
MTV Cribs.
Someone says, as a devout Catholic, I'm dying.
Wait
a minute. I mean, because the whole time I'm like, okay, where? I mean, because we did the whole the things yesterday over New Jersey,
the mystery
the drones. So I'm thinking, okay, you have another story like that. I was like, okay, Mike, I can't wait for you to land this plane.
I've landed it.
It crashed.
I've landed. I have landed it on sacred portals. Now, are these like
Doctor Strange?
No, I'm saying, are these like caves you can walk into? Do you disappear?
I don't know anything about them.
David.
There is a lot of mystery to the Catholic Church. So this is one that I'm going to leave to the hardcore Catholics.
Wait a minute. And this is something that should interest David. According to the Daily Mail, the holy doors are located at some of Rome's most venerated basilicas, such as St. Peter's, St. John's, and this is the part that will get David very excited. This is right in his wheelhouse. They are ceremonially bricked up.
What are we doing?
I'm making a point. These are aimed to deliver a message of hope. What is our message about the Tigers offseason and Alex Bregman and Sasaki? Hope.
And a lot of prayer. So there you go.
Okay.
This could be it.
I just wanted to...
Behind door number 4.
Sir,
is that Scott Harris?
It's a portal.
It's Scott Harris.
If you tell me Pizza One has landed at the Vatican, we know Bregman's happening.
You open up the door. You open up the door in Rome, and you end up at the headquarters here.
Well, someone's saying breaking news that Jesus and Moses have entered the portal.
Yeah. I'm looking for Alex Bregman, not Chuck Brantley. There's a difference.
Moses trying to work out a deal. You got to take my brother Aaron along with me. We're a package deal.
No hope. I thought you two would know all about these things. Kenny, have you ever heard of it? I haven't.
I mean, I've never heard of being ceremonially bricked up, but I guess that's a thing. That was not on my bingo board for
called
today.
David's Friday night.
This is the only way you get me into religion if something like this brings us.
I'm
Alex
more
Bregman.
fascinated. Like, what happens if you walk through one of these things?
I don't know.
Is it like the Dr. Pepper portal? Do you disappear? Do you go into space?
I am now. Yes.
You're into this now.
Right.
See?
Right. It's a lot of things. Like, I thought you were going to talk about the message. That message. I'm like, wait, what does Mike know? Like, you know what? I ain't taking no time off. Mike is talking about drones and unidentified objects. Now he's talking about message. This is new.
I'm just making a point. I thought this would be right in your wheelhouse. And I thought, okay, could it be another sign Bregman's coming home? Could we have...
I'm going to take it. I'm going to use it as a sign.
You know what? Give me 15.
To
I'm going to do a crash course. Give me 15 minutes on this.
Okay, done deal. Perfect. David,
Catholic portals.
The holy door. What are they? Hold on. Let me make sure you're typing the right thing here as it relates to Bregman. These are called the sacred. There are 5 sacred portals. Oh my God, is this real? These things are neon lit. I hope this is a real picture I'm looking at. These things are lit like a Vegas nightclub.
Oh my Lord.
David, are you sure these things aren't just Vatican speakeasies? This thing's lit up like a casino. That's right.
Or is that gold?
Listen. Do the research, David.
Gold or LED lights? Which one?
We'll get to Belichick at North Carolina in a second, and we are awaiting more info on the Bregman stuff. I'm just telling you, you got Pope Francis opening up sacred portals. Come on.
You know,
Make a call.
Or maybe let's just not open that door.
What if Sasaki walks through? All right, go ahead. David, what do you got?
Bregman rumors remind me of when Wayne Fonts used to say we might be signing Deion Sanders or Reggie White. It ain't happening.
All right, thank you, Killjoy.
Someone else says, sacred transfer portal. Can the Wings get a new coach? That's Cucho and Novi. Another person says, Pastor Hall is more knowledgeable about, well, you know, what he said yesterday than the transfer portal.
No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it.
Oh, well, both things could be true.
Someone says, yes, hopefully Jesus is in the transfer portal. Can he hit a curveball? Oh, my. I can't wait until the Tigers add the Garden of Eden portal next to the new showers in Lakeland. Oh,
It's right
my.
next to the 1901 Society. We have a enchanted portal that Alex Bregman enters the field on.
And you just inspire someone to change their fantasy football name. I'm going to have to rename my fantasy team Ceremoniously Bricked Up. That is time.
I just read the copy. I didn't make it up. Rico's deep in research. I'm just telling you right now. I know people can't see Rico. He is gone. He is. You're into the portal.
Yes.
You can walk through these things.
Yeah, they're doors.
Do they charge you?
I don't think I'm high enough in the Catholic Church to walk through that door.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but somebody saying it's a ceremony.
I don't know what's behind that thing.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm going to say leave it closed.
It's Sasaki.
Let's go.
It's Sasaki.
Or it's the meteor you keep talking about.
Well, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. All right, I tried. You want to talk some Belichick?
I'd rather talk portal.
Have you? But what's your favorite portal?
Maybe that's what's in the sky, the SUV-sized
No, it is
drone.
not. Stop it.
I swear to God, if a guy comes out wearing a cape looking like Doctor Strange, I'm out of here.
248-539-9797. We could use that guy to tell us what is the probability we get Bregman.
He can't tell you.
Yeah, but
He knows, but he can't tell you.
He told Robert Downey Jr. there's only one scenario.
Point
out
to
of
you
this.
with the one.
No, he hinted when everything was all he was like, dude, please, is this it? All right, this is it. The one finger. Okay.
All right. Take him to church. I tried, everybody.
You did. Hey, listen up. Portal. Oh, man. You know what? If the portal doesn't get you, if the portal doesn't hit you and you don't get hit with the Holy Ghost, you can build a beautiful deck to your home. There you go. Koi Construction can be that team for you. Hey, I got one. No. Right now it's freezing outside and you're thinking, why are you talking about a deck? Because trust me, eventually it will get warm again and Koi Construction can get started on your project right now. So you'll be ready when the spring hits. You'll be ready for the backyard barbecues. You will be ready for everything that you want to do on your deck this summer. It's very simple. Koi Construction, they've been around for over 40 years, and all you got to do is do what I did. Let them design and build a deck for you. You'll love it. Trust me. But you got to do this. If you want to build this summer, if you want to build for the summer during the wintertime, you got to get on their calendar. You need to call Koi Construction right now to get there so that they can start the construction now because they only got a few spots available. Koi's experienced team will help bring your vision to life. So call them today. Get your project started. You won't regret it.
Winter driving season again. Reckless drivers are everywhere. If you're on the road, you're in danger. You guys saw the accidents this morning. If you are injured in an automobile accident, you have one call to make. It is to injury attorney David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, Bill Belichick introduced as North Carolina's head coach today. The school chancellor came out in a sleeveless blazer. I don't know what to make of any of it. I'm still stunned when we were watching on the monitor that Bill Belichick, what?
And you thought the monitor froze.
Right. I mean, but I want to ask the question. I mean, look, I'm always fascinated in the why. And I mean, we can all there's no predictive measure. Coaches that look like home run hires don't work. Guys who look terrible do work. But the why, I just think him being there, Rico, it shows you he burned so many bridges in the NFL. And I think what people never wanted to recognize, it's not about the Brady thing. It's that by the time he was done in New England, Kraft had turned the whole franchise over to him. The football department was him. And you saw what happened. The Patriots drafting went in the tank. So for Belichick, everyone now is see, Atlanta's stupid. They didn't hire him. No one ever asked the question, what did you have to do if you hired him? I mean, you were probably going to have to hire his son. You were probably going to have to give him massive amounts of control. I don't think that's going to work for him at the NFL level, but I think collegiately he hires a GM because that's what colleges have now.
He did.
And what do you got? How much money you have is what either gets you into or out of the big game. How good you are and what you do with that money is what will determine your success. Well, can they buy the best players? And can he sell, I'll get you to the NFL, I'm Bill Belichick? Well, yeah. Am I crazy to think it could work?
No, I think he could definitely sell that. I'm Bill Belichick's kid. If you want to come to the league, I know talent. I can get you there. I won rings. Money-wise, I think I read where just him signing up today or yesterday, North Carolina went from a collective of $4 million to $20 million. So he's now going to be one of the haves at North Carolina. You got the Jordan brand behind you. You got a lot of things that can help you out.
Wealthy alums.
Can you succeed? I think it can. I mean, ironically enough, the last coach you fired was a year older than him. You said you wanted to get younger, so technically you were correct. You did get younger by 1 year. I think it can work, but I don't think that Bill Belichick knows what he's getting himself into. I don't think he knows the day-to-day of what a college coach does that a pro coach has to go through. Not just recruiting, but at least in the pros, your guy is signed for 4 years. In college, your guy is signed for this year. And then you have to go and re-recruit your same guy, plus you got to bring in new guys. And somehow I don't see Bill Belichick just saying, oh, this is all fun. I see him just kind of flipping his desk over saying, why am I doing this? I don't need this, and just walking out the door. In order for this to work for Bill Belichick, he hired his son. I guess that was a no-brainer. He needs to hire somebody, an offensive coordinator that's young, that can actually relate to the kids that he has on campus. They're going to listen to Bill because Bill is like that wise uncle, that grandfather. He knows what he's talking about. He's been through the wars. But then Bill won't be able to relate music-wise. He won't be. I don't think you're going to see Bill Belichick in the locker room doing a dance with his team if they beat Duke. I don't see that happening. So can it work? I think it can. But I don't know if Bill is going to be ready to stick around long enough for it to work.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get burnt out. He's going to get frustrated. Because, like it or not, I think Deion's to that point where he's like, yeah, you know what? Once my son leaves, I'm out the door as well.
Well, he says I'm not going anywhere, and that's part of my problem. I'd respect Deion more if he just admitted to the grift. I mean, the reality is, it's hard for me to value much going on. If he had the number 1 and number 2 overall draft picks on his team, and one happened to emanate from his loins, show me what happens when he's gone. Show me who you're recruiting. Show me what's going on, and show me you can build a real team. Yeah. I don't like his act. With Belichick, it's just, does that appeal? Look, I don't know what kids want anymore. I mean, I don't know what's real and not. I don't know the money. I don't know.
Like I say this, my kids want money, but this is going to shock a lot of people. Kids still want to win more than money. Money is still number one. I mean, winning is 1, money is 2. Okay. If I can't win, I need to get as much money as possible. That's like any other professional league, unfortunately. If we're not going to win the Super Bowl, if we're not going to win the World Series, then pay me and I'll be on your bad team.
The problem is what you said. In the NFL, you know that player's yours and you know how long they're yours. I just have a hard time believing Bill Belichick's going to be having a conversation with a kid who's homesick or a kid who wants to renegotiate on the fly. Those are the things where if he insulates himself and they've got a bunch of money, it can work.
Or just think about
it's hard to rationalize this is real. It's stunning.
And spare me the jokes, but a kid walks in and says, Coach, I just broke up with my girlfriend.
Well, I know all about that.
Yeah, I said
dating a 21-year-old. Go ahead.
Really? Where does she live?
Goulet.
But it's so many other things that he's going to have to deal with, and I don't know if he'll have the patience for that. He's got the knowledge, but can he translate that? Because you may have to groom a new quarterback every year.
Yeah.
And let's face it, and I think his ego says, I can do this because he's a coach, and every coach has a gigantic
And if you're
ego.
North Carolina, you're not Texas, you're not Georgia, you're not Michigan. You're searching. I mean, North Carolina has just never put it together in football.
Mm-hmm.
They're similar to Michigan State, except they've never had a glorious run, whether it be the 60s or whether it be what MSU did under D'Antonio. But they're that type of school where you're like, why is it you can't figure this out? Mm-hmm. You have to do it. It's almost like they shot their shot, except Belichick said yes.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You know what they've become, Mike? The East Coast Colorado. That means next year, you're going to see North Carolina games on the TV all the time. Everybody's going to show you the side. Here's Belichick. Here's him in the Carolina hoodie, and here's him doing this. Here's him interacting with his players. Here's him smiling and having fun.
Here's him at a sorority party.
Wait, which coach was that?
Which one wasn't it?
It was one coach that got fired.
Well, there was, back in the day, Larry Eustachius.
Yes!
Pounding beers with students. Then, of course, there's the venerable, rumors about Joey Freshwater.
Mm. No, Eustacy we know because they took photos.
Or there's another coach who might be about to get hired who may or may not have,
Eustacy was not rumors. Let's just put.
Yeah, no, there was photographic evidence
with him. Yeah, take the picture. Come on, all of you get in here. Come on.
Regrettable. So, will it work? I'd love to hear from you guys on it because it is shocking. I mean, Rico and I multiple times looking up at the monitor and going, how the hell is this real? Yeah. Bill Belichick is at North Carolina. 248-539-9797. David, he was a rival of yours in the AFC for years. Will this work?
No, I don't think so.
You think it's a disaster?
I just think there's no relation to the kids.
What do you mean? He dates a kid.
No, there's... The kids.
How do you say he's got no relation? His girlfriend's 21.
Because they made coach teachers. How did you? Well, you're not ready for that yet.
What kind of lines you pulling here? What's going on?
I'm rich.
That's it. That's why he doesn't relate. That's how he won't relate. They're trying their hardest
now. With the NIL. They're rich too.
Yeah, no, I just don't see it working.
Okay.
When a kid comes in, well, you know what? I'll let Kitty say it because Kitty said it right.
What?
Well, my point was what if a kid, like we saw happen to Saban and so many other coaches, what if a kid says, hey, I'm going to leave if you don't pay me some more money? And what is Belichick going to be like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. We'll pay you more money, buddy. I don't think so. I think he'll give him the big middle finger.
But what if that conversation never gets to Belichick's desk other than an approval? Yeah. That's what the GM handles. Mm-hmm. Look, Kenny, I agree with everything you and Rico are saying here. It's just My only way that it works for Belichick is he's going to have to insulate himself from all of that. He's going to have to delegate that out.
He's going to have a lot of staff around him to be able to do
yes,
that. Which is why I feel like maybe that's over delegation and maybe it won't work.
but here to what Mike said, the smartest thing he did was he hired a GM, which means I don't want to deal with all of this. You tell me the top 5 things I need to know every day, and you and I will have a quick 20-minute meeting.
There you go.
Other than that, parents call you, their agents call you, the kids call you, their buddies, their girlfriends, everybody, they call you.
I tell you the groceries I want. You worry about putting it on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny, listen, I'm not telling you it's like this full endorsement. I just could see a way it works, provided the donors are stepping to the plate and are going to make UNC a top 10 spending program. And, guys, I hate to say it, the ACC stinks.
Mm-hmm.
It stinks. On basis alone, Belichick, if funded, should be able to put a roster out there that is better than all but 1 or 2 teams per year, which would be Miami and Clemson.
Miami, because Clemson doesn't do all this.
Okay. But remember, they got the enchanted portal. Clemson's tapped into the Vatican.
Oh.
It's the Jubilee year. You know they're going to have a big year next year. We just talked about Pope Francis.
And maybe that's where all their transfer portal players come from.
There you go.
All right.
That's right.
We just got 11.
Alex Bregman and portal targets.
The 12 disciples.
248-539-9797. Hungry Hours. Famous for their flavor. This week, you can get some of that for free. Look, Lions-Bills is going to be the showcase game of the week. Tonight, you got a great game. HungryHowies.com or download the app. You can get free Howie bread any online order of $25 or more. No better pairing for football than Hungry Howies. And again, spend the $25. It gets you more Hungry Howies for free. Limited time only. Grab that free Howie bread. HungryHowies.com. And make sure you get your favorite flavored crust pizza when you order online today with Hungry Howies. Well, sadly, the Red Wings, as they always do, sucked the joy out of tonight's game. It could have been Kosa versus Mishkov, and instead not. David, ticket text, Belichick, is it going to work? We'll get to the callers in a second. Go ahead.
The chaos that is college football and NIL recruiting is the reason why Nick Saban hung it up. I don't understand this for Bill. It won't work.
Okay.
Think Belichick, why, is so that he can set up his son and the next generation of guys for years to come.
Okay. Or and maybe for his girlfriend to finish graduating.
Someone did ask, is she going to be attending as a student while he coaches?
I mean, she may as well get an MBA or something while she's there.
Seriously, it'll be free.
Yes.
Yeah, nobody's going to dare fail her.
It's an easy selection there. Get that MB. Bill Belichick won't have anything to do with the recruiting. He's there to run the show and be a recruiting chip for his recruiters and tell people, I'm here. That's all he needs to do.
Yeah, I think he has to be the 5-star general. I think he has to be the guy giving the orders. Obviously, game day is going to be his purview. Practice will be his purview. But I just have a hard time believing he's going to be in Jeffersonville, Tennessee, recruiting a 4-star corner and choking down Mostacholi. And this is delicious. We're on to Cincinnati. There's no way.
No, Mike, I think if anything, he's going to be Nick Saban the final years. Saban didn't leave his office. Everybody else did all the recruiting, and then they brought him into Saban's office. Okay, son, you've heard everything.
What do you have to say?
Do you want to say roll tide with me?
Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing?
Hey, afternoon, guys.
What's going on?
Mike, I got to correct you on one thing. If he's in Tennessee, he's not eating Massachusetts. He's eating raccoon stew with Kenny and the rest of his relatives.
Fair.
Let's just get that.
Kenny is a huge possum stew guy.
But anyways, I'm kind of trying to think outside the box a little bit why I don't think he's going to succeed. I mean, obviously, football knowledge-wise, yes, he's got that. But I got a feeling he's going to try to bring the band back together. I could see him maybe bringing Josh McDaniel back as offensive coordinator. You know, guys who really don't have any college experience in running the type of offense that's really succeeding in this type of eras, college, spread offense and so forth. Secondly, especially with the amount of money they're paying him, he's going to have to do a lot of handshaking and a lot of appearances with boosters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That I can see that as the biggest thing where that's just not him. All he had to do was report to Kraft directly. Now he's going to have to report to all these rich boosters and all those things. That's what I really could see as the driving point where he might last 2 years.
You're not wrong. I guess, Tom, maybe I just think he's got this kind of air about him or a gravitas or whatever term you want to use is like even rich boosters would know we don't really get to tell this guy what to do. Like, this is Bill Belichick.
I can understand that, but it's him as far as being Bill Belichick where he doesn't like doing those type of things.
Correct.
The burnout, because he's going to have to do fundraising. He's going to have to go to all these different appearances. He's going to have the coaches shows. All those things, I think, especially being at his age.
Belichick at a coach's show at a college eatery. That's theater. Like, you're right. Tom wins. Like Belichick at Reno's East. You got to be kidding me.
I mean, at least he can get his girlfriend in there with her fake ID.
There you go.
Hey, Coach, tell us something about Tom Brady. I don't want to talk about Tom Brady.
Tom's right, though. There are a number of these little things where, like, watching Belichick be miserable would be theater. The other thing is the 3-year contract term. That sends alarm bells in that this really is going to be, I'm here, but I want you to meet Steve Belichick because this is what you're really getting. Now, I'm going to convince him to stop making funny faces on the sideline. You don't know what I'm talking about, then you just missed out on one of the greatest nights ever. Steve Belichick on the sideline. But yeah, maybe it is 2 years, make the announcement, coach in waiting. I mean, he is a high-level defensive coordinator.
He is, and yeah, they took him from Washington.
High-level weirdo.
I just think that in the end, all those boosters, because he's got that star effect. It's like Michael Jordan, also North Carolina grad, but Bill Belichick walked into the room, everybody's going to run to him. Hey, Bill, they're going to do things on his term. I don't think he's going to have to go and do a lot of stuff he doesn't want to do. He'll simply say, you know what, I'm going to be at the walking across campus. If you want to talk to me, meet me there. Okay, Bill, I'll be there because you could get your picture saying, hey, I walked the campus with Bill Belichick.
Doug, 97.1. What's up, Doug?
Yeah, Yeah, I just wanted to call in real quick. First of all, before I begin on the Belichick thing, I just want to tell you and Rico how much I appreciate your show. I'm a longtime Michigan fan, but I got to tell you, I listen to you guys all the time because you always have a lot of knowledge and really get to the point. So I really
thank you,
appreciate it. When Rico,
Doug, that's very nice.
You do the show yourself, Rico. You do a great job.
Thank you. Very nice, Douglas. Thank
By
you.
the way, but just on the Belichick thing, Rico, you made a comment that you're not sure he really knows what he's getting into. I got to believe he knows what he's getting into, and I think just from his tie with Saban and other things he'd be looking into. But I think you guys are right. There's ulterior motives longer term because I just can't. It's hard to believe he's going to work long term with him. So anyway, again, I want to call and tell you how much I appreciate your show and just make that comment. I think he does know what he's getting into.
Thanks, Douglas. Appreciate it, brother. Very nice of you.
Okay,
and you know what? You're right. Look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just think money solves too many of college football's problems. Maybe he can't outspend it. Maybe he'll lose his mind. But I'm not knocking UNC for doing it because what else are you supposed to do? Seriously.
But see, I think it's a perfect marriage. UNC realizes kind of like if we make the right coaching hire, we could win the ACC because it's not like, oh, this is this great conference. I mean, SMU walks in and wins it.
Why?
Well,
Why though? Money.
Right. So, and Belichick is saying, I'm not washed up. I don't want to do TV. I don't want to do podcasts. I'm bored. Nick Saban, you can do this. I want to win in both places, college and pro. I think he'll be driven for about 2-3 years. And then after that, hey, man, Father Time's undefeated.
Well, she's going to want to start a family at that point.
Here's who you can blame. Blame Eli. He was so tired, did not want to talk to him anymore in the Manning cast, so Bill Belichick said, I'm going to college. It's Eli's fault.
Everything's Eli's fault. I'm fine with that. Blame Eli?
Okay, first of all, let's put some respect on his name. He will be a Hall of Famer. First ballot, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I know, but he shouldn't be. Just go look at the numbers. I don't want to do this. It's the holiday season.
First ballot Hall of Famer, man. That means something. He's the Derek Jeter of pro football.
Oh, God. We're really touching all the notes here. All right. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel offers you more betting markets than anyone else. So for tonight's game, Rams, Niners, you'll have more ways to play it than any other sportsbook. It's up to you how you decide to go about it. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Never waste a moment. With FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, Rico, before we get back to football, before we get back to talking about Alex Bregman, I may have an update on, and this one is truly unbelievable, okay? Are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
People, yesterday, we've been obsessed with this story. The mystery drones hovering over the state of New Jersey. The FBI has no clue where they're from. You've got congressmen theorizing they're from a mothership off the coast. These things are the size of SUVs. If people have tried to fly their drones near them, it kills their battery and crashes them. If the drones fly near your vehicle, it changes the time in your car. Problems. Well, the White House is here to tell you everything is fine. Yet another reason you can't listen to the White House. Here's what they think they really are. You ready for this?
I'm sorry. I just imagine. Bear with me, because this is.
Go ahead.
It's kind of like when the guy whispered in Bush's ear during 9/11. I just imagine somebody whispering in Biden's ear of what's going on. What? Huh? What? Drones? Size of a truck.
You ready?
I like oatmeal cookies.
Amazing. It's funny because it's true. The Biden administration suggested there may be no drones hovering over New Jersey at all. Quote, we have not been able to, neither have any state or local law enforcement authorities been able to corroborate any of the reported visual sightings.
What is this? Don't look up?
No.
That's exactly what we're doing here.
Upon review of available imagery, it appears many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully. I mean, talk about bleeping on your head and telling you it's raining.
Or, guys, maybe Joe Biden is the last Jedi.
Is he aware of that?
These are not the drones you are looking at.
We have no evidence at this time that the drone sightings pose a national security or safety threat or have a foreign nexus. Guys, I know you think you're seeing this. You're not. Things, balloons, and stuff.
As, it's just fireworks. And
look, I'd rather you just tell me it's a part of a secret government operation and it's called Operation Nunya. None your business. Than to make people. How stupid do you think we are? These are not manned aircrafts. These are drones the size of an aero van.
No, they don't even exist. What do you guys? Do we have any proof? Have we seen anything? Nah, doesn't exist.
See, no,
nothing to see here, people.
No, see,
okay.
This is
he's a Jedi.
No,
these are not the droids you're looking for.
This is Independence Day Area 51, plausible deniability. He has no idea.
Oh.
Everyone else does.
So he's not one of the 12 people.
He has no idea.
And like, he doesn't have that interstellar clearance.
Well, they're also like, Joe, you're only going to be here for another 2 weeks. And that's part of the Christmas holiday. So really, you're only going to be here about another 2 days. Enjoy your holiday.
Just make sure you pardon your scumbag son.
Right. Yeah. But what about this? No.
Wait, did you see the approval ratings on that?
No.
It's like 18% of people are good with that.
Yeah. It's a reason why you do it on the way out the door.
You just take the hand grenade, roll it through the door, shut the door, and whistle down the hallway.
Right. Today's my last day. Ho. It's going to be Festivus up in here.
I would do it for my bad son.
You should.
And one problem, you ain't the president.
That's true.
You got real problems.
In trouble there.
Those church powers do not include pardons. But yeah.
But I don't think your bad son would learn. He'd be right back.
Well, according to the White House, nothing. And things.
Seriously.
I just had to pass that along.
You know what? Yeah, I don't think that he's a part of those 12 people who actually know. Like they said, David, plausible deniability. You don't need to know this. Just in case you ever get put on the stand, you could say, I have no idea what you're talking about, and you won't perjure yourself. Trust me, you don't need to know. Wow.
Then, you know what? I'll leave it alone, but it's funny because every headline you read is, these things pose a security threat. And you juxtapose it with what they just said at the White House. What?
Well, I guess because they're saying no security threat because they haven't done anything except for change some clocks and things like that. Like they're
scare people.
That's pretty big, though, to me. I drive by and everything's changing.
Oh, okay, things.
Worse things could be going. All right, if all of a sudden they start, shooting cars or.
Well, okay, War of the Worlds here.
Yeah.
That's a little different.
But right
That
now,
does
it's just
change things.
It's like, okay, is this a Hollywood movie? What's going on? And probably, honestly, the best way to deal with this is if I were one of the 12 people, it would be this. We're saying nothing. We'll let them make up their own stories. How about that? We know the truth.
Well, there's your daily drone update. David, ticket text, and we'll get to some football here in a few minutes.
Someone says, now this is what I was waiting for all day. Not Bregman, but this update. I love this. Thank you, Michael.
We don't know.
Did you see any of these? Were you close enough?
No. When you're in New York, you can't even see the sun. The buildings are too tall. It's dark in New York, except it's sunny out. No. I had no, and I wasn't flying the plane at MetLife. Just leave me alone. I had nothing to do with aerospace.
I saw that plane. Was like,
I know.
Oh, boy. Let's get the binoculars out.
Someone on
there's a guy with good hair giving the middle finger.
Oh my dear. Hold on. Can I give you one update since Rico just brought this up? This is a headline I just saw. Oh, dear God. So it's an article that features a tweet from Pat Leonard, New York Daily News, Giants reporter. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
This is from an hour ago. The Giants had a red zone period of practice today. They went 0 for 17 on passes. 0 for 4 versus air. No defenders.
No defenders?
0 for 13 in one-on-ones versus defenders. A combination of drops, overthrows, defensive plays, and 2 catches. One problem. They were out of bounds. Needless to say, mistakes are being made in the red zone by the Giants.
At that point, you literally can go get 11 orange cones and just randomly set them up as defense and say, okay, can we beat the orange cones?
0 for 4 in more ways than one. 0 for 4 against air. Just human being, complete pass to human being. No defenders. It's a freebie. Just complete the pass. 0 for 17 at practice in the red zone
Who's
today.
the quarterback?
It is Tommy DeVito this week.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, Drew Lock's dead. He got hurt. So, we're back to this idiot.
I can't believe you're happy about that. That's your brother, man.
Who?
DeVito.
He sucks. Honestly, if the Ravens care about America, they ought to drill this guy into the dirt. Oh! Hey! Get out. All right, 248-539-9797. We talk some football next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. News leaking the other day that Chip Lindsey was taking the Michigan offensive coordinator job. His social media bios now reflect that as well. His last stop was at North Carolina as the offensive coordinator and QB coach. Michigan set to play Alabama in the ReliaQuest Bowl. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe says he wants to finish the season on a bang and will in fact suit up in the game. New Tigers pitcher Alex Cobb spoke with media today and explained what his offseason has looked like after spending most of last season on the shelf. According to MLB insider Ari Alexander, the Tigers are interested in reliever Kirby Yates. He had a 3.3 WAR for the Rangers last season while logging 33 saves. Linebacker Trevor Nowatzki was the only Lion missing from practice today. DJ Reader was more active than yesterday. Per Pete Thamel, college football analyst Dan Mullen has agreed in principle to a 5-year deal to coach UNLV. Since being fired as the Florida Gators coach in 2021, he's been employed by ESPN. ESPN college basketball analyst Dick Vitale has announced that he's once again cancer-free as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get into a little bit of football. David, music, please.
Well, guys, the new era of NFL football is here. Well, they approved private equity in the NFL. Well, it happened yesterday. At the owners' meeting, they approved the Eagles to sell 8% of their franchise, valued at $8 billion. So they made $664 million from that sale with a private equity firm.
There you go.
And now the Dolphins, Bills are next.
Keep crying for owners. There you go. Sell an 8% slice, $660 million. Wow. Good gravy.
Just the beginning.
I don't like private equity's presence in sports. I've said it anytime you've brought this stuff up. They already own slices in the NBA, the NHL. I don't like it. It's hard enough when you have one owner. I think when you get into this business, look, private equity is all about the bottom line. That is never going to be good for the fan. And once you let them in, you're never getting them out. So for me, I don't like it, but no one cares about my opinion. So, yeah, great. Congratulations to rich people. They got richer.
Yeah, you know what? It's something, and maybe this is where I become that person like you like to talk about college football. When you know that certain teams are just owned by certain families, and it's the family business, and it gets passed down from, parents to kids to the grandkids, somebody within that family. Now, once you go to private equity, it's like, even when things are bad, you have something to talk about and say, oh, well, it's the Fords. Right. Oh, it's the Rooneys. It's this person. It's that person. It's the Marifan. Private equity is just nameless, faceless, and you have no idea who owns you because they will just buy and sell you like a stock.
Well, we do know who owns the Cleveland Browns, and that is Jimmy Haslam, and he spoke and kind of gave them an outlook possibly into their offseason. I want to give you a chance to be the GM. His quote was, "We need to get through the season and we will look at everything." That was him being asked about the quarterback situation and what they're going to do in the offseason. So I know you guys want to get rid of Deshaun Watson. That's what both of you have said before.
Yeah, they're stuck
on this show. Okay. Well, if you were the GM, what would you do? Would you I'd trade everything to get rid of him?
No.
Like, attach some things to get rid of him?
I think I would give Kevin Stefanski a chance to reunite with Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
I don't think they have outs. You could say get rid of him, David. That just means keep him away from the team.
Yeah,
now,
for sure.
if there was a team like Vegas who has a ton of cap space, who they're going to take a quarterback, but they need more capital, if I could give them Watson's dead body and I give them my first-round pick, which will be in the top 10, if that were a thing, I would do that. But I'm not firing Stefanski. I do think he's a good coach. I would try to reunite him with Kirk Cousins.
Or, you know what, if you can't move Deshaun, maybe you just go and draft the best quarterback. He's going to be under your control. Play him. you're already paying Deshaun. So you know what? I don't have to play you on the field. I'm paying you the money.
Just stay away.
We don't have to do both.
Don't show up in Cleveland.
Yeah, and I'm gonna treat it as if I'm hitting the reset button and draft the best QB. He's that's easier to do than trying to get Cousins because it's more money you got to spend. But no, I'm not firing the coach.
So one college issue here that I wanted to get your thoughts on was Jalen Milroe and others, a junior cornerback, Damani Jackson, saying everyone should play. Jalen Milroe is playing. He says they got unfinished business. They got to finish the season. Is this a breath of fresh air or just a rare thing for just one school? Because they seem to always do this.
Yeah, Alabama's kind of set a trend where even if they're in some who cares bowl, they will go out there and play and do things the Bama way. To me, I always think back to Jake Butt and how much money he cost himself playing in a bowl game he should not have played in.
He should have been up in the booth with Peppers.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, hurt with a hammy.
Well, Peppers is up there with the sunglasses on. I remember that. But nah, if you want to play in the game, great. But if I'm a fan of that team, I'm never going to be angry if somebody with pro prospects I'm not playing.
I'd be angry if I paid them. See, here's the problem. We always say players are making business decisions. Well, one problem. You made a business decision taking the money. That money includes you playing every game I play. See, Rico's right. If you didn't scratch the check, you can't get mad at a player for sitting out. But there are plenty of donors spending plenty of money, and those coaches broker those deals. So what do you mean you're not playing? Oh, no. You're not a kid no more. You're an employee. I paid you.
Or, guess what? Maybe it's up to the bowl game. We're going to pay you for this game, and we're going to take out an insurance policy on you in case anything happens. But, Mike, I want you to play in this game. Going to pay you $100,000.
Great sport.
You have to give us at least a half.
What a disgusting sport. Go ahead.
Come on, the bowl. Look, all of these bowls are making a ton of money. For what? There's nobody at the games. Where's the money going? You ain't selling souvenirs or hot dogs.
Very true. Let's go back to the NFL here. The New England Patriots are 3-10, the first year of head coach Gerard Mayo. But what would you do with him at the end of the year? Would you move on from him?
I mean, I don't mind the way Drake May's coming along, but it's been a little bit noisy. Obviously, he's talked like a player in the media, which you can't do as a coach. I don't know enough of what's going on over there. I never expected them to win. I told you I wouldn't have taken a QB. I would have just taken Marvin Harrison Jr. or whatever and taken a QB the next year. But I don't have this big reason to get rid of him, do you?
No, I probably would have taken the best offensive lineman and build for that quarterback. When I finally draft him, you're going to be insulated.
And sign T. Higgins, for God's sakes.
You know, he needs that wartime consigliere. He needs somebody to tell him how to be a coach and the things, how to dress, how to, how sometimes you're good, but you don't know how to actually do the job outside of doing the job. You don't know how to talk to the media and all the other things that you have to do. That's what he's missing. He needs somebody to just say, nope, we're not going to say that. We're going to say it this way. We're going to do it this way.
Same question across the country. Let's go to Antonio Pierce for the Raiders.
He gone.
Difference. Okay.
He's a total disaster. He already said his team was the worst team in the league. He fired his entire staff. People in the organization are upset at organizational skills, meetings, the way they're run. It's a
new ownership.
Yeah, dude, chaos. He just gone. Pack your things. You don't even need to finish the question.
Because it's easier at that point to just ball up the piece of paper and start all over again.
Just hire Dion, draft his kid, move along. Well, you know that's coming.
I loved it. I didn't even get a chance to finish it. I love that.
I love Antonio. He's one of my favorite Giants of all time. As good as he was last year is as bad as he was this year. He's done.
Wow. Okay, so let's finish it here, right here in Detroit, because some news came out today. The fan that got into the pregame altercation with the Packers head coach, Matt LaFleur, his tickets have been revoked.
Good.
He informed the media and informed on social media that they sent him a letter and said that we are revoking your tickets.
Good. Your job was to hold an American flag. You decided to mouth off to a coach. Goodbye.
But he said he was sorry.
I don't care. Actions have consequences. See you later. It was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. And I love people blaming LaFleur. Like he's supposed to stand there like a statue when he's getting verbally assaulted by a fan. No, you know what he said? Shut your effing mouth. LaFleur's such a bad guy. Here's an idea. You're not supposed to talk.
Correct.
Hold the flag.
Correct.
Goodbye.
And just so people understand, because they never read this part, and the Lions put it in their letter, there is a code of conduct policy when you buy tickets.
Right, and you're not in your seat telling LaFleur what his mommy is. You're on the field in pregame ceremony.
But here's the thing. Even if you're in your seat, you're not allowed to say and do whatever you want to do with no repercussions. You can do this, but you don't get to go to the media and cry aggrieved and, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, and I've been a season ticket, and I really wanted to take my grandfather to the game. Well, you can't.
You should have thought about no before you
called
LaFleur an MF.
Real quick, David, before we end, because you were talking about the coaches in New England. Guys, next year, does Mike Vrabel get a job?
Yes.
Yes, he should, yeah.
Yeah, he'll get a job.
Chicago.
I think that's Ben Johnson's job. Now,
Possibly.
for me, if I'm Ben, I'm holding out for one team and one team only. And I would wait and come back to the Lions if that team's not there.
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati.
Ooh.
They're not firing Zach Taylor.
No, I'm saying if I'm him, I'm waiting.
You come to New York. I can't even say it with a straight face.
I'm about to say, but
I would tell Ben Johnson to run if the Maras call.
He's got to worry about drones that aren't really there. I would wait for Cincinnati.
Apparently not red zone scores.
You know what?
Maybe.
You're a real
David,
hooker. You know that?
Hold on. Maybe that's why they were 0 for 17 because
It's
of the
because of the-
drones. How you reset the clock.
Sure.
It threw off the timing.
There's nothing I can say.
You're exactly right, Rico.
There, it was like that center fielder in Men
good.
in Black.
Good,
He
we're
saw
continuing.
the spaceship and then he missed the ball and it was a home run. There you go.
And that is in football today.
Sure.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Look, you said that, I want to get in better shape at the beginning of the new year. Don't wait. Start now. $1 down is all you need to get started. Head into your local Planet Fitness, any of them, and what you're going to find is a totally judgment-free zone. A lot of brand new equipment in there, whether it's strength training, whether it's cardio equipment, friendly, knowledgeable staff, and totally judgment-free environment. Did I mention that? Oh, and by the way, all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost, so you have some people there to help you get to your goals. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Right now, $1 down is all you need. That's it. Just $1 down. And after that, it's $15 a month. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. And right now, they're in the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. So $1 down, $15 a month. Head into your Planet Fitness right now or go online at planetfitness.com.
If your furnace isn't running right, you need reliable service. And now, call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Got generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you for same-day service, they will knock $50 off that next-day appointment. Just ask about their winter bundle-up discount as well. MastercraftHeating.com. All right. Honestly, that was a great promo of Lions and Bills because Rico has promised us some sound from James Anthony Costa. Why are we playing this on our show?
Because Mike, as the midday show likes to say, somebody was feeling a little chesty. Lions Bills coming up. Could be a possible Super Bowl preview. Costa feels a certain way about the Lions, and not only will they win, but this is how they're going to win. David, if you would. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I guess I'm wondering, am I missing something here? Because I look at Buffalo, and I look at a team that could win the AFC. I look at a team that could give the Lions fits. And I'm not saying they're going to walk into Ford Field and win. I have a hard time saying that they're going to win by double digits. Now, this is your partner on the podcast. So
don't put this evil on me,
you may know
Ricky
how
Bobby.
he thinks because
No,
I don't understand this. I don't get this. I don't think this wasn't a bit. They believe this deep down in the bottom of their soul that this is going to be a Lions double-digit victory. Am I missing something here? No. I'm trying to understand that rationale because I thought, okay, you're just kind of no. They believe this. The double-digit disco. And then he put it out on social media.
Please. He drops a grumpy in the morning and puts it on social media. The guy can't exist without it. Look, man, the only teams like when they were playing the Jags, you and I are like BOGO.
Yeah.
They were playing Tennessee, BOGO. I'm happy to call for blowouts here or there, but when you play the league's elite, it's about winning. I can't in good conscience go out and be like, oh, yeah, double digit. Listen, the one thing I did say is if you made the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, they're a highly flawed football team. I don't think they're that good. I think you would wreck them. But the Bills are off a really tough loss. They're in a bounce-back spot. The spread is 2.5. Why would I be on the air talking about blowout wins? Look, I do think – here's the thing. It's the holiday season. I want to say this in a nice way. I don't want to be offensive. In a lot of ways, John and Jim are just catering to the audience. Tell me I'm pretty. It's easy phone calls. And let's face it, a good number of Lion fans are acting like Chuck Schwarsky's super fans. The Bears.
You know what?
That maybe Jim, he's tired. Maybe he pushed the easy button.
I don't think so. And you know what? And for those Lions fans, and Kenny, I'm going to ask you in a minute because you're the Lions fan on this show. 248-539-9797. Do you agree with what Jim Costa and John Jansen in the morning show said about a double-digit victory over the Buffalo Bills, who Josh Allen is MVP candidate, scored 6 touchdowns, threw for 3, ran for 3. They still lost, yes. But a double-digit plus Lions should win this thing. 248-539-9797. If you agree, I would love to hear why. Kenny, go ahead.
The number on this game is 2.5. First of all, let's begin there. There's no world that I see this being a double. I mean, it could happen. The Lions have proven that they can do it. Would I ever predict it? No. This is the NFL. Beating Josh Allen is very difficult. I could see it being a shootout with that defense, with Buffalo's defense. But can I project a double-digit victory in the NFL against the league's elite? No, absolutely not.
Now, if it happens, we're happy.
Of course we're happy, but right here, right now, on the Thursday before the game, do we predict that to happen?
No, but he's on the air with both hands wrapped around his Yule log.
That's correct.
You can't do that. You can't.
I
think that's irresponsible euphoria.
Right, when it was the Titans, I got no problems with that. To me, at that point, the spread, you could have made it 20.5.
But
I would have said yes.
he's also in a dream state. Look, he grew up here. He's got his little Lions pajamas. It's the first time they're any good. He doesn't know how to handle it. In many ways, Jim Costa represents a lot of Lion fans because they haven't been here before. They don't know how to operate. So they're just all running around, bricked up. We're going to beat every team by 50. It's just, I'm not mad at him for doing it. I'm surprised because Jim is normally very good about picking spots. This is not a spot I would pick. If he's right, that's great. But once again,
if he's right, we'll never hear the end of it.
Why? It doesn't. What does that have to do with me?
Oh no, not you. I'm just saying we will never hear the end of it if he's right and they actually do this. It's like, see, I told you. I don't see this. I thought it was
also
a joke.
the guy that there is a GIF that exists on the internet of him drinking blue Kool-Aid.
That's true.
So you do have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. Now he's halfway to an engine block hat. Ask the people. Don't ask me.
No, I did. 248-539-9797. Do you agree with Jim Costa? Not only will the Lions win, they're going to win big. They're going to win by double digits. Because I don't see it. They could win. That's Buffalo.
He's got to give his Yule log a break. I tell you what. I mean, that is, Jesus.
Yeah.
Plus, what was the honky-tonk music behind them? What the hell is going on in the mornings?
Well, at first they were doing like a disco thing because the double-digit disco was the bit that they were trying to do. I think that may have been one of their Christmas beds too, but I can't tell you.
That was. I think the music is what annoyed me more than the take. Can I hear it one more time? Let me hear this one more time. I want to see if it's the music or Costa. Which one bugs me more? Yeah, I'm not there. Look, that's just me. If that makes me a bad guy, so be it. I'm not predicting Lions go blowing out great teams. Your job is to win the game. Mm-hmm. I won't change how I watch NFL football. I don't care who you are. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs. They win by 1 every week. Now, the Lions have had some great moments. You've also had some very narrow escapes. How about your last game against Green Bay? How about the game in Minnesota? How about the comeback in Houston? I think it's getting a little bit ridiculous to act like they're just steamrolling everyone. Notice, we haven't kept up the 07 talk. We've stopped with the margin of victory thing. Look, you've blown out some horrific teams. But who's the great team you've dropped a bomb on? I got to go back to what, week 2? Now, if you want to say Green Bay in the elements and you won the game by 10 or whatever it was, fine. Yeah. But I'm not going to be the one to make that call.
Unless you're going to say Dallas.
Fan stuff.
Unless you're going to say the Cowboys.
Dallas blows.
I'm just saying now that, yes, but that was personal. Like I said, 248-539-9797. Call, ticket, text. Do you believe in Costa in the morning show that not only will the Lions win, but this will be a blowout victory? David, we got any ticket texts?
Those drones got Costa's clock all fuzzy. No, they're not winning by double digits.
Can you say that again? I'm kidding. Don't say it again. Just keep moving. Because I thought you came dangerously close to saying something else.
What?
It was almost like TJ with Shador Sanders.
Right.
Oh, it was almost. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. My apologies.
Yes.
Buffalo hasn't played
his timepiece.
Buffalo hasn't played many good offenses, and when they have, they've struggled. That is Mike from Commerce Township.
Right. I'm not arguing that point. I am arguing the idea that you are going to simply shut theirs down. I just think that's dangerous. Josh Allen is arguably the best player in the sport. He had 6 touchdowns last week. He willed his team to being in that game when they made some catastrophic errors. Like, guys, you want to say, hey, you're confident the Lions are going to win this week? Zero problem with that. But I'm never going to be the guy that goes that route with that stuff. I remember last year I caught hell because I went, look, if you're asking me Rams-Lions playoffs, I'll take the 3.5 points. Like, guys, that's the league we reside in. And I got vilified for it, going, I think you win, but I think it's going to be a close game. How'd that work out? So I'm making a point, like, I just can't become that. Now, I've said you're winning the Super Bowl. I believe that in my heart. But how you get there, I have a completely different way of approaching it than Jim.
Yeah, I was shocked when I heard that. Like I said, I thought, all right, they actually believed every word that, as you heard Greg say, yeah, Lions fans are going to go back to being bored all over again. You've won some games lately, but let's face it, they haven't been boring. If Eberflus doesn't lose his mind, maybe Thanksgiving goes a different way. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls, ticket text next, 97.1.
All right, so let me tell you about Paulson's. We're talking Lions, Bills. If you want to upgrade the way you watch it, Paulson's Audio Video, they are your technology partner. They have the best showroom in the state, televisions, soundbars, speakers, home theater furniture, and more. And the best part, they have the best install team in the game. They even have a commercial division to install cutting-edge technology to your bar, restaurant, or office. Stop by their showroom and certainly check out the website, paulsonsav.com. It is Paulson's. They are your technology partner. All right, so we have a bit of a problem here. I have a problem with the topic on surface because I just think it's not a good way to handle NFL football. But Evan Jenkins just came in. He's been in communication with Jim Costa. So being that we played the audio and Jim said, listen, it's a no-brainer. Lions are winning by double digits, blah, blah, blah. Evan said, great. Kenny and I would like the Bills plus 9.5 lunch bet. You know what Cookie sends back? Well, I got plus 285 when I made that bet. Are you willing to do 3-1 on lunches?
So he's just lying to his audience then. If he's that confident, I wouldn't have said it like that.
That's what it feels like to me. Because if you're on the air with your highly rated morning show telling people, come on, guys, you got nothing to worry about. This is a snoozer. We're winning by 10. Why wouldn't you accept 9.5? It's not like Kenny and Evan said, give us 10.5.
Right?
I tried for 10.5. Kenny said that was stupid.
No. You took 9.5, the worst of the number. His prediction could be right, and he could still win lunch. But he wants 3-1 because maybe he's not that confident.
Well, he said confident, but not stupid. He wants to be paid for his level of boldness.
Okay, then.
This guy.
Yeah, I know, man. He's special, isn't he? Trust me. I spend a lot of time with him.
He's trying to get Kenny and I over the coals for just asking him if he wants to make the bet.
Right. That's something. Let's go to the people, see what they've got to say. We'll touch table with football, and then I got an Alex Bregman question for everybody at 5 o'clock as the news continues to percolate that you're not out of it, but you have a limit. We're going to talk about it. Let's go to Juan, 97.1. Juan, what's going on, buddy?
Yo, what's up, Mike?
How are you?
I was calling, man. I think, I'm for the Lions and everything, but, man, ain't no way they're going to blow the Bills out like that, man. Come on. We all know that. We watch football every week. We know what ain't going to happen and what might happen. Right or wrong?
No, I listen. Blowouts happen in the NFL, but they're hard to predict. And you're taking on a team like the Bills in a late season matchup where both teams need it. And it's not like you're full strength. I mean, certainly you are getting healthier. But I have too much respect for the way the Bills have played over 13 weeks to call for some blowout. There's a lot of noise in that background. Can't do that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm with you. This is a game that I think is going to be a lot like the Packer game, where you're going to probably walk away with a victory, but you're not going to feel confident. You're not going to leave Ford Field early because it's going to probably come down to the last minute and a field goal, whether you have to try to block one or you have to make one. Double digits. I don't see it at all. And when I heard it on the morning show, it's like, this can't be real. They're joking. They weren't. And then he doubled down.
But maybe they
put
are
it all
joking
over social media
because he won't bet his friend's lunch.
But he put it on social media, Mike. So, that must mean something.
He has no life. Let's go to Frank, 97.1. Frank, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Big fan of the show. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I completely disagree with Costa and Gantz. To me, I think that they have not played a team this good. They have not played a quarterback this good, who's a multiple threat quarterback. I honestly think that they're going to get punched in the mouth, and then when they're getting up, they're going to get kicked in the balls. I think they're going to lose by a touchdown or maybe 14. I think this is going to be the wake-up call for the Lions that, this is what the high-level competition in the league is going to be. And I think Josh Allen, I think he is one of the, if not the best quarterback in the league. And I think that's really going to cause them problems. That's my 2 cents.
Well, it's an interesting point you make. If we really do look at what quarterbacks have you played, certainly Jordan Love the first time was on one leg. That's not your fault. It's just a statement of fact. Now, the second time, Jordan Love got hot in that second half. You couldn't stop him to the point that, you're right. Dan Campbell wanted to go for it a bunch. Your defense was hurt. You played Geno Smith. He destroyed you, right? So what other great QBs have you played? It's not a bad take. But, Frank, I won't pick him to lose.
Right.
I've just
Stroud, maybe that's the other one.
Right. The problem is he hasn't been the same all year. He's taken a major step back. To Frank's point, though, look, I'm just not picking the Lions to lose because I'm not convinced they're going to lose any game the rest of the year. But I'm not mad if you went, hey, this is going to be a hell of a tough matchup. That's how I approach most things.
Especially a guy, this is going to be the best quarterback that they played this year. And, this is a team that could possibly meet you in the Super Bowl.
This is America's Super Bowl if it happens. It's two teams who have never won it, one who has never appeared. This would be like the fans' Super Bowl.
And
Lions, Bills, and the world ends.
Yeah, and one team that wishes they probably never appeared in the Super Bowl for 4 straight years.
Bills fans. I don't know how old school Bills fans ever processed making 4 straight and losing 4 straight Super Bowls. That's a level of agony. I don't even know how you and then, oh, by the way, like 6-7 years later, the Music City Miracle happens to you.
Wait, but in that Super Bowl, I mean, the first one you miss off of a field goal, that was the closest one ever.
You hate to see it.
And then there's one where, Thurman Thomas can't find his helmet.
And by the time he does, the game's over.
Right. Like, Thurman, you're in. What? Where's my helmet?
Game over. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you fellas doing today?
Good, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Good. I got a couple of points. Okay, one, last week when we beat the Packers, it was a close game. But you got to look at our linemen were out. Them practice squad players, the linemen played a very good game that first half. They got tired the second half, I believe. If you got Levi coming back this week with McNeil, with Reeder, with Paschal, you can rotate them practice squad players in, and it's a different game. You're looking at what the Bills did to the Rams. The last night I talked to Jeff, he said now the fans are scared of us playing the Rams in the playoffs. I'm like, good God, the Rams is what, 7-6? The Lions are 12-1. I agree with Costas. I believe we'll win by about 10.
Okay. Listen, Mike, it's fine. It's just a different way of looking at things. It's a different way of approaching the NFL. I'm happy as a fan if you win. I've just learned a long time ago. Yeah. It is very hard to have a beauty pageant in the NFL. And I just don't think the Lions are in that position. Now, I think they're very good. I think they win every week. But look, the goal is they could win the next 3 games by 3 points and be the number 1 seed. I'm happy.
Mike, there's only about 5 teams that I would say most teams like at Super Bowl caliber will beat by 10. Buffalo ain't one of them. You tell me Carolina, sure. Dallas, your Giants, like certain teams that are just no quarterback and they just trying to get to the end of the season. You're going to play the Raiders. Yeah, you could probably beat them by double digits. I wouldn't put Buffalo in that category because contrary to popular belief, they got a lot of weapons too, and they can score. And you talk about mobile golf season, well, they got a quarterback that's pretty mobile as well.
We'll give Bill the final word, and then we'll touch the table on some other football. Billy, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, man, there's no way, double-digit, not a chance. I'm on the fence about taking the points or giving them. I mean, I think that it's going to be that close. So, I mean, there's just no way. Buffalo coming off a loss, MVP quarterback. We never faced a guy like that before. Man, it's too tight.
I just think it's too difficult when you're facing a Josh Allen because he can defeat the perfect defense, meaning you can have the perfect call. You can have everything covered up. You can have everybody doing their job, and he's just an X-factor type of player. And I think it's really hard to beat a team like that by margin. Just win. But look, Jim is living his best life right now. He's a born and bred Lions fan. He's younger.
So much.
He's never had any success. So this is his time. What do you want me to tell you? He's doing snow angels.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, Bill. Josh Allen, the way he's played this season, it's a different brand of football for him. He's not turning it over. He's running more judiciously. Now listen, in bigger games, in the games the Bills have to have, including that Chiefs game a couple weeks ago, McDermott and Allen and everybody associated with the Bills has said, those are the games we're going to turn him loose and let him run more. They've tried to protect him. They've tried to, we're going to turn around and hand the ball off. But I think Sunday, it's like if Allen's got to carry it 15 times, he's going to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. If the play breaks down, take off, run, pick up the first down, we'll live to play for another 4 set of 4 downs.
Well, listen, if the Lions blow them out, well, God bless. Who's mad about it? I'm just not.
I just don't see it.
I'm not going to be in the business of predicting it. 248-539-9797. We'll get some football in the mix. And we got the latest on Alex Bregman and a question for you as Tiger fans. We'll do it at 5 o'clock. Tackle the NFL tonight, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need. Place live bets on the NFL and all in one place. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Niners and Rams tonight. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Never waste a moment with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Elevate your tailgating this football season. Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. Look, holidays are here. You're busy. They got great deals, including the 24 GMC Sierra 4-wheel drive Elevation Edition, $246 a month, or the 25 Encore GX Preferred, $249 a month. Both just $999 down. New stock arrives every day, and if something's off with that current car, just take it in. MoranExpress.com. You get the certified service. You'll get the free loaner, and you go about your day. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions practice report getting a bit cleaner these days. Trevor Nowatzki was the lone player to sit out. He has a concussion. Anzaworke and DJ Reader was limited. The Bills were snowed out of their practice today. They went through a digital review with players. The Buffalo area under a state of emergency. Bill Belichick was announced as the next head coach of North Carolina football today. Lions offensive coordinator was asked if his alma mater contacted him about the job, and Johnson said they did not. The Lions sent out season ticket renewal notices for next season. Every seat will see an increase between 10 and 30%. Tigers beat writer Evan Petzold said the team is still having ongoing discussions with Alex Bregman, although they don't want to spend $200 million. That was earlier. The Pistons are on the road at the Celtics tonight. Asar Thompson, good to go after missing the last 2 games. He's off the injury report. Jalen Duren is on it, though. He's questionable. Jason Tatum is out for Boston. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7:30. Meanwhile, you can hear the Red Wings take on the Flyers right here on the ticket at 7. Alex DeBrincat on one thing to carry over from last game's win. Derek Lalonde says that both goalies will go through warm-ups and be ready, and then afterwards, if Talbot is good, he'll be in net. The team is shooting for next Wednesday for a possible return for Alex Lyon. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Why is this the thing? Good grief, Kenny. This is what happens when you let Kenny put some Christmas music in. You believe this? How does a hillbilly get into NSYNC? Who knows? All right. So listen, it coincides with Jeremy's update there. And I'll if you want to hear the Bregman stuff in specific, Odyssey.com rewind. This Lions ticket thing is interesting because Dave Burkett tweeted something out. Evan handed this to me. And then Evan has 2 friends who have season tickets. And this kind of sideswiped their day. The Lions sent out season ticket renewal info today. All seats are seeing an increase, most in the 10 to 30% range. Season tickets still are at a discount to secondary market, and there are 22,000 people on the waiting list. Good team, good stadium product. That's business, Dave Burkett writes. And he's not wrong. But there's also a question here. So, like, for instance, his buddy has seats that there's 2 seats. They cost, I believe he said, $3,600. Next year, they will cost him $5,400. I mean, that's a 50% increase for all intensive purposes. I know it's different. Here's my question. So the team, they're not wrong because basically if people keep paying it, you keep ratcheting it up. Right. That's business. Now, my question is for you guys out there. You're driving home. You may, if you're a season ticket holder, you may not have checked your email. You've been hard at work today. They're going up again. It's not the year over year that's totally jarring. It's the 2-year span. Because remember, the minute they won that playoff game last year, didn't they send them out? And it was like they ratcheted the prices right away. So when you take the 2-year increase, then it turns into like 70, 80% in a lot of the parts of the stadium. So my question is, at what point do you think they will have priced people out? Look, these fans are intoxicated with the team. The team has been a great product. But you can go from a waiting list to a problem quick when you overshoot the market. I'm interested, if you're out there in listener land, how much are your tickets going up? And look, are they pricing you out? Because at a certain point, here's what I'll say. What you're willing to pay isn't necessarily the target. At what point does it become not fun or stressful or, wait a minute, this isn't that important to me? See, that's where you start to have to ask questions. I'm interested.
I got a different spin on it, Mike. I like where you're going with this, but I also wonder, is it just cheaper to do the Lions takeover? That if I'm going to pay
go to another city,
X amount of dollars, why don't I go to another city, get a great weekend out of it, and get to watch my Lions win as well? Or if it's Chicago or Indy or someplace drivable, I don't have to pay flights, no plane fare, buy tickets on the secondary market for probably a lot less than you would here. And okay, I'm not going to go to the Lions home games, but I'm going to go to all the Lions road games. So that's how I see it. Maybe it's just better for some people. I'll just spend the money on the road instead of here because you kind of priced me out.
Well, to your point, Rico, and I'm just going to give you, of course, we have no dates yet, but we do know who they play next year, except for a couple opponents. At Baltimore, you can drive that. At Chicago, at Cincinnati, you can drive that. Another road game, of course, at Green Bay, at Minnesota, at Philly, at Washington. You can get to these places pretty easily by car if that's what you choose to do.
But remember, that's one game.
That's true.
We're talking about buying the season ticket here. And look, hey, people make decisions based on what is important in their life. There are people, I mean, there's a guy, my barber has got a guy who works for him. The Lions are his whole deal. He centers his entire year around this stuff. He takes Mondays off because he knows he's going to be hungover. I mean, this guy is pot committed. The point is, you get to a point where you go, wait a second, if I'm spending $3,500 and now it's $5,000, 2 years ago it was $1,500. You start to look at that over a 2 or 3 year spread and you go, is this still fun at this price point? Look, it's not the team's job. This is where people get twisted up. And like you and I always joke about it. I never got upset with the Michigan State price increases. I get upset with the product. I get upset with when you start to tinker and screw people over with things like parking. Now the Lions aren't doing that stuff.
But what if they land Omega Blake?
That's just the coolest name I've ever heard. But the problem becomes the NFL product, the time commitment. Teams don't worry about you. See, people think, well, I've spent my money for this many years. They're going to lose a real fan. I want to break this news to you. They don't care.
Say that again for the people in the back.
Case in point, when Yankee Stadium got built, there were fans who had tickets in the family dating back to DiMaggio that were priced out. And they were told, thank you for your service. See ya. So you have to lose the illusion that your loyalty will be rewarded. So just remember, you can dine at a restaurant a lot. Maybe once in a while they throw you a free appetizer. You're still paying for dinner. And the prices do go up. So
I'm never going to eat here again. That's okay.
Okay, well, we have a 3-month wait list.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and clear this table out.
Right. Well, to your point, Mike, and you just go on social media and you can see everyone going on there talking about the increase. Someone says their season tickets went up 96% from the last 2 years. Another person, it was an 80% increase, 50%, now 30% this year. 2-year combined hikes for his tickets says was insane. It doubled his season tickets. It just goes on and on and on. 65%.
That is where you get in trouble because here's the thing: if the team turns the trick like I'm talking about and they win the Super Bowl, what are you in for then? But look, there were a lot of years they couldn't sell this place out. There were a lot of years they couldn't move a luxury suite. I don't remember the last time there was a waiting list, much less one that was 22,000 people deep. This is the cost of doing business. And while there is no shame in paying it because you enjoy it, there is also no shame in going, you know what, for that price? I mean, you start to talk about this, like if you have, I'm not going to say who, but someone in this building, a relative, they have 6 seats at the 40-yard line, lower bowl. I mean, you're talking,
Some money.
Well, big money.
Yeah.
So you start to make life trade-offs. You're not wrong if you do that either.
And that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people are looking at that and saying, okay, how about this, guys? Let's say we had season tickets. How about we give up our tickets and we just do the road show? And we hit up 4 cities.
Make a trip of it and be done with it.
And you can also then add home games and just tailgate.
Right. And you're right. Secondary market, maybe you hit, it's a Charlotte. They're playing Carolina. All right, let's go to that game.
But again, I don't want to be in the team's defense, but it's just factual for what Burkett says. Season tickets are still cheaper than the secondary market. So as long as the season ticket price is lower than what it costs to buy them post-haste, the team's going to keep raising it up. That's just good business.
Right, and I'm talking about, yes, but like when they play Carolina, those tickets were pretty much here. Do you want to go to the game?
Help me, I'm poor.
Right, because I don't want to go. You can have them.
Right. It's interesting. And listen, you're going to beg for this time sometime in the near future. You'll look back at this as the glory days. But I don't think anyone's wrong, whether you decide to pay it or you decide to bail. Because it does get to a point where you go, wait a minute. Look, if you and a group of friends are buying tickets and you got nice seats or whatever it is, you start to think about year over year where that money goes and what you can do with that money. You arrive at a down payment on a house pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
You got a pair of tickets in the lower bowl? You dropping $6,000 a year? $8,000 a year, $10,000 a year.
yeah.
Let me tell you, it doesn't take long to get to a point where you're going, what could I have done with that money?
Yeah, all of a sudden, the kids keep getting older and older, and now they need this. And David, hey, they got to go travel baseball. You got to do this. Ooh, boy.
It's interesting. But let's get with the people. I mean, they want to talk about it. I think Burkett's tweet really does encapsulate it because, as always, Dave is the voice of reason when it comes to the Lions. Rico, take them to church. We'll get to your phone calls next.
All right, holiday season is here, and I need internet service that allows me to stream all the football playoff and bowl action while I'm on the go. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, well, it's very simple. You just need to call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply just stop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. It's Circa Resort and Casino, right in the heart of Las Vegas. You can book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. It's a hell of a remix. Do you hear the Lions ticket increases? Listen, when there's a waiting list of 22,000 people and the team is awesome, this is business. But are you feeling the squeeze? Is it affecting your decision making? And we're having a conversation about it. I'm not mad at anybody who says, no, hell no. I'm going to do what it takes. This is the best time of my life. Or if people bail, I don't think you're a bad fan. It gets to a point where it's no longer fun, where you're going, wait a minute, my tickets have gone up 90% in 2 seasons? I must have missed the back-to-back Super Bowls. So look, I don't think anyone's wrong. You know what I mean? But look, the prices get pretty heady. Let's go to Colin, 97.1. Colin, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike and Rico? Long time, first time.
How are you, sir?
Very good, very good. Hey, here's my concern. You know, I grew up, I've been a Lions fan my entire life. I used to go to multiple games a year. The past 2 years, I've only been to 2 games, and both of them were free tickets that I got. And, you know, for the past year or so, all we've been hearing about is the stadium's loud. It's an advantage. You know, we got this home field advantage. We're getting offsides or false starts. I worry that you raise these tickets so much where you get the true fans out of the stadium, and you get people like my boss who can't name 3 people on the Lions, and he's been to 4 games this year. He doesn't even like football. I mean, you get a bunch of people in there that are not going to be rooting. They're not going to be loud, and then we lose this big advantage that we've built up.
That is exactly what happens. You're not wrong, Colin. I mean, you've seen it. I've seen it at Yankee Stadium, where for the first decade the stadium was open. Those premium seats around home plate were empty for playoff games. Nobody could afford them. You know, Giant Stadium, it's a morgue. Like, yes, like you're seeing, you know where you see a lot of it? NBA arenas. You know, like Golden State.
You
I
know
mean, give me a break.
You know where you see the ultimate, you price the fans out, is the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah.
Average fan can't go. Like, Lions fans are like, you're trying to buy tickets and you're saying it's $7,000. Yes.
Yep.
It's not for you. It's for corporations.
Well, it's another place I said to Kenny. I mean, Colin, I don't know if you've been there, but it's not Air Canada Center anymore. Whatever it's where the Maple Leafs play. They've priced out real Leafs fans.
Scotiabank.
Yeah, you can't.
You get more of them that are coming to LCA than their home
Correct,
game.
because they can't afford to be there. So, Colin, you're not wrong. And that's why you need to capitalize on it now, because it won't be this way forever. And you're right. It will turn into a more corporate environment. And that, I mean, Colin, that's the sad reality of where sports is like when Juan Soto gets paid $765 million, they pass the savings on to you. That's why a box at Citi Field is $500,000 a year. That's why seats at Citi Field, nice ones, going to cost you 6 figures. It's not meant for the average fan. Like, the sports have just left a long time ago. So enjoy it now, because we're going to look back on this. It is going to be different. And look, I want the Lions to win a Super Bowl. People here deserve that. But once that happens, the relationship with the team is going to change forever. Let's go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike and Rico, how you doing?
Good, pal. What's up?
Well, you can't help where you're born. And for 36 years of my life, Lions were horrible. And I stuck through. And I have 8 tickets. This will probably be the last year that I keep 8 tickets. And I'll probably end up making a lot of money off the playoff tickets, at least the divisional round if they happen to go. But we'll never have a better coach. I don't know that we'll ever have a better team. So I'm all in, man.
Let me ask you a question. Do you mind? If you don't want to, I understand. But what is the increase year over year for you holding 8 tickets?
So in 2022-23 season, the 8 tickets were $7,800. That was 35, 40-yard line lower bowl.
Okay.
And this last year, they went up to 14.7.
Okay.
And I don't know. I was listening to you on the radio, so I don't know if it went up another 10 or 30%. But
let me help you. It probably went up 30 or 40.
And I'm actually buying a house. So when you mentioned about the down payment on a house, it's not exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, it just and look, Johnny, you offset some of the cost. You're honest about it. You offload some of the tickets. You make back at least enough to where you can sustain yourself. But it does get to a point you don't want to be operating a business. And plus, don't they have rules in place you can't sell a lot of your tickets?
Yeah, I hear that. I have not encountered it.
Okay, noted. All right.
Yeah, I think if you sell off like a game or two, I don't think it triggers this. But I think if you're like at 7, 8 games, it triggers something.
Right. They don't want people running a cottage industry.
Yeah, I want to be there. I mean, the people around my seats are awesome. We're right next to player family sections. This is the time. This is the best time for Lions fans ever.
It is. It is. You know, and Johnny, at least you're honest about it, right? Like it hit home when you're like, well, geez, these are going to be about 35 next year.
Got a down payment on a house.
You start to
got to explain this to the wife. Wait, what?
Now, here's the key. If he sells the 8 tickets for the playoff game, all of a sudden that's probably 10 grand back in his pocket.
True.
Maybe more. So if you're willing to do a little bit of, robbing Peter to pay Paul, you can try to outrun it. Because, again, what Burkett tweeted is key. If the secondary market is more expensive than owning the tickets themselves, you might be able to kind of hang on for dear life. But when people are ticket texting in saying their tickets have gone up 90% in 2 years, there's going to be some people falling off the wagon. It's just that's the deal. Let's go to Shane, 97.1. Shane, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, my wife and I have a pair of uppers, pair of lowers, and my uppers went up 90%. Lowers, I don't know exactly. I know at least $1,000 to a seat. And we're kind of in a boat of we'd rather go to another couple away games, especially when it's this cold out. Or buy a cabin and watch it there in a man cave. I don't know. You know, it's a tough pill to swallow.
So is it a conversation about renewing next year? Or are you waiting to, what is the deadline, by the way?
I'm on my way home from work right now. I haven't even talked to her about it. She's going to be the one who wants to keep him. She doesn't care. You know, she's the one who really loves going. Yeah. I personally would like to hang out with the dogs and a couple buddies at the house and watch. I'd be just as happy, or from a warm location like a pool. But yeah, I mean, we do sell a couple here and there to subsidize the tickets, but it's a pretty crazy increase looking at it now. But I mean, like you said, second still hasn't caught the secondary. People are more than paying for the secondary. So
I mean, Shane,
I'm not mad at the team. I think we're going to lose that 12th man. We've seen it in our lower seats where people are yelling on offense and they're complaining that we're standing too much and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's going to change, Shane. It will. And it's just, it's why you got to enjoy it while you got it.
I'll take it. There's a reason for it.
Yeah,
and I'll
exactly.
take it. We're winning, and yeah.
And Shane, let me reassure you of something. As somebody who does hang out on the couch with the dogs, it's a blessed life. You'll be okay. I promise. Yeah. You'll be all right.
Yeah, it's pretty comfy.
It is your own bathroom. It's not too bad. Shane, appreciate it, man. But again, I'll tell you this: like, I know no one cares, but I'm always fascinated by it. That if they get the bye week, that divisional round game. Those prices for those tickets, that's going to be Super Bowl pricing. You won't get into that place for under $1,000. Worst seat in the house.
See, I'm thinking the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, but that's the one you're not selling. If the Lions go to the Super Bowl, you're living a fever dream. You have to be there. You have to. You know why? Like, example, I couldn't take my dad to a Super Bowl, but I took him to the NFC title game.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that if you're a Lion fan and that clock hits 0 and the confetti falls and you know you're going to the Super Bowl, like for the Spartans that are listening in the audience, if you were there in 2013 in Indianapolis and Jeremy Fowler splits the safeties and you know you're going, money doesn't it just doesn't. It just doesn't. That's, you got to be there for that. But the divisional game, well, They just want to cash in on that puppy.
Yeah, somebody's saying the deadline is January 1st.
Oh my God, are you serious?
I have to double check, but that's what a ticket texter just said.
Oh, come on, man. It's the holidays.
Well,
Oh, dear. I hope that's not true.
Merry Christmas.
We'll verify. Next time you're outside, take a look at the roof. Are you ready for another brutal Detroit winter? I mean, we had rain this week, snow, wind. Listen, let Victor's Home Solutions be the one to tell you if you're ready. Free 21-point roof inspection. They'll check everything from the top of the roof to the attic. They'll catch even the smallest issue. Then they'll craft a plan and guarantee a perfect installation for you. Attached to that perfect installation is a 50-year leak-free guarantee that makes you covered for decades to come. Bottom line, Victor's is the best in the business. Call them today, 734-773-1100, or you can visit them online anytime at victors.com. That's victors.com.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Tigers' new starting pitcher Alex Cobb met with the media over Zoom today. He says that he talked with other prior free agents before signing in Detroit, and they told him, quote, "It's different here," end quote, in terms of translating analytics to players. After a season where he missed most of the year with a pair of injuries, he's also been working with a physical therapist 3 times a week in the offseason. The Wings are looking to make it 2 wins in a row tonight. The Flyers on tap on the road. Christian Fischer is back in the lineup. Albert Johansson joins him. Talbot will go through warm-up. If it's clean, he will play tonight. Hear the broadcast right here on 97.1, The Ticket at 7. The Mets officially introducing new star Juan Soto today. Owner Steve Cohen says he wants to make the Mets one of the elite teams in Major League Baseball. Ohio State Athletic Director Ross Bjork confirmed that football coach Ryan Day will return next season. The Pistons wondering if Jalen Duren will play. He's questionable all of a sudden. That came on the 2:30 injury report, kind of out of nowhere. Asar Thompson will play. That broadcast over on WWJ News Radio 950. Pregame at 7:05 with Chris Villar. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Guys, you hear us having fun like this all the time on the radio. You want to do this? You probably can. If you're thinking about making a career change, if you're thinking about maybe I need to go back to school, make it Specs at LTU. Specs at LTU can get you started on your new career, radio, TV. You're a graphics design artist. Specs at LTU can help you get your dreams started. You just got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. I said, Rico, what does that mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. And you probably want to hurry up and get registered for the next semester because that's coming up very soon. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. All right, we talked a lot today. We talked about Alex Bregman. We talked about Bill Belichick. If you missed any of that, Odyssey Rewind. If you missed any of those segments, right now we're talking about the Lions and how they've increased prices on the season tickets. Going to finish this out. Rieger is going to be coming up next. He'll be around for about 45 minutes or so, David. Any ticket text you got for me?
Sure. My tickets went from $2,800 to $3,700. See, a lot of people are sending us these texts, but they're not telling us if they're going to renew or not.
Because they are.
I think
because
you're
they
right.
are. Because the Lions haven't hit that saturation point where they're like, yeah, we took it too far. It's going to hurt, but you're going to renew. That's just how it is because this team is on a hot streak. You've endured bad teams. You'll pay a little extra money to endure a good team.
Now, that's fair. Let me read you this one. Oh, this is from social media. Now, they are admitting what they may do. My season tickets went up 65%. Got to be honest, not sure I can afford the price hike.
Because it's going to require some life decisions. What do you value? What is more important? I'm going to give Natalie the last word on this before we hand this over to Rieger. Natalie, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I mean, I just got my renewal notice, and last year I paid just about $3,500, and they're now almost $5,400, $5,378.
Wait, how much did you pay? How much did you start off paying?
Almost $35, so almost $2,000 more.
$2,000 more. Wow.
$2,000 more, yeah. And I have a daughter starting college next year, and I just have to justify it. Of course, I want to be there. Just like you said, it's just right now we're playing so well. But the last game we were at, we were actually asked to sit down. I mean, it was a Thursday night primetime game. Just goes to show you we're in great seats. We're in section 103, row 5, awesome seats. But you got a lot of corporate people around us and people with money and it's Thursday night, prime time. Everybody, the whole stadium's on their feet, and we were asked to sit down.
Right, because I paid a lot of money for these tickets, Natalie, and I want to sit in my seats. Please sit.
Yeah, it kind of hurt, but that's just and it's going to happen. A lot of the true fans, the fans have been there through the rough years, are not going to be able to afford to be there. But you know what? I probably will try to find a way to pay it. And I might even ask one of my my best friends to maybe go in on them with me. Maybe we can split up the package, the tickets, and I take a few games and she takes a few games. Whatever we have to do. But I don't want to miss out on this opportunity right now.
No, Natalie, and I appreciate the phone call. Natalie, I would simply say this, as Mike said, sell off your first round playoff ticket. You'll recuperate some of your money. Keep the championship game ticket, but sell off the first round ticket. That's what I would do.
That.
All right. Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
That's my question, though. Like, the Lions get upset if you sell too many season tickets,
You
correct?
sell too many. I think they realize that everybody can't go to every game. I think but they realize they know the difference between I'm selling off a few or we just have a ticket broker here.
I mean, as callous as it sounds, everybody's good with this, though, right?
No,
I mean,
they are right now.
You have a fabulous product.
Rieger, I'm going to say this.
It's better than the alternative.
I'm going to say this. I do believe you're probably two season ticket increases away from your diehard fans saying, I can't do this anymore.
Which, by the way, if they happen to win a Super Bowl this year, let's just say, right, or even next year, then all the mystique and all the great times, you're willing to miss maybe some of those games because you saw it on the ground level. You know what I mean?
No, because the thing is, now you're hoping that you become that dynasty. Now, I know you got to win the first Super Bowl before you can win 3. But if you're a part of that dynasty, you want to be a part of like what Kansas City is going through right now. A lot of diehard fans are probably 2 seasons away from I can't do this and justify paying this amount of money.
Yeah, we're going to talk about
I'd
this
rather
because,
just go on the road.
Well, I would rather just buy an unbelievable kick-ass TV and watch these games at home, right? However, it's a blast going down there. And this weekend, it's a massive game. It's, I would say, the game everybody's watching, but there's also another massive game on Fox, the Steelers and the Eagles. But, I mean, you don't want to miss that game. Like, it would suck to sell off your tickets for a really good game that you want to go to.
Rieger, when all of a sudden you got a house.
I got you.
Like this young lady. I got kids going to college. I got to make a choice.
However,
here's the other side to this. And Dave Burkett tweeted this after the initial price increase. For next year, Lions season tickets are expected to come in somewhere around league average in ticket price.
So does that mean they're lower than league average right now or higher than league average
that
right
means
now?
they're probably right at league average. So they're somewhere probably around 14 to 16, 17 type of thing. Here's the thing. That sounds great, David, until it's your money. Until all of a sudden, Rieger, you got to decide. Let's say you're a season ticket holder, but you're trying to send your daughter off to an expensive school. Oh, man.
I mean, you could go the alternative, right? Just buy tickets to the game you want, but you're going to get gouged on those tickets on the secondary market.
Or I think this is why you have the Lions takeover. We found like next year they have like 6 games that are drivable that you probably can just buy tickets and have an entire weekend and enjoy yourself.
Look at that Colts game. People got into that Colts-Lions game for $200. That's a hell of a lot cheaper than going to games around here. But Paul Serra, who's in today, actually brought up a fantastic point. It's almost
you
like
tell us to that next.
Oh, let's do it next. All right.
That's
Good
called
talk.
a tease, Rieger. You
Look at
went
you.
to Specs.
Look at you, radio professional.
Jeff Rieger up next, 97.1.